Good morning, everyone. It's December 3rd, 2020. I'd like to call the Wildlife Board meeting to order. And our first item of business is that we have a public health order that I'm going to read. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the ability of the virus to spread from person to person, the governor has implemented a number of executive orders directed at controlling spread of the virus by minimizing face-to-face interactions. Public gatherings are strongly discouraged by the CDC, state of Utah, and local health departments since they facilitate face-to-face contact and pose an elevated risk for virus transmission. The Division of Wildlife Resources and the chair of this public body have determined that the health and safety of those who attend and will conduct this meeting using a fully electronic format. This meeting format is authorized by recent amendment to the Utah Code and executive order by Utah Governor Gary Herbert and will be temporarily used in place of the in-person public meetings that usually occur around the state. Anyone wishing to comment on agenda topics in future meetings or to observe this meeting may do so by logging on to the division's webpage where instructions and links are provided. With that, I'd like to start out with a roll call from the Wildlife Board. Start with Kevin Albrecht.
Here.
Randy Dirth.
Here.
Donnie Hunter.
Here.
Carl Hurst.
Here.
Wade Heaton.
Here.
Brett Selman. I'll go to the rack chairs now. Justin Oliver.
Here.
Brock McMillan.
Here.
Braden Richmond.
Here.
Trish Hadeen.
Here.
And Brett Prevadell.
Here.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all those people that are watching online that have followed this process since the rack started. There's been a lot of comment and a lot of discussion going into this meeting today to make this meeting for, this is our most busiest meeting of the year when we're discussing wildlife issues. Start with, I'll ask for approval of the today's agenda.
This is Randy. I'll make the motion. We approve the agenda for today.
Thanks, Randy.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second from Kevin. Do a roll call. Kevin Albrecht.
Yay.
Randy Dirth.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
Brett Selman. I ask for approval of the minutes. Somebody want to make a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting?
I would make a motion that we approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Thanks, Kevin.
Chairman, I can second that.
Thanks, Donnie. I'll roll call vote on that. Kevin Albrecht.
Yes.
Randy Dirth.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
Brett Selman. Thank you. Our next item of business on our agenda today is the old business action log. Kevin, do you have anything there that you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, I was going to ask Covy if we had any updates on the action log for the technology.
Yeah, we started talking internally with that. That's going to be a combined effort between the wildlife section and the law enforcement section. And we plan to do that survey this year and come back with recommendations and sentiments from the public. Or provided to the Wildlife Board.
And what timeline are you looking at, Covy?
I'd have to discuss more with Wyatt. We haven't. Wyatt, do you think we'd hit the spring on that, or would it be next fall that we'd hit that?
Guess it depends how far we push it, but if we need to hit it by the spring, we can hit it by the spring.
Yeah.
I would personally like to see it moved up as soon as possible, if we could. Wyatt, you guys say you could do it by this spring, like for our April meeting. Would it be a possibility to?
Yeah, I'm sure we can make it happen. You agree, Corey or Covy?
that's definitely a possibility. We can get it done by this spring.
Okay, that's all I have for action logs. Thanks, Covy.
Any other questions on the action log from the board or the racks? Our next item is going to be an update on dedicated hunter and general season deer applications. Lindy Varney, are you ready to go?
Yep, let me just share my screen. Hold on one second.
Okay.
All right, can you guys see that?
Perfect.
Okay. So I would like to present an informational to you guys on combining dedicated hunter and general season deer applications. I would like to start off with a little bit of history. So last December, the Wildlife Board asked me to look into combining the dedicated hunter application and the general season deer application into a single application. So currently our hunters can apply for buck deer permits. There are two separate application paths for general season buck deer and dedicated hunter buck deer permits. Hunters can currently apply for both types of permits during the same big game drawing. Both applications share the same general season buck deer permit quota. I do want to take a minute to remind all of you guys of our current drawing order. So we first evaluate all of our lifetime license holders. Then we evaluate all of our dedicated hunter applications. After that, we evaluate our youth applications. And then once we evaluate all those, we evaluate all of our remaining general season buck deer applications. So why did we separate the application paths? First, there are many more requirements to apply for and obtain a dedicated hunter permit, such as eligibility, participation rules, volunteer hours, and permit returns. There's also a mandatory orientation course that you need to take before you're allowed to apply for a dedicated hunter permit, and it's a 3-year program commitment. So let's talk about the pros of combining these two applications. First, there would only be one $10 application fee when you apply. It could increase your odds if other applicants only select a first choice for the desired hunt. And last but not least, no more perceived loophole. This can occur when applicants are unsuccessful when applying for a dedicated hunter permit, but still draw out for a general season deer permit in the regular round. But let's now talk about the cons of combining the two applications. First, this will force hunters to prioritize one hunt over the other. It would be a dramatic change to the drawing order. We would have to add another layer to allocate any unissued dedicated hunter permits, which brings me to my next bullet point. It could introduce potential for drawing inequities. So for example, currently in the draw structure, we evaluate dedicated hunter applications second for a reason. We issue 15% of the quota to dedicated hunters. Most of the time we have quota remaining and we add those permits back into the regular application. So, for example, a unit has 1,000 permits that were approved by the Wildlife Board. 15% of those permits go to dedicated hunters, so that would be 150 permits. We minus out the existing dedicated hunters, so dedicated hunters that are their second and third year. So for this example, let's say there's 50 existing dedicated hunters. So now we have 100 permits that we can offer to our current dedicated hunter applicants. However, we only have 50 applicants, so they all draw out, and now we have 50 leftover dedicated hunter permits. As of right now, we put those 50 permits back into the regular quota, and now we have 900 permits to offer in the regular round. Now with the new layer, we would have to add those that we would have to add to the draw structure to handle those remaining dedicated hunter permits. There's a very good chance that someone drew out for their second through fifth choice, but after the draw was finalized, we have leftover permits that were supposed to be allocated to dedicated hunters that could have been their first choice. And that could introduce potential for drawing inequities. Although there may be a perceived inequity, there's not any inequity under the current system, because all hunters can apply for both dedicated hunter and general season deer application. Another con is this can make our first choice odds worse across the board. This could create more confusion about how our drawing really works, which can reduce our public trust. Lastly, this will require additional programming that will take time to implement, because now the eligibility checks that happen in the dedicated hunter path must be duplicated and implemented for all general season deer applications. There are other programs and issues that need to be considered, such as our lifetime license holders, or how do we handle existing dedicated hunter preference points, or how to proceed while implementing this change. So based on all the research and weighing the pros and cons, the DWR recommend continuing to handle the complexity and extra requirements of the dedicated hunter program in its own application path by not combining the dedicated hunter application with the general season deer application. We feel that it introduces complexity, costs, and potential conflicts equal to or greater than those fixed by this change. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindy. Are there any questions from the board for Lindy or the RAC chairs? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next item. Thanks very much, Lindy.
Thank you.
This brings us up to number 4, which is our DWR update. And before we go into that, and that's by Director Mike Fowlks, I'd just like to thank Director Fowlks on behalf of the board and the RAC chairs and everybody here this morning that for Mike's service. This is going to be Mike's last board meeting with us, and we're going to miss him greatly. Mike's done a lot in his career and his lifetime to help out wildlife in the state of Utah. So Mike, I'm sure we all want to give you a great round of applause, which you can't see, but we appreciate your dedication and your help and everything you've done to make things better in the state of Utah. So with that, Mike, go ahead with your DWR update. Thank you.
Thanks, Byron. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the board members. I have lots of stuff to cover, including Byron's last words with regard to my impending retirement at the end of the year. But there's lots of good stuff still going on in wildlife I want to cover first. So one thing I wanted to do right up front was after going through this round of racks that we just went through, it was pretty grueling, and we're going to have a pretty intensive day today at the board. So I wanted to get the board's input. So in the past, we've combined all things big game into one meeting. I think there was an opportunity here for us to split out like the deer plans to shorten up this meeting a bit. And but we haven't done that because previous boards have wanted all things big game at one time. So everybody just has one meeting to go to. But I wanted to get this board's thoughts because this is a new board, lots of new members, with regard to should we as a division try to move things around. And trust me, Stacy's probably cringing because there are lots of things that come into play with regard to the schedule. But should we at least try to look at shifting things around a bit to try to shorten up and even out these meetings? And I just wanted to pick the board's brain on that right up front.
I would jump in. I appreciate you asking that. I remember when that changed. I believe it was Tom Hatch that made the motion, went from 11 meetings to 7. And especially when you had the deer plans, this was a lot to go through. And I don't think that we probably would be able to thoroughly cover this one like we would if it was split out. So I appreciate you asking that, and I would put my support in maybe putting a little bit of this in another meeting.
Mike, if I could jump in as well, Director Fowlks, this is Wade. I agree with Kevin 100%. I've actually had this discussion with a few of the board members. I understand the reasons how we got here, but I do. I just feel like the amount we have to cover in this meeting, I don't mind long meetings. My biggest fear is just that we are going to not give something it's just due, just not be able to flesh out everything, because I mean, the amount that we are about to go over today is enormous. We're going to talk about the controversial 10%, but you know, the bulk of this is going to get passed without even being discussed. And it's enormous, you know, and so I would love to move some of these agenda items into another meeting, the stuff that isn't time sensitive. I understand we have a timeline we have to go through, but I would not be opposed to, I know we used to have 11 board meetings. Now we're down to 7. I think maybe we've gone a little too far. I wouldn't be opposed to adding another board meeting just so that we can spread some of this out and give it a little more time.
This is Carl. I would echo those same statements. This is a big meeting, and I think it's an appropriate time to look at and consider all of the timetables and all the factors of all the different species. You know, we've got ducks here. We've got a lot of big game. We've got CWMUs, you know, LOAs, and yeah, Director, I think it's time that we look at that, potentially add another meeting, and kind of even them out.
Yeah, I also support that. It's overwhelming, this particular one for me.
Mike, this is Donnie. I feel the same way. We might could break that out where we could do our deer in one meeting and elk in the other, but whatever works out best. We need to do the best job we can, and sometimes we get overwhelmed. Thank you.
Brett, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been put forward. That this is a lot for me to understand all this.
I'm going to include the rack chairs on this. Any comment from the rack chairs?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you asking this. This is, I agree with what's been said. Let me just make an additional comment that I've had a concern with for a little while, the last couple meetings on this particular meeting. The November-December meeting is the rules and regulations. And what happens, that meeting gets so big that we end up just talking about the items that the divisions brought forward. Well, the RAC process is for public input. And with as much as we have to go over, we really don't have time to explore anything the public's bringing forward, additional ideas and concerns. And I feel like we're severely limiting the opportunity for the public input with such a large meeting. And that's a real concern for me. That is the process.
I also, this is Justin Northern Rec. I also agree with that. And for instance, the meeting that I recall was when Lindy Varney did such a good job with point creep and all the suggestions we made of turning tags back, and that was just an exceptional presentation she put together. And it started like at 11 o'clock at the Northern Rack, and so many people had left because they weren't there for it. And I just think doing this would really, really help.
I would agree with the sentiment of the group. And also I've noted next week's rack is pretty light agenda. There's probably a little bit of slack there also.
So I also agree with what's been said. In fact, we had our RAC meeting 2 nights ago. It went 40 minutes, and we even made a motion to ask the board to ask the division to look at leveling the agendas on these meetings.
Thanks, Brock.
I would agree also. I actually had some fairly negative feedback from our last meeting that I was pushing through the agenda. And it's difficult as a chairman or chairwoman because that is part of your job to kind of keep the meeting going. So, I think if we lighten the agenda load, then we don't have to have that monkey on our back. So I appreciate Mike for making this recommendation.
Thanks, Tricia. Mike, you want to go ahead with the rest of your presentation?
Yeah, so it sounds like we have consensus. We'll do our best. We had this discussion with our leadership team yesterday, so we're poised to move forward and see what adjustments we can make, and we'll get started on that. I do want to say thanks to the chairs. Was able to watch several of the meetings. I think our chairs did an amazing job of wrangling these issues and doing the best they could over this process. I know it was a difficult job, but I thought the chairs did really well in managing the meetings. So just wanted to get that out there. So let's jump into some updates. Licensing, early spring turkey application period is open now, closes December 28th. So if you want to get in and hunt turkeys in the spring and the early hunt in April, get your application in. In habitat, we are rehabbing over 50 fires to the tune of 100 to 120,000 acres this year. This was the second worst fire season we've had since the Milford Flat Fire. So, but we're poised to do good work and get those lands back in production quickly. So, from wildlife, the swan hunt was closed 16 days early because we again met the 20 bird maximum on trumpeter swan harvest. So it had to be closed down per the rule. Blair could probably speak about that when he does his presentation as well. 12,000 pheasants have been released so far this year on WMAs around the state. And some good news, as you recall our discussion with regard to sensitive species and our concern for some of these critters that may get in the way of and may get listed and cause hardship for the state. 3 spring snails that reside in Utah were found to be not warranted for listing by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I want to thank the Fish and Wildlife Service and partners and our non-game folks at the division who worked tirelessly to get that not warranted listing. So that's good news. Law enforcement, we have 5 vacancies currently. This is due to retirements. Primarily Doug Messerly, Hal Stout, Troy Hammond, Ray Loken have all announced their intention to retire at the end of the year. The prosecutions are now commencing on a lot of cases that were generated this fall. Like we had an uptick in poaching cases. We appreciate the public's help on these. That we would not have had as good a cases without the public's help bringing information forward. On a sad note, many of you may have already heard, Jim Karpowitz passed away about a week ago. He's my predecessor. Jim was 68. My condolences to the family. Jim was a great guy. Enjoyed working with Jim, and sure sorry to see him go. It's a sad deal. The last thing I'm going to talk about is my impending retirement. My last day of work will be December 31st, and I will be officially retired January 1st, 2021. It's been a great ride. It's been a pleasure working with all of you. I'm torn. It was a difficult decision, but my family needs me to do some other things and be more engaged with the family, and it's time. And I've had a great ride, and I've just really appreciated. I'm going to take this opportunity to tell my staff who's on and the staff who are out there listening, Wildlife Resources is in good hands when I leave. We have great people. I think we have the best people now than we've ever had, and that says a lot. They're doing great things, even under these extraordinary circumstances. They continue to get good work done, and I just truly appreciate them. And it makes it easier for me to step away, knowing that we have so many good people on the ground doing great things, and they make me look good. They've made me look good my whole career. So I do want to tee the board up. Brian Steed wanted to get on the call, but he's on a call with the governor right now, governor-elect. He's going to try to get on when he can. He wants to just say a few words and make a couple announcements so we can proceed with the agenda. But if he gets on, I'd like to be able to break away and let Brian have some time, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
And that is the end of my report for my last board meeting.
Well, Mike, thank you very much. We wish you the best and your new endeavors and stuff like that. We're going to miss you, but like you say, you left a legacy behind of great people within the division. So with what we just said about cutting down the length of our RAC meetings, is that something we need to make a motion on, board members, and put a date to that as to when we have that breakdown as to where we can go to stay with our 7 meetings, go to 8, or how we can move those different topics at different times so we have, shorter and better RAC and board meetings. Just any comments on that from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I think because we have our timeline is so sensitive, I think Stacy and a few are going to have to roll into that and bring something back to us. I'm not sure we're going to come up with a motion that makes sense other than just give them some guardrails and say we're willing to have a few more meetings.
No, I'm just asking for a timeline when they can bring that back to us, Wade, is what I meant.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I know they can't do it today, but I just asking, they need time to do it, and what kind of timeline do they need to put that together and come back to the, to the board?
So Byron, this is Mike. I don't want to speak for my for the director that's going to follow behind me, but I can tell you the leadership team took this discussion very seriously. We're already looking at it, but I would defer to the new director, whoever that may be, to figure out when we come back with that. I don't want to speak for them at this point, but I can tell you that the leadership team is teed up and already looking at it.
Okay, so I think, hearing nothing, I think we're probably in good hands. Just wait for the leadership team to put that together and come back to us. Is there any, when will we know on the new director, Mike?
I don't know. Brian said he wanted to get on and talk. I don't know what he wants to talk about. Maybe today, maybe not. I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to him.
Okay, we're all going to be on pins and needles waiting to find out who that's going to be. So
yeah, I'm hoping he can jump on. It may be 10 o'clock before he can get on, but I certainly would like to give him some time.
That would be great. Any other questions for the director? Thanks again, Mike, for all you do and all you've done. And we'll go to our next agenda item, which is the waterfowl recommendations and R657-9 rule amendments. Director, do you want to summarize the public comments received on this issue?
Absolutely. If I can, I have to toggle back and forth, so it takes me a little time. So we're talking waterfowl, right?
Yes, waterfowl.
Right. Okay. So there were lots of comments. Most of the folks were neutral on their comments. 67.92% were neutral. 19.81 supported the recommendations. 12.26 were opposed. Most of those opposed comments, as you have all had a chance to review, and there were copious comments this time. Trust me. So it's hard to summarize, but I think you could say that most of the opposition was to the permanent blind issue on the Willard Spur. But we'll let Blair jump in and do his presentation, but that's the summary of the public comments.
Thank you.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, do you want me to give you just some quick background information on this? Maybe that'll help kind of tee this up for you. Would that be helpful?
Yes, go ahead, Blair.
Okay, yeah, so basically where this is coming from is a management plan committee that we put together about 1.5 years ago to basically build a new management plan for the Willard Spur WMA. And one of the issues we had to tackle was the permanent blind issue. And it's not that we were putting blinds there, it's that there's about 20 that have existed out there for decades now. And so we had to have this committee look at that and figure out how to essentially have this WMA, and if we wanted to keep those or take those out. The committee voted to keep those, and so we had to come up basically with a way to mitigate liability with those blinds being out there, and kind of fit it into our system, because it's not something we do on any of our other waterfowl management areas. And so we talked to Forestry, Fire, and State Land, who we jointly manage the property with. They were interested in coming up with a permit process to keep those blinds out there. And so that was the direction we decided to go. That would help to mitigate any liability if those blinds, someone hit those or an accident occurred out there. It also would allow us to know where the blinds are at, and require those people to mark those so people can safely navigate in that area without hitting them. And so based on the comments we received, we did have a word in there, basically new, to accommodate any new blinds as well would require a permit. I think that's where most of the comments from people that we heard, they didn't want to see any new blinds out there. The existing blinds was okay, but any new blinds is not what people want to see. So.
Thanks, Blair. Any questions for Blair?
Blair, this is Carl. Who would be the permittee on these blinds? I mean, is it an individual? Is it?
Yeah, so we would require any individual that had a blind out there to basically come into us and get a permit for it. A lot of them fall under a duck club that operates out there. And so the duck club is probably responsible for the majority of them. And so they would be required to come in and get a permit from us. If there wasn't a permit for a blind, then we would just start removing those.
So if we have an individual that's a permittee, can they, if they show up and somebody's there and they're blind, are they going to ask them to leave? Can they ask them to leave, or are they public blinds?
So these would be public blinds. And so it would be on a first come, first served basis. So whoever showed up at that blind first, it would be theirs to hunt out of for the day.
But somebody would be personally responsible for maintaining it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Blair, I thought there would be no more maintenance on those blinds, if going forward, that they'd just be left as is. And
yeah, so that was one of the recommendations that came out of the northern region RAC, was to not require any or allow any maintenance or anything else. Basically, just let those deteriorate to the point where they wouldn't be usable anymore.
And then the question of liability, if somebody goes out there and runs into one of those existing blinds, you say that we're covered, the liability wise, or you have a legal opinion on that? Or
yeah, it's probably, Greg, are you on? That might be best for you to answer that one.
Yeah, Greg Hansen with the Utah Attorney General's office. We've been coordinating with Fire, Forestry, and State Lands, who's actually the landowner of a good portion of this Willard Spur. We're joint managers under an agency MOU, but they are technically the landowner. And so this permit that we've been discussing would likely be a forestry permit that the division and forestry coordinates on as far as what the specific terms of the permit is. And one of those conditions is likely going to be some type of insurance coverage, maybe an indemnity, things like that help protect both agencies when we permit these blinds. I will be frank with you, they're a little bit concerned on this maintenance concept, just because they don't want to see a blind deteriorate into a situation when it is increasing hazards out there. But I think a lot of those details will be worked out during the permitting process. And, if we can't come to a reasonable agreement on whether a permit can be issued or not, maybe the permit gets denied and the blind gets removed. But a lot of those details we're planning to work out during the permitting process, and less focus as far as putting those provisions in our rules specifically. As far as outright liability, and one of these question like this came up in one of the RACs as well. And as an attorney, you never say never, because those situations are hard to predict. But we do try and put in those types of protections, signage, notification, insurance requirements, indemnity, things of that nature that help protect the state as best we can. But I would never say never.
Thank you.
Hey,
Any
Blair,
other questions?
yeah, this is Chairman. This is Randy Dirth. Blair, is there I can't recall in the proposal, but is there a date to have them permitted by?
We don't have a date in there specifically in the rule language that we provided, but it's something we would probably try to act on immediately and get those permitted as soon as possible.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the rack chairs? We'll start with the rack motion summaries from the rack chairs. We'll start with Justin Oliver.
As Blair mentioned, in our rack, the following motion was made. He said, I move to strike line 1 as written, allow existing identified permanent blinds, but prohibit the construction of new blinds and prohibit any maintenance, replacement, or reconstruction of existing blinds. All existing blinds, when they are no longer usable, will be retired or removed. And that passed unanimously. And just as what Greg said, I think maybe that line where it says when they are no longer usable, that might be how to determine, if it's no longer usable, then that's when we say that one's done before there was ever a hazard. So that passed unanimously, and then we had another motion to accept the remainder as presented, and that also passed unanimously.
Thanks, Justin. Brock?
Yeah, the Central Region had a motion to strike 657-9-34 3A and do not allow the placement of any new blinds on the Willard Spur. That motion passed unanimously. We had a motion to strike R657-9-30D to not create a retrieval zone around the Farmington Bay WMA rest area. There was concern that people would go in there and flush ducks up without dogs till they could hunt them outside of it. That passed 7-2. And then there was a motion to accept the remainder of the division's recommendations, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Braden?
Yeah, the Southern Region made a motion to strike 657-9-34 3A and not allow the placement of new blinds, and pass the remainder as presented. And that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Trish?
We had a motion to, this is in the Southeastern Region, to allow existing blinds, but disallow the construction of any new blinds, and that passed 11-1. And then we accepted the remainder of the recommendations presented unanimously. And Blair, I wanted to make a comment that you have quite a nice beard going.
Okay, Brett?
Yes, the Northeast Region also had a motion to allow the existing identified permanent blinds but prohibit the construction of new blinds. And that passed unanimously, and then the remainder of the recommendation was passed unanimously also.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to the board for discussion or any clarification on what we've talked about so far. So I just open that up to the board or any additional information that you might request from the DWR. So anybody got any questions, discussion?
This is Carl. I guess I have some concern about even the existing blinds. We've all drawn antelope tags or had elk tags, and there's kind of squatter rights. If you weren't there 10, 15, 20 years ago, then you don't get to build a blind, and somebody comes and tries to inhibit that or run that off. So I have some problem with even the existing blinds, but all of the shareholders that care about this have contacted us and they're okay with it. So I obviously don't want new blinds, but I hope we're not creating a problem with the existing blinds.
Thanks, Carl. Anybody else?
Yeah, this is Randy Dirth. My sentiments are real right in line with Carl's. I have a concern about, I'm not in favor of any new blinds at all. The existing blinds, yeah, they do pose a safety hazard. But I guess eventually I would like to see them go away. So I like, I think it was the Central made a motion to not do any more maintenance on them, which I guess I hate to see that too, because we don't want, I don't want a big piles of junk out there. But I guess what I'd like to see is maybe we allow them for a certain number of years, a certain time frame, and then at that time, whoever the permittee has to remove it. I guess that's kind of what I'm thinking. We allow them for a little bit longer, but then they need to go away. We wouldn't allow it on any other public property.
No. Thanks, Randy. I personally would just like to see them go away, the existing blinds, and eliminate all those problems and stuff like that with any future liabilities or anything else. And then we're not going to have people running out there, claiming, squatters' rights on I can just see that getting into a bad situation. But anybody else have any comments along that line? All the racks were in favor of not allowing any new blinds. And then if there's no more questions or discussion, I'll go ahead and call for a.
Well, I guess I got one more thing. The retrieval zone, I have concerns about the retrieval zone too. I hate to see so many regulations out there that are hard to abide by and understand, and different rules. To have a boundary inside a boundary, to me is kind of a bad deal. I mean, there's an outside boundary there that says don't cross this line. It's going to be marked, well marked. Then we have another inner boundary that says if a bird falls in here, we could go get it. And I hate to see any wildlife not being retrieved, but I hate to see it. A boundary inside a boundary to me is not a good idea. It's just going to cause additional headaches and problems. I think to go inside there without a gun, you've already got one in your boat. I could see problems. So I'm not in favor of that either. I'd like to open that up for discussion, see if anybody else feels different.
Well, this, Carl, I do have a question. Now, was the retrieval zone going to be inside of the resting zone, or were we expanding it out another 100 yards?
It would be expanding it out another 100 yards from where the current boundary has been for the rest area.
But basically what it is you're getting people 100 yards further from the rest area to that would be the no firearm retrieval zone.
Yep.
Thank you.
We basically have 3 items on this particular issue. The first one was the blinds. We just talked about the created retrieval zone around the Farmington Bay WMA rest area, and the other item was add the Willard Spur WMA to the non-toxic shot list.
This, Carl, I'll try a motion on the blinds. I'll make the motion that we deny any new blinds, that we allow the 20 existing blinds to remain for 10 years under a permittee process that designates boldly they are first come, first served, and at the end of 10 years, they are dismantled and removed.
This is Randy. I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman? Motion passes unanimous. We have 2 more items on there to discuss. One is the non-toxic shot, and the other one's the retrieval zone. Does anybody want to make a motion on either one of those or lump them together?
Yeah, Byron, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the rest of the plan as presented.
Thanks, Donnie.
This Carl, I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Call for the vote. Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Passes unanimous. Thanks, Blair. Appreciate it very much. This brings us to item number 6, 2021 big game seasons, key dates, hunt changes, and rule amendments. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to try and follow the memorandum that Covy put out and went around to all the racks. And make sure we don't miss anything, because there's a lot of items that were covered in this item. And then, Director, do you want to summarize the public comments we received for this agenda item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thanks. There were hundreds and hundreds of comments on this item, as you all are aware. Not only did they come in on our site, but you all received many, many comments individually too. 68.87% were opposed to the proposals for a myriad of reasons. 15.09 were in support, and 16.04 were neutral. Y'all, I think, have had a chance to review those comments and any of the comments that you've gotten before. There's certainly a host of them. I think Covy's memorandum will help frame those discussions and ideas and motions that came up. So I'll leave it at that, not try to summarize that any deeper, but I hope you all had a chance to review those hundreds and hundreds of comments.
We did, and they were very interesting. We found out that Covy does have a friend out there. Somebody wanted to buy him a new green chair and get him off that green chair. So things are looking up for Covy. Any questions from the board members?
I don't have any questions right now. I just want to let the folks out there that are watching or will watch this, that we really appreciate all the public input and comments on this. There's a lot of passionate people out there, and your comments made a difference to my thinking. I want you to know that. So I appreciate that very much, and all the comments you had out there. This public process is working, and I do appreciate it.
Thanks, Randy. That's a very important point that you made, because there was a lot of public comment that from all over the state. So this is a lot of passionate people out there, and we appreciate all those comments from everybody. So any questions, board members?
Should we just start off with season dates, which I think is the first thing on his memorandum?
Yeah, big game season dates, and he provided the tables attached on that. Do you want to go ahead and start off with that, Randy?
Yeah, I've got a couple that I'd like to discuss. The first one is it's kind of a slam dunk, I think, but I've got some input from a couple of the premier sheep guides in the state that we need to help in one particular area, and it's a Pine Valley. It's a Pine Valley Virgin River and a Pine Valley Beaver Dam area. Our opening date of the sheep hunt is overlaps the ending of the general season deer, and that hunt is over two months long. And if we just move the sheep hunt back 1 week, just move it back 7 days, cut 7 days off the hunt, it would get it out of that overlap and eliminate any of that conflict going on. And right now, I think that this, the season dates is October 30th to December 26th. And so you got a full 2 months to hunt almost on that. And by moving it back 7 days, it'll help that once in a lifetime license holder have a better hunt. And I would like to see that happen. So I don't know if anybody is opposed to that, but the general season deer on the end of October there. So first of all, I'd like to ask Covy, is there any issues whatsoever if we do that?
No, I've spoken with the region. That really is a completely social decision, and it's a long liberal season. If there's a sentiment that folks would like to see that move back a week, it overlaps the last 2 days of the general season rifle hunt. And if they would not like to have that, there's completely social, and that's fine.
Byron, this is Braden. Could I ask a question on this?
Go ahead, Braden.
This is catching me a little by surprise, and it is in my region, and I didn't hear anything on this. But what I believe I heard is the sheep hunters want to reduce conflict by not being able to hunt the first week. Couldn't they just reduce conflict by opting to not hunt the first week? We're talking about a couple times. This is really strange to me. I don't understand why someone needs to be told they can't hunt to reduce conflict instead of just not hunting to reduce conflict. If I had that tag, I'd rather have all the options available. And in fact, I'd look at deer hunters as a resource. They may be able to tell me where a sheep was. This is a very strange request to me.
I think I have to answer that for you. The sheep hunters, if they've been out there and they found their sheep and they're looking for that sheep and they've scouted it for a month and they found the one that they want to get, to wait and let somebody else have a chance at it the first week is not typically what they'll want to do. They'll want to be the first one out there to try to find him and harvest him. And secondly, to have deer hunters all over the mountain moving them around when they're out there and spotting them is kind of the issue there, Braden. So that's why the sheep hunters that I've talked to and the guys I've talked to would rather cut the first week off so that they do get out there the very first beginning of the season. They get to hunt the first part of the season, but not have the overlap in it.
Yeah, I guess that just doesn't make sense to me. But I guess I would defer to Donnie. He's also in the Southern Unit, and Donnie's very in tune with the sheep. So I'll probably step back and defer to Donnie, but that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, Braden, I might make some comments there. I think the thing that we need to do is let the deer hunters have their deer hunt, and when it ends, then a week later we can start our sheep hunt. So we don't. The sheep hunters has got a lot of days there, and sheep hunting is something that you can't have a lot of people around to do it like it needs to be done. So I would go along with moving it a week later.
Any other comments? Randy, you want to kind of summarize that, what your motion?
I'd like to make the motion that we reduce the 7 days off the beginning of the hunt to eliminate the conflict with the general season hunters. Basically, just move the beginning back 7 days.
Okay, on the unit.
Will you state the unit again?
At Pine Valley Virgin River and Pine Valley Beaver Dam.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm talking more than I should, but again, this just hadn't come up in our rack, and I want to make sure I understand. So what you're suggesting is keeping the same amount of total days, or are you talking about getting rid of the first 7 days? If we're keeping the amount of total days and just pushing it back 7 days, I can get on board. But I don't understand why we'd want to cut 7 days.
That's what Randy said, Braden.
Okay, good. That's not what I heard initially, so that
what I'm asking is cutting 7 days. Cut 7 days off this 2 month.
See, cutting 7 days just doesn't make sense to me. If we moved it back 7 days, that makes sense. But why in the world would we cut 7 days?
Well, because most sheep hunts are less than a month, and this one's 2 months. That's why these premier outfitters and I won't tell you their names, but their initials are Randy Johnson and guys like Jesse Shipp. Those guys that know this stuff and eat this stuff and they live this stuff. They know this stuff and they've asked me to look into this. I've talked to quite a few sheep hunters. I talked to one that actually harvested one this year and in the beaver dam and he would prefer to get it out of that hunt too. So that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay, we have a motion we have a second for the motion?
I'll make a second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? Can you restate that again, Randy?
Reduce the season on the Pine Valley Virgin River and Pine Valley Beaver Dam by 7 days, taking off the first 7 days of the hunt season. So instead of starting October 31st, it would start in November, 7 days after October 30th.
Stacy, you get that?
Are we able to have this is Justin from the Northern RAC, just before a vote, hopefully as a RAC member, I could put some input. I would ask that the board consider that this is something that has not gone through public process. It wasn't brought up to the public to do anything. And so I don't know that I have an issue with that it was just something that's brought up by a few guys. And I respect both the mentioned guys that you said, but it hasn't gone through public process. And so I'd ask you to consider that when voting.
There any more discussion from the RAC or the board?
I agree. I think season dates should go through a public process.
They are. This is the public process. They've gone through the public process.
It was never heard in the Southern RAC.
Or the Central.
I understand that.
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade.
Yes, sir.
I respect what the RAC chairs are saying because this is the process. You know, everyone needs to weigh in on this. Having said that, we're in a weird place right now. It is very difficult to work this through as a member of the public. Obviously, everyone's hearing the division's proposals and they have a chance to respond to the division's proposals. But if a random public wants to walk in and propose something, it is far more difficult than it used to be in the past. And so while I understand their concern, they're 100% valid. I do think it is a little bit cumbersome right now. And given that, I could probably live with, seeing this motion through.
Thanks, Wade. Any other comments?
This is Carl. This is going to be an interesting topic because I've kind of stood by, let's run it through the racks, and this hasn't been there. And it's one of these times where I don't remember anybody asking for less. And so, yeah, I don't know where I'm going to come down on this one.
Byron, this is Donnie again. this probably needs to run through the rack process. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. Those guys put out a lot of effort and a lot of time. And I guess this is one of those things that we don't want to overstep our bounds. That's my feeling there.
Well, thanks, Donnie. We've heard from 3 of our rack chairs. Would the other 2 like to comment?
I think, if you start doing things like this, you're going to set a precedent that is, you don't want to set that precedent, but you can bypass the system and go right to the wildlife board.
This is Brett. I would probably share that sentiment, and I will throw out that the archery deer season is coming up later in this agenda, and it was following this. It happened the same way without being part of the proposal.
Thanks, Brett. We have a motion and a second.
Can we talk about this just a little bit more, Byron? I guess I'm kind of confused. Can we only discuss things that were brought up at the racks? We can't discuss any input we got from outside the racks, from the public comments we received otherwise? I mean, is that, to me, that seems like we're not doing right. Now, I understand that this is actually not very many people are going to be against this. I don't believe, to be honest with you, but I understand it's actually a precedence we're mainly talking about more than anything. Is that, I kind of think that's kind of what we're talking about. And I think that's why, and I understand why Braden and Justin and others, kind of feel like, we should have talked about this. But just because the division didn't say, let's do this, and they didn't talk about it in their rack, that means they didn't have any public input? I don't think so. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
May I make a comment? That my thoughts would be that they had the opportunity. Now it's being brought up in the wildlife board, so they are obviously their comments were heard and they're being recognized. And so now with this, we look at in the following proposal, and this may not happen this year, but next year they look at doing that. And so then it's been now a proposal could be made, and a date change proposal would be made, and then it would go through the public process. Would be my thoughts.
Okay. Randy, on your motion, we're actually just moving the front end back 7 days on the back end. So number of days would be the same?
No, we'll be cutting 7 days.
Cut 7 days off.
Cut 7 days
Start
off.
a week later and end at the original timeline.
Yes.
Okay. So we're actually in the season.
I just want to clarify, that is my concern, is there was some misunderstanding that we were moving the dates, as you stated twice, but the proposal was to simply cut 7 days off the front. I don't know how cutting 7 days off the front makes it a better hunt. Now, if we moved it, I probably wouldn't be as nervous about it not going through the process. So I think there's some real merit there, and I think it can come on next year. But cutting 7 days, I don't see how that benefits anyone.
Any more discussion on this item? If not, I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
This might seem really weird. I give a second, but I also want to say that I heard the rack chairs loud and clear, and I've always been one that say I really support the public process, and I would support that after hearing the comments that it goes back. The proposal of cutting the 7 days would go back through the rack process. So I'm going to say no.
All right, Kevin, you're a no. Randy Dearth, yes?
Yes.
Donnie?
No.
Carl?
No.
Wade Heaton?
I know we shouldn't have to explain our votes, but I want to follow Kevin just a little bit. I agree 100% with what Kevin's saying. I feel where the rack chairs are coming from. And under normal circumstances, I'm 100% on board with that. And I'd say, let's circle this back. But in this weird virtual meeting world, COVID world we're in right now, I don't know that we suspend the rules or the right thing to do, but I just think we're asking something that's so difficult right now that I'm going to vote yes for this.
Thanks, Wade. Brett Selman.
No.
The motion fails. Okay, let's go on to our next item. We're still in.
Yes,
James.
Season dates.
Yes.
I've got one more that in two of the racks, there was motions brought up to eliminate the spike hunt in the book cliffs. And so I'd like to talk about that just a little bit. One of the motions failed. One of the motions was passed. The one that was passed was in the region that in the northeast region. There's a great deal of concern with our wildlife out there, not just the elk, but the deer and other animals too. We've got a lot of mouse on the landscape. I spent quite a bit of time talking with Covy and others about, what can we do there? Is that spike hunt really affecting things? The answer, is the biological answer, and I'll let Covy answer that here in a second, but is basically no, there's biologically, the spike hunt isn't hurting anything. But for the last 5 years, there's been motions brought up in the northeastern racks to try to eliminate the spike hunt because our elk herd the quality of the elk herd and the health of the elk herd has gone way down. And 2 years ago, we only had a 50% pregnancy rate of the cows. Last year, it jumped up to 86. So, we all know if we don't have enough of the males on the landscape, the females aren't going to have babies. That's probably not the case, but it could have been. Who knows? I don't know. But I know I feel that we need to do something there. There's a lot of public input that we received on this too. And so I'd like to talk about not eliminating that because we do have a lot of hunters that enjoy that hunt, but basically reducing the season down from a 12-day season to a 5-day season. So I'd like to throw that out there.
On the book cliffs?
Yes, on the book cliffs, Bitter Creek.
So, Randy, is that something you'd like me to speak to as well, a little bit? Or?
Yeah. Yes, please do, Covy.
I thank you. I appreciate that. So I think what I'm going to do, because I feel like a little bit of a broken record on this topic, maybe I'm going to ask Kent to talk about a little bit of the research study and what the spike harvest does. And Kent's been highly involved with that study and why biologically the division's been pushing back on especially eliminating, but what some of that could be, altering dates. And I do want to acknowledge that I think the common theme here on the book cliffs between the public, the division, the board, the rack is that we all want to see that herd do well. It's sometimes where we get into the differences is understanding, population biology and when managing large ungulates, what do well means and what some actions will have on a herd. So with that, I guess I'd ask if the board's okay with it to turn a little bit of time over to Kent and discuss this a little bit further, and then bring it back for any more questions.
Thanks, Covy. So we've been studying the book cliffs now for the past 2 years. We captured elk in February of 2019 as well as February of 2020. The first year was really eye-opening for us. We had only a 53% pregnancy rate, which is one of the lowest rates ever recorded. So clearly that was during the height of the drought there, but it indicated obviously a lot of nutritional stress there. Those cows were not in good enough shape to get pregnant. The other thing that really stood out was it's a very old age structure. We've caught elk for the past 5-10 years across the whole state. Most of it is very young cows. We hunt them pretty hard to keep them at objective, and so that does kind of create a young structure there. But the Book Cliffs was very old. A lot of cows in the teens, upper teens, even the 20s, which is not typical of what we see in Utah. And because of that age structure so old, to Randy's question about whether there's enough bulls to breed the cows, we have the same hunting structure in place across most of these units across the state, and we don't see this issue anywhere else. And the age structure indicates that this is something that's occurred likely pre-spike hunt. We haven't had the spike out there that terribly long, but this is an issue that has been around quite some time in order to skew this age structure this much. So we don't think that's going on, but it does give more evidence to that this population is very nutritionally stressed. And because of that, probably one of the worst things you could do is actually stack bulls on top of cows when you don't have enough nutrition to go around. It's going to make production go down that much less. We have these recruitment issues with the low pregnancy rates. And so we want to do what we can to try and actually reduce that competition, make this herd more productive. And yeah, it just, I'll happy to answer any other questions if I didn't address it directly with that, but it's just, it's an interesting situation in Utah with this herd. We don't see it anywhere else in Utah, only on the Book Cliffs. So it's something we're still learning about, and it'll be interesting to see. We'll catch elk again this year and see what the current drought that we're in may have done to that population, and see if those pregnancy rates drop back down. I hope not, but we'll find out soon.
Thank you. I'd like to take a minute. Director Steed is online with us now. So I'd like to give the time to Director Steed. Thank you for coming to our board meeting this morning.
Well, I'm happy to be here, and I'm sorry for interjecting myself. This has been a really interesting conversation, and it's fun to watch the board at work, and I kind of want to see how this one plays out. So I may stay on afterwards, but I may turn off my camera so you don't see me on the phone or whatever else. Hey, I just wanted to take a minute and acknowledge the work of Mike Fowlks. This may be his last official meeting when he's sitting in the chair that he is as director of the division. I have worked with Mike for the last 18 months when I've been in this job. He's become a dear friend, and I truly appreciate all the solid work he's done on behalf of the state. I know the board feels the same way as I do, and I would propose that we bring him back to the next board meeting and maybe formally recognize him in a more maybe a more legitimate fashion than me just popping in. But I just wanted to say to you all how happy I am that Mike has been serving with us, how sad I am that Mike is leaving us, but how happy I am that he's able to go out and do new things. And he's got, I think you should all be looking over your shoulders because he'll be out hunting everything, I think. So just be careful out there. I also wanted to just note what's going to happen in the meantime. The division director position is one that's appointed by the governor. The governor elect has not made any decisions on this regard. And so it's put us in a position to where we're going to have an interim director for a little bit. That decision has been mine, and I'm going with someone that I think that you're familiar with, but I have selected Rory Reynolds to serve as interim director. Rory is currently my deputy director here at the department. I'm also sad to see him go, but Rory is well versed in DWR. He started working there in 1990. I think he's had almost every job in the division, starting at habitat manager in the northern region. He's worked as a habitat section chief. He's worked as a southern region supervisor, the habitat initiative coordinator, as well as the director of the Utah Watershed Restoration Initiative. For the last 18 months or so, he's been serving as the deputy director of the Department of Natural Resources, and he just has a tremendous passion and skill set, and I think he'll do good work. I know that Mike's leaving big shoes to fill, but I feel confident in Rory's ability to keep the ship steady while we're searching for a permanent replacement for Mike. And so I just wanted y'all to be aware of that, to welcome Rory to his new job that he'll be starting in January. And please don't take the time, or don't forget to take the time to thank Director Fowlks for the great work he's done on behalf of wildlife in the state of Utah.
Thank you. Sim, you wanted to make a motion on that, come back to our next board meeting to celebrate Mike. And
I can't make the motion. That's in the discretion of the board. And so I can do a lot of things, but that's one thing I can't do. So I'm waiting for this.
Well, maybe somebody from the board could do that.
Also make the motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second.
Well, let's talk about it.
Discussion on the motion. We want to welcome Rory into. He's been around. I know Rory's a great guy, and in the interim, we'll look forward to working with Rory. So, and Mike, we're always going to miss him, but so anytime we can bring him back, we definitely want to do that. So, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? I'll just call for a vote then. Kevin Albrecht.
I think it's a slam dunk. Yes.
Randy Dirth.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Thanks, Mike. Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Absolutely. Yes.
That's unanimous. Thanks, Director Steed.
No, thank you all. And can I say one more thing before you get back to the important work? Just want to thank you all for your willingness to be participating in these processes. Listen, you guys, there's a lot of stress that's affiliated with these roles, and you're so well compensated for it. So I just wanted to say on behalf of the state, we really appreciate what you guys do and your dedication to these processes. And again, I just wanted to formally acknowledge Director Fowlks and all the great work he's done. So thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. And everybody that's on this board is very dedicated to wildlife in the state of Utah, and they work overtime all the time just to make sure that we got the best wildlife in the country. So kudos to everybody, not only just the board, but all the people within the DWR. And thank you again for attending our meeting. With that, we'll go back to where were we?
We're talking about the
Got a motion from Randy on spikes.
Yeah, I guess I got one more question for Covy. Covy, I know last year we increased the harvest of our cows in the Book Cliffs to try to get some better tooth data. Do we have any of that as yet?
No, Randy, we won't get that until January, but I can't wait to come back and report to the board on that to see what that age structure of harvest looks like. That should provide us with some really key data about continuing to manage this population better. The age structure data is going to be critical to fixing or making the Book Cliffs better.
Okay.
This is Brett. Can I add a little bit here, Director? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just a little background. You're going to be tired of hearing me by the end of the day if you're not already. This Book Cliffs proposal to eliminate the spike was kind of a later motion after we discussed all the other elk issues that has got everybody out in the basin upset, as you saw by the comments. And I've been quite critical of all these changes all at once, but what set this off was a very innocent attempt to standardize the age class of the Little Creek and the Bitter Creek units. And talking to Clint, the biologist, it's just an attempt to have the same age class in the two units. But with all the other anthro proposal and all the general bull proposals, it was perceived that as an admission that the Book Cliffs is going downhill. And this motion to eliminate the spike hunt has been made for about 5 years, and it never has had much traction, but this year it did. And so that's kind of the background there. It's more in the big picture of the feeling that the elk in the Uinta Basin are not doing well. Is that accurate statement, Randy?
I think that's accurate.
Thank you.
So I guess I'd like to make a motion if it's time.
I think Covy wanted to make another comment.
And I was just going to say, I think that the fact that we're investing, we don't do these type of studies everywhere in the state. The fact that we're investing this type of resources into a study to look at both production, survival, and survival of neonates means that we agree. I mean, that's the place we're on the same page. We formed a working group and are starting to work through the issues. What we don't agree on is that, when you talk of quality or herd health, we're most concerned about where we're headed into the future, right? And as Kent mentioned, for herd health, if you have a struggling population, and any rancher or anybody from an agricultural background would agree with this, that stacking a lot of male animals on top of your herd would cause you not only not be neutral, but could cause you more harm. And that's the concern from the division.
Covy, this is Carl. While you're on there, what are your thoughts on if we did cut down the dates? I mean, on the deer hunt, I'm guessing most of the animals are killed those first few days anyway. If we did cut down those dates, are we just packing people in, causing more of a crowding? We'd still kill some spikes. What are your thoughts on shortening the season?
I from past experiences with this, what we've done when we shorten season dates is we've condensed harvest. That said, like, I hate to say it's the same everywhere, it'll be the same every time, but from past experiences, it usually doesn't alter a lot the amount of harvest. Obviously, there's some that will wait and not hunt till later, and that would push those forward. But there's also, when you limit time, you limit some harvest. But a high percentage of the harvest usually happens within a few days of the first of a hunt.
Thank you.
I would add a little bit to that. I think this is a little bit different situation than some of the data we have, in that usually you have a permit for one unit, and that's the unit you get a hunt. So if you only have 5 days, you're going to go hit that unit hard. With this spike tag, you can go to any of those units within the state. So if you're only limited to 5, maybe that family chooses not to go to the Book Cliffs this year. They're going to focus on a different unit. So I think that's a little bit different. And I am one that has been very protective of the spike hunt. I think it's one of our last family hunts. I took a lot of heat when we voted to make the Monroe rifle hunt available again. But I stand by that. I feel that that we need to give families opportunity. But like Randy said, 5 years in a row, we've had this motion come before us to eliminate the spike hunt on the Book Cliffs. I think that eliminating or shortening this to 5 days lets the public know that we hear them. There will be some harvest. I think it will be reduced from what it's been in the last 5 years. But there will definitely be harvest. And so I am in support of it, listening to it today.
This is Brett. Can I clarify a couple issues?
Yes, sir.
The motion in the Northeast region was to suspend the hunt. And with these studies pending, it was not to eliminate the hunt. And this motion, just to clarify what you just said, Kevin, this motion has never been passed and sent to the Wildlife Board. It's to eliminate the spike hunt. This is the first year it has passed the RAC.
So we actually voted on that with Director Woodard. If Randy would have been the chairman at the time, but yeah, this did come to vote, and it was a big topic at the board.
Okay, thank you, but it was not recommended by the RAC at that time.
Maybe your RAC. It come from the Southeast RAC.
So I know we got to get on, and this, I don't think this is a major. This isn't as high a discussion item as the other. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we reduce the spike elk hunt in the Book Cliffs Bitter Creek unit down to a 5-day hunt.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Start with Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Patty Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. Anything else, Randy, on big game season dates?
That's all I had on the big game season dates.
That's all I have as well. I don't see any other motions.
Okay, we'll move into deer.
Hey,
Number one is the new hunt on the north slope early, any legal weapon hunt from October 13 to 17, 2021. Any discussion on that one?
I totally support that.
Yep. No discussion.
We'll move on to the next one, which is discontinued hunts, the Henry Mountains Management Buck Hunts and the North Slope Summit Limited Entry Hunt. I think we do them both at the same time.
I totally support them too.
Yep.
Chairman, this is Carl. As we go through this, I guess if any, what I would recommend is if any of the RAC chairs had any different motions through that, I didn't get to all the RACs, if they would speak up, is that okay?
Yes, sir. We'll go through a motion of summaries for the RACs, basically, just kind of before we vote. Just kind of, we're going against our, you need to delete, Carl, your mic.
Sorry. If they've got something with deer, I would say let's ask them to do that now, because we're going to be 40 minutes away when we get to a summary.
Okay, we'll go with the RACs. Justin Oliver.
I'm going through it, making sure, but concerning to deer, there was no motions made with any of the season dates with any of the deer that I recall. I'm trying to go through them quickly.
Well, we're talking about discontinuing the Henry Mountains Management Buck Hunt and North Slope Summit Limited Entry Hunt right now.
No.
There's none near Rock. I know.
Yep. No motions with that.
Brock.
All the deer recommendations were accepted as presented, Byron.
Thank you. That's probably pretty much the rest of the RACs, but we'll go Braden.
Yeah, we have no motions on this item.
Trish?
No. This is just deer season dates.
Yes.
No.
And Brett?
We also had no changes or no recommendations of changes on the deer.
Okay, we'll move into elk then.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, the division needs some clarification on Randy's motion. Dax, could you jump on and explain what part is unclear?
Yeah, this is Dax Mangus. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager, Northeastern Region. I just don't want to make any assumptions. It sounded like Randy's motion was for the Bitter Creek, but I'm assuming he meant all the Book Cliffs, because there are 3 subunits in the Book Cliffs, the Bitter Creek, the South, and the Little Creek or Roadless area. I just want to make sure we get that right. If his intention was just to shorten the any weapon spike hunt on the Bitter Creek, or if it was for all of the Book Cliff subunits.
I meant it for all the Book Cliff.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
Thanks, Dax.
Byron, I've got something maybe I need to talk about right now with pertaining to our deer and our season dates. It's something that went through our rack, but it's a hams hunt that's that we have, or we had down in the New Harmony area is the one that I want to talk about. When this went through our rack, they changed the dates back to run from the 1st of November to the, let's see.
Donnie, you're correct, and I'm sorry. I was trying to stay up with where we were, and I'm a little lost on how we're following this agenda, but I can read that motion. So there was a motion to move that we change the ham hunt season dates to November 1st through November 15th, and that failed for lack of a second.
Okay, and I talked to Teresa a little bit about this. What's happening there with that hunt originally that was set up to run from September 18th to November 30th. And what's happening there is we have a lot of deer that migrates down off of the mountain, and there was some deer there that we needed to take care of, but not the mature deer that's coming down to rut, and we're running that too long. So what I talked with Teresa about is maybe changing those dates where we wouldn't offend those migrating deer, and we could do that with September 18th to October 15th time frame. And then I might have, Teresa, Jason, are you guys there?
Donnie, this is Kevin. Just for clarification, I think this is extended archery, not hams. It's the extended archery hunt for the New Harmony area.
Okay, so it's an extended archery hunt. Sorry about that.
Can I actually clarify too? My comment was regarding the hams hunt, regarding elk. We did not have any motions regarding deer. We did not.
Okay. This is something that I've had a lot of sportsmen, complaining about. We need to do a job down there, but we don't need to have that season that long, so that we're removing some deer that migrate into there. We're trying to take care of the deer that live there all year.
Mr. Chairman, could I jump in here too? This is Wade.
Go ahead, Wade.
Donnie's exactly right. As we talked about this hunt and the purpose of it, that was the purpose, was to address some issues that we had in that local area with regard to resident deer and depredation and those kinds of things. So I support his idea of moving this, or just changing those dates so that it more accurately accomplishes the goal that we set out to.
Any other comments on this issue? Donnie, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that on the New Harmony extended archery hunt, that we change those dates to September 18th to October 15th.
I'll second that.
Have a motion, a second. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. Can we ask Teresa her input?
I was clarifying something with her just now, and she's having some technical difficulty. I'm not sure she's on. She was trying to go to the Southern Region office.
Kevin, this is Kevin Bunnelon. I can substitute for Teresa here. We've had this conversation with Jason. This is a new hunt. It's the first year we've done extended archery in the Southern Region. Jason is the biologist. All of the comments are correct, and I think a move to have those dates forward, following Donnie's motion, is what our preference would be after what we've learned from holding that hunt this year.
Thank you.
Can I just say one comment, Byron? Again, this didn't come up in the rack, but
yeah, go ahead, Braden.
Again, this was not a discussion that came up in the rack, which actually ties back to my original discussion. We just aren't having enough time in the racks to discuss all the public input we would like, but there has been public input received that would exactly what Donnie's saying. So the input I've received aligns with what Donnie's saying. It'd be nice if there was a way that we could have more opportunity in our racks to hear from the public, but I believe Donnie's representing correctly.
So I want to add to that, Braden. So it's actually in the packet. Those dates are proposed, and you're absolutely right that the racks didn't pick those up, but the board received many of those calls after. So it's actually something that a season date that's proposed. Although the rack didn't discuss it, we have later got bombarded with calls, and so that's why it's being brought up. But you're right. There's so much that the racks had in time that just not everything was covered.
And again, the comments I've received also support it. So I think the public comment is in line. It just wasn't noted in the rack.
Yeah, thank you.
And this whole process is just more reason why we need to shorten our rack meetings and board meetings to specific items so we're not overwhelmed like we are with this meeting every year. Any other questions on this motion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman? Motion passes unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, who was the second on that motion?
Kevin?
Thank you.
I think it was Wade Heaton, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was Wade.
It was.
I just looking at you in the corner, Kevin, so I picked you. Okay, we're back to elk.
Are we talking about the number 2, the new age objectives?
Well, review the unit age objectives or new age objectives. Book Cliffs, Little Creek.
That's in my region. I guess I'll kick that off. This is it's a premier hunt. The only true backpack hunt there is, I think, in the state. It's a roadless area. It's an area I've never been because I just don't hike that far, I guess, by myself. I don't have horses, but the input I've received is our age objective, we're not getting there. But those people that hunt that are, and I've talked to guys who've gone in there. I've talked to guys who've gone there on horseback, shed horn hunting in the spring. I mean, they love it, but the input I've received and our comments say, let's leave it like it is. Let's not lower the age objectives. I know the Northeastern RAC didn't want to lower it. I think they had a motion to keep it where it is. Brett, am I telling that correctly?
Yes, the motion was to leave it at the objective that it is, and it passed 7-3. Thank
you. So I guess I'd like to talk about that. I'd like to basically, I'm not in support of lowering it from the 7.5 to 8 that it is right now.
And Randy, the Southeastern RAC wanted to keep it as is also.
Thank you, Trish.
Would you like, is that, Mr. Chairman, would you like background on how we came to the age objectives then, or?
Absolutely. Covy.
So we committed to the board 2 years ago. This was under board direction. So the board said, we need you to look at the units that are functioning well. And it came out of a couple of RAC meetings where we have units where we've cut and cut and cut public opportunity and not been able to meet the age objectives. So there were a couple directives that the board gave us over the last couple of years. One was to pull that committee back together and to let age objectives, and the other one was to see if we could have any primitive weapons or hams hunts. When we did that, we went through every unit by unit to see what was performing well, what wasn't performing well, and then ask the questions as to why and what changes we could make. In the book list, it's pretty simple. It's big if you're hiking it. It's really small if you're an elk. So they're the same elk. It just doesn't work. We're down to 19 permits. We've cut that. Dax, what was our high? What were we at as our high there?
I just was looking at a table with data going back about 10 years. We were in the 60s, 60 something permits. We're down to this year, we were at 19 permits. We're getting to the point where your sample size starts to get really small when you're looking at teeth for aging, when you get to that 20 permit level. So
it just doesn't work, and we can't cut below 20 and still maintain good age data. So if we want to keep it as a wish, that's understandable. It's probably not going to work. And that's where it came from. So we reviewed and said, do we need to make a change to the strategy on this unit? Do we need to make a change to the age objective on this unit? Or do we need to make a change to, should it still be limited entry? So we asked as a committee those questions, went through it, and tried to come up with solutions that work. Now, everywhere somebody's backyard, you know, I've said this a million times, there's always law and sacrifice when you do something or change something. And that's what we hear throughout the RAC process, right? That said, we're trying to manage at a scale where it works, where we're not just putting a number down, but where we're actually meeting objectives and managing.
So Randy, you're talking a 1 year drop in the age on the book list?
Yeah, that's what the proposal is dropping from a 7.5 to 8 to 6.5
to 7.
Yeah. And you know, I guess I'd like to see it remain at 19 tags, or even be raised one tag to 20 tags if that's what we need to do to maintain that good tooth data information. But I'm not in favor of lowering this age class. You know, my consistencies that I kind of back, nobody's in favor of it in the Northeastern RAC, and it passed 7-2, I think is what it did. And Trish, I can't remember. Attend your meeting, I can't remember how yours went.
It passed 9-3 to keep the age objective static.
Thank you.
So both RACs voted to keep the age objective?
Yes.
Any other questions? Are you ready for a motion then, Randy, or?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we don't approve the Book Cliffs Little Creek lowering of age class and keep it as it is at the 7.5 to 8.0 age.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? We'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Silman?
Yes.
Unanimous? The next one there would be what, the Cache Meadowville?
I would start off. I didn't receive any calls on this one. It currently at 4.5. It's proposed recommended to go to 6.5 to 7. I didn't receive any feedback. I don't know if the others did.
So we just go along with that one and just add it in at the end.
Yeah, I didn't receive any comments one way or the other either.
Well, I know we did on the next one, Central Mountains Nebo. It's currently at 6.5 to 7, and division recommended 5.5 to 6.
I would jump in here. I've had a lot of discussion. I actually had the opportunity to spend quite a few hours on the phone with a lot of adamant people, and I appreciate the elk committee that spent time on this. But I want to recognize that the virtual meeting was just one meeting, and normally that elk committee would get to go back and those constituents would be able to talk to their representatives, and that didn't happen this time, and that's been really difficult on the wildlife board, because what happened was all of those comments that normally would get filtered through 4 or 5 months of an elk committee have just come in phone calls and emails, and so a lot of this has fallen right on each board member. That unit had a landscape scale burn. I think this year after the elk committee met, had a very successful hunt. I think that it's really primed with habitat conditions to be able to successfully do well. I have talked on the phone with a couple individuals that would like to see that age objective lowered and give more hunt opportunities. But I think we're talking, a difference of 10 tags or so. And I think that it would be a bright spot for the division to keep it where it is, the current management, to be able to continue that harvest of high quality bulls. And so I'm supportive of keeping it at its current number, 6.5 to 7.
Thanks, Kevin.
Byron, I understand we killed some very large bulls there this year. I understand there was like four or something like that was killed with in the 400 class bulls. To me that means we're doing something right down there. So,
well, I think what Kevin mentioned is those fires. We've seen that on the Henry Mountains, what that did to that mountain after the big fire down there about 15 years ago. How those deer came back and killed a lot of 200-inch plus deer off that mountain. And that's one of the benefits, if there is a benefit to all these fires that we've had, is the regeneration and regrowth of all that new browse for wildlife just helps them tremendously to grow bigger and better. So.
And this is
Any other?
In the central region, there was an awful lot of discussion on this, and they recommended the drop, that we're just not getting there, that we're leaving people out of hunting. And so I guess the conversations that I've had, at least in the central region, is to recommend the drop. And so, the conversations I've had are opposite of what Kevin and Randy have had.
Well, you live right there in the region, Carl, so you're on a heartbeat right there. So
can we hear from any of the rack chairs that might have had motions towards this particular thing?
So I'll comment if that's okay, Randy.
Go ahead, Brock.
So we did discuss this at length, Byron, and I was also on the elk committee, and this is one unit where we do have a lot of colored elk. And so the discussion was basically based on the colored elk data. These elk are moving back and forth between the Manti and the Nebo, and they chronically cannot get to age objective because the Nebo is older than the Manti, but they're the same exact bulls because they're getting harvested over on the Manti. And so the central was in favor of lowering it to make it consistent with the Manti because they are the same bulls.
Thanks, Brock. Any other RAC members want to comment on this?
Byron, can I interject really quickly and just add one thing to help clarify some of Kevin's comments?
Go ahead, Covy.
This was the original unit that the board asked us to look at because of the frustration with the cut and permits over the years. And Kevin acknowledged that we've harvested some big bulls there, and it's due to the change in habitat and the fire. We also harvested some great bulls on the Manti this year. One of the biggest bulls, if not the biggest bull in the state, was taken on the Manti that's managed at 5.5 to 6. And it's under the same situation and scenario. It's a nutrition increase, not necessarily an age management age increase. And so I understand that there could have caused some frustration, Kevin, with only one meeting. And I'm sorry I think we're all dealing with the difficulties of the virtual world. That said, we've been asked to look at this for over 2 years now, this specific one, because of frustration with sportsmen of us cutting permits. And in fact, they rejected our cut last year. And the board rejected the cut as well. They said, no more cuts on the Nebo. We're going to reject that. We want you to manage it differently. And so it feels a little awkward here when you're telling the division, we don't want you to make any more cuts and you can't meet the age objective, but we don't want to change the age objective. And so I just want to make sure that whatever message we're sending that we're okay with, when we come back with a % cut that takes it back down again, that we don't end up in this same cycle.
Thanks, Covy. Any other questions? Any motions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. I think Covy pretty accurately described what it's like managing wildlife based off of social issues, and I appreciate him. I appreciate him sharing that the way he did, because we put the division in a very difficult position often, and I think it is important for us to remember the history of how we got here. As well as what our neighbors complaining about, as well as what the public comment is and everything else. We've also got to remember the bigger picture. And so I appreciate Covy bringing that up.
Thanks, Wade. Any other comments? Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that we manage the Central Mountains Nebo as it's currently at 6.5 to 7.
Thanks, Kevin. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This one's tough because I want to second it. I do, but I remember, Covy just tried to change my mind because I was on board when we asked the division to look at this. I was one that stood up and said, we need to look at this. And that reminder has helped me. I've received a ton of input on both sides of this issue. And I thought I knew where I was going to go before this discussion. So.
Anybody else?
Byron, I'll second that.
That was Donnie. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion on the motion? I'll go ahead and call for a vote then. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
I want to say yes, but I've got to say no. I was on board with doing this last year when we asked the division to do this. I can't backpedal. I'm going to have to say no.
Thanks, Randy. Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
No.
Wade Heaton?
No.
Brett Selman?
No.
Motion fails 4-2. Okay, we'll move on to our next item, which is new limited entry hunts. Which are the new archery hunts September 1st through the 30th, 2021, and handgun and archery muzzleloader shotgun hams hunts October 1st through November 15th, 2021. On these 4 limited entry elk units. First one is the Cache North, Oker Stansbury West, Plateau Barney Top Kaparowitz, And the last one is West Desert Deep Creek. Is there any discussion? From the board? Any questions from the board or the rack chairs?
We received quite a bit of input to, and I think there were some motions made at some of the racks to reduce the ham hunt season from its structure of October 1st to the 15th to November 1st to the 15th. And I think that's what Braden responded to earlier about the ham hunt in his rack. It failed, but I do know that was discussed in several of the racks. Can I throw that out? Talk about that ham hunt. Do we really need it to be that long? Covy, can you address that? If we was to approve that November 1st to the 15th instead of October 1st through November 15th cut, that 2 weeks off that, is that going to affect anything?
That's really a social issue. We made it a really long hunt, and I can understand that folks aren't, like, on average, don't hunt that long. So we did it because there's some overlap with general season hunts. If you cut it back to November, it eliminates a lot of that overlap, and it's at that point it's a social issue.
Thank you. And I got one thing, Brett Prevedel, can you? I know your rack made a motion specifically on the West Desert Deep Creek. Do you want to tell us what that was and how it came out?
Well, hold up, Frank. I go along with the rack chairs with their motions that they received on their individual racks on this item right here. So with that, start out with Justin Oliver.
In the north, there was a little discussion, but no motions made, and I kind of attribute it to just the pure volume again of how many things were being discussed that night. I think it may have got overlooked in our rack, but no motions made.
Brock?
Yeah, the Central Region discussed this topic at length. There was a motion made to change the season dates to November 1st to the 15th. However, that motion failed to get a second, and then it passed unanimously as recommended.
Thank you. Braden?
Same as I stated before. Sorry for the confusion I caused with this one before, but this is the motion regarding the current question. So we did have a motion to move those dates back to November 1st through November 15th. That motion failed for lack of a second. Just a comment there too. We did have a fair amount of discussion on this, and I think some good information, and so that did not pass in our rack.
Thank you. Trish?
We had no motions regarding this item.
Thank you, Brett.
We also had no motions regarding this item. The one Randy's referring to will be on the next item, number 4.
Okay, thank you. Board?
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. Just a quick comment. I mean, there was a lot of variety of discussion and motions throughout the racks. I guess one of my concerns from shortening the hunt that much is, part of the reason why we propose these hunts is to help with point creep, add some limited entry hunts. And I don't know the hunt needs to be 45 days long, but if we change it from 45 to 15, are we taking people's incentive away to burn their points on a limited entry elk hunt? And so I can support a reduction. To me, that to go to 15 days is pretty severe cut.
Thanks, Wade. Any other board members?
Yeah, I think most of our limited entry hunts are about 9 days. So that's I guess that's where I was thinking that I'm not opposed to shortening it. I just don't think it needs to be as long as it is.
Byron?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Kind of my thoughts there is this is going to be a pretty tough hunt.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. And I really like the opportunity that it's going to give some hunters. So I like the dates that we have. I think that the hunts are going to be tough enough that we need some extra time for them to get out and enjoy the hunt and maybe be successful.
Mr. Chairman, can I jump back in and ask a question of Covy? He mentioned there was going to be some general season date overlap. Can he tell us what those dates are going to be?
Well, they would just be the general season dates, that the hunts that happen in October. So the general rifle, the early rifle, the any weapon, if there's a spike hunt there, that as well. So those general season dates. Then you move it into November. The only thing left would be the spike muzzleloader hunt. That's a general season, but the majority of the general season hunts would be overlapping in October.
So, Ms. Carl, if you take out those dates, then if you take out those general hunts where a lot of people are going to be there, we're closer on the normal limited entry. I actually like the dates that are proposed.
Any other discussion? No, is anybody ready for a motion?
Byron, I'd like to make a motion there that we accept that as presented.
Okay. We have a motion from Donnie. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. I'll second that.
I have a second from Wade. Any other discussion on the motion? The motion is to go as presented on the new limited entry hunts. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you. We'll go down to number 4. Discontinued current limited entry hunts. Going to do away with the Cache North, 9 Mile Anthro, Oker Stansbury, and West Desert Deep Creek. I think we kind of covered most of those in the motion above.
The 9 Mile Anthro, I would like discussed.
Go ahead, Brett.
Okay, I kind of view myself as a messenger of the public and the RAC, and this one had as close to, I saw one comment that was supportive of it and everybody else was opposed to it. So 99% of the public was opposed to changing the 9 Mile Anthro unit to, it's discontinuing in this item, but adding it into the general hunt. So that was the bigger picture. The Anthro unit is a very popular unit in Uinta Basin. It's a unit you can draw out without using all your maximum points, somewhere in the 10.8 with archery. So it fits a niche there. It probably used to be maybe the premier big bull unit in the state. So it has it's a good unit, and it's viewed as a small unit, but in reality, there's about 700 resident elk on the unit and 1,200 wintering elk. That's according to the biologist. The herd objective is 600. And the unit's changed a little over the years. Oil field development has made a lot of roads, and it's highly accessible. And with the popularity of the ATVs, it's changed, and the premier unit maybe isn't there anymore. They only issue about 30 tags a year right now. And the big concern, other than just the locals, is just a very popular unit. If several hunters go there, if it becomes part of the general unit, it's 100% accessible and it gets saturated by hunters, we have some real concerns ethically and, the potential for conflict there. And I know there was a lot of discussion internally in the DWR that we're not privy to about phasing these units rather than just taking them out of limited entry and having everybody run out there and saturate the unit during the general hunt. And then that was not supported by DWR management, but there's a lot of concern with the anthro unit. So with that, it was unanimous in the Northeast RAC that the anthro unit remain as a limited entry unit. I'd like to ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. And I'll go ahead and go back with the rest of the RAC members to give their comments. Trish, I'm going to go backwards this time. Do you have any comments, Tricia?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Braden Richmond?
We actually did have a fair amount of discussion on this also, and it is a little tricky to know where to discuss our motions, but I think this is the place. So you mentioned the units that we were going to designate or get rid of as limited entry. I don't think you mentioned Southwest Desert. The plan there is to split a portion of it off and make it a general unit. And on that Southwest Desert, there was a lot of discussion there. In fact, we had a lot of public input. The public input was actually fairly split on it. People were adamantly opposed to it, and there were people that were in favor of it, and reasons across the board. Ultimately, we did have a motion to split the Southwest Desert unit into 2 limited entry units, and that failed for lack of a second. And so the remainder passed as presented.
Thanks, Braden. Brock?
Yeah, the Central Region discussed this at length. We received a lot of comments on the Deep Creeks, on the Oker Stansbury, on the Southwest Desert, and a few on the Anthro. But in the end, we made a motion to recommend as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Justin?
Yeah, there were no motions made to change things, so all of those hunts were included in our final motion to accept as presented.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I add that there was a second motion in the Northeast region to leave the Deep Creek unit also as it is?
Thanks, Brett. Any other comments from the RAC chairs? Go back to the board. Any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. Just an observation I've got. I mean, there's been a lot of people concerned about making this transition from some of these units from limited entry to general season, and I totally understand that. But if we're going to do it, to me, it would make sense to do it as a lump. If we just threw out one new general season unit each year, obviously that unit is going to be the most popular general season unit that year. And so I think if we're going to do this, it does make more sense to throw them all together just to disperse that pressure.
Thanks, Wade. Any other comments from the board?
Chairman, this is Carl. I agree with Wade on that. I think we're kind of an in or an out. And we have another item here on unlimited any bull tags and maybe a restriction, maybe an increase. If we don't jump in, then it affects that. And so I don't think we phase in and out on this. We either take this step or we don't take this step.
Thanks, Carl. Any others?
This is Randy. I guess I got a question for Covy or whoever can answer it. But can you tell me how many elk the current population is there? I know in the packet it had 2006 to 2014 numbers, but have we got anything in the last 6 years that shows what those populations of the Cache, 9 Mile, Ochre, and West Desert Deep Creek are?
Yeah, Kent, could you bring up that data for us? We can give you the most recent flight data for sure. And Dax can answer some questions about the anthro and the rationale behind that recommendation if you would like. It was heavily discussed again.
You out there, Kent?
Dax, do you want to give some recommendations on the anthro while Kent looks for that data? Does that sound good?
Yeah, sure. I can give a little background on anthro. It's interesting. Brett says that the anthro is really popular in the Uinta Basin. And I guess that depends how you define popular. It is the most complained about limited entry elk unit in the Uinta Basin. It's the ones we get the most negative feedback from sportsmen on an annual basis. Through the last 2 iterations of the unit management plan for the anthro, one of the strategies in that plan has been potentially converting it to an any bull unit. Some of the things that have changed over the last 15, 20 years on anthro, to the north of the unit, the Pleasant Valley area has converted from limited entry to an any bull unit. To the south of the unit on the Range Creek, it's converted from a limited entry elk unit to an any bull elk unit. The tribal portion, which is about 1/3 of the northern portion of that anthro unit, includes a lot of the winter range, is hunted basically as an any bull unit for members of the Ute tribe. So, and then we've had an incredible amount of energy development, lots of wells and roads and access put in. The unit, it did at one time really produce older age class bulls, but it's really been struggling. Even probably the last 10 years or so, the permits bounced back and forth between 20 to 30 permits. The age structure also changes quite a bit every year just because of that smaller sample size. It'll go from 5 average age of bulls, 5 one year, the next year average age of bulls is 8. We had a 3 years in a row where the harvest success during the archery hunt was 0. It has low success, low satisfaction, low number of applicants. It's surrounded by units that are managed as any bull, and that's part of the rationale. And like I said too, it's been in the unit management plan for 2 cycles worth of the plan for I think since 2008, maybe even to consider converting that unit to an any bull unit. And that's some of the background and the rationale for why that recommendation was made.
Thanks, Dax. Kent, you ready? We lose Kent somewhere?
Yeah. Sorry. No, I'm on here. Sorry, can you ask the question? I had to take a helicopter phone call, so I apologize.
That's okay.
Kent, we need flight data on the Deep Creeks, the anthro. Did you want the Ochre Stansberries as well, Randy? Was that on?
Yeah, just on all 4 of those: the Cache, anthros, Ochre Stansberry, and Deep Creek.
West Desert, Deep Creek.
Yeah, give me 1 more minute, and I'll have all that for you.
This is Carl. Just to help me process this. Now, we're discontinuing the Cache North, but we moved it into hams. The 9 Mile anthro, basically, at some point, we're going to talk about moving it into any bull. Ochre Stansberry, we moved the Stansberry West into hams, and we're going to talk about the rest being any bull. And West Desert Deep Creek, we already voted to move to hams. Am I correct in that, Covy? Is that?
That's correct.
So of those, the 9 Mile anthro is really the only one that this is the first and only move on it. Yeah.
We don't intend to, but sometimes these things end up pretty complicated. As I look at this, to change hunts, you have to discontinue and add, and It appears as though we made it as hard as we possibly could.
You did.
So you're welcome.
Okay, I got some population data. Can you repeat the units and I'll give them to you one by one so I don't miss any.
Cache North, 9 Mile Anthro, Oaker Stansbury, and West Desert Deep Creek.
Okay, so the Oaker Stansbury, the any bull portion is about 500 animals. And the total population on that is around 700 animals. So just a couple hundred over on the Stansbury section. The Cache North, the total population estimates around 2,700 animals on the total cache. Roughly 100 animals are in that any bull portion of it.
But they're not talking about the Annie-Bull portion. They're talking about the North Hams portion on that.
The north, yeah. So I'll defer to Jim on exactly what the Hams section is. What were the other units, Byron?
Cache North, 9 Mile Anthro, Oaker Stansbury, and West Desert Deep Creek.
The Anthro population estimate is 1,100. And the Deep Creek is around 200 animals.
Got a question. Are we going to split the Oaker Stansbury units, elk units?
Yes, that is the current recommendation, Byron. The Oakers, where it's primarily private property, difficult to access, we're recommending to have that go to any bull so that those who can obtain access can hunt the area. The Stansburys, where it's a lot of wilderness, hard to access, but still primarily public land, we're recommending that is the Hams.
And just one more question on that. Are you going to come back and do that with the deer units too? Covy, eventually, or?
So we've talked to the biologist out there, and he's looking right now to see if it's splitting the data, make sure we can split the data and have enough to manage both units adequately. But in a lot of ways, it makes sense. In a lot of ways, it makes sense to evaluate that and see if we can't split those. Now that we have better collar data. So the answer is we're evaluating it, and that may come as a recommendation next year.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's just from a conversation with the biologist a couple weeks ago.
Thank you. Any other questions for Kent? I'll go ahead and call for the racks on this item. Justin Oliver.
We had no motions made on this item either.
Thank you. Brock McMillan.
Again, we voted to accept as presented unanimously.
Thank you. Braden.
Sorry, Byron, I must be a little lost. Isn't this the same one we already reported on? I believe that our motion, we had that motion to split the Southwest Desert, which failed for lack of a second. I think we're still on that same topic. So.
We're on number 4, discontinued current limited entry hunts.
Chairman, this is Carl. I think the Recs have already reported on this. How do you want to handle this? Do you want to, as presented on each of these items, or do you want to, if there's no motion, we do a collective as presented?
Let's do them collectively.
Okay, then I have no motion on this item.
I guess this is Randy. I have a tough time. I know we're moving 3 of these to Hams hunts and then make an open bull on them also. I I would feel more comfortable making hams hunts on these also and leaving them limited entry. I guess that's my feeling on these is I'd like to maybe offer a little more opportunity in the way of hams hunts, but leave them at limited entry and not go to any bull on them.
So Randy, the only one that would really affect is 9 Mile Anthro, because Cash is already going, part of the Ochre and the Deep Creek are already going hams.
Yep.
So it'd just be the 9 Mile.
Exactly. So I guess I'd feel more comfortable going with a hams hunt on the Anthro. Right now we're giving about 30 tags on the Anthro. There's not many those elk. They're like it was reported. They can that area is 100% accessible. Those elk, they run to the reservation, they run to the private land, and then you've got a problem with them on that land. And so I think if we have all these hunts out there, it's still going to be very unsuccessful because there's of the pressure that's out there. They'll keep them all over there on that private property in the reservation. So that's a concern here. I think that's kind of in a nutshell what the Northeastern's concern is it's a very tough hunt, because as soon as they see you out there and they hear that shot, they're moving and they're running out of the unit. And so to make it any bull, you'll just kind of keep them on private even longer. That's kind of, I think, the concern. Brad, if I didn't get that right, I know you are really in the loop on this one more and know that area much better than I do. But I'm not in favor of making any of these limited entry hunts, or I'm sorry, any bull hunts.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Byron, I might make a comment here. We've also got the Southwest Desert North, and we did talk a little bit about that with, on our southern rack, and and there was a couple of things that they wanted to keep it limited entry and maybe make it a limited entry on its own. Nobody hunts out there, and there's a couple of hundred elk out there that we need to be hunting. And looking at this, I would like to maybe move that to the hams hunt also, and give a little bit more opportunity out there, and still put a little bit of pressure and hunting on these elk that are living out there.
Okay, this is Carl. I'm going to make a couple motions here, try to move this along. I'm going to give the Northeast, well, if I get a second, I'm going to give the Northeast region a vote on this. And what I'm going to recommend, as we decide on this, I want everybody to think about item number 7, which is the number of any bull tags on that. But I'm going to recommend that we move 9 Mile Anthro to the hams hunt. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
And we have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I've just got a thought, if that's okay. Could I share instead of a question?
Go ahead.
So I appreciate where Randy's coming from, the description of this hunt. But as he described it, it sounded like every other general season bull hunt I've ever seen and been a part of. And I kind of think that's why these hunts are being moved to general season, or being proposed to move to general season, is the quality and just the overall hunt just isn't all that desirable. Doesn't lend itself towards much of a limited entry hunt. And the biggest concern I have about the Anthro is just the reservation. I mean, if they're already hunting basically unlimited permits, it's an any bull hunt out there anyway. That makes it pretty hard to have any kind of quality, any kind of reasonable hunt. And to me, that does fit more in line with the general season hunt.
Thanks, Wade. Any other comments?
I would just add that the more that I hear the discussion today and the discussion after the the elk committee has met. I think that the box elder sawtooth and the ochre Sandsbury yeast ought to be added into that discussion of including them on the hams hunt as well.
Mr. Chairman, if I could jump back in, sorry. I guess as we talk about this, the same point I made earlier, as we talk about maybe excluding the Anthro and Southwest Desert North out of the general season, I think if we pull a few of those out, maybe even one, but certainly two, then that puts an enormous amount of pressure on those two new limited entry units if that passes. And so I'm kind of the same point as before. I feel like it needs to be either all or none, and at a minimum, at least 3 of them, or we're just going to create a problem.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I would like to make a comment.
Thanks, Covy.
As we evaluate this, I'd just like to remind the board there are two systems. We have great limited entry in the state, some of the best in the Western United States for elk, if not the best. If everything, and we also have a high demand for hunters. They want to hunt. And we're at a crossroads where we can continue to maintain 2 systems, or the discussion that I'm hearing is that we can continue to push things for more quality, and that will exclude general season. We can't do one thing without the cost of the other. This last summer, and for the last 5 years, we've seen it coming. We've got more demand for general season. We came up with these ideas as a committee. Maybe they're not the best ideas, but what doesn't work or doesn't help is to push everything to limited entry. Because then what do we do with the increased demand for general season? And so if we're going to have this discussion and move things out of this recommendation from the division, from the elk committee, then I guess I would urge the board to have a discussion about which areas would you provide then for general season, and that the public wants to have a chance to be able to buy a permit, go hunt. And it's complicated. It's not easy. If there are better suggestions, we would love to hear them, and we're open to them.
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade again. I apologize. But just a quick question then, not necessarily to Covy, but to everyone. And perhaps I am missing a couple of key details on this, but it seems like we're already limited entry in these hunts, and we're just wanting to move them to limited entry hams instead of making them any bull. So we're not actually changing anything other than just season dates. And if that's the case, why don't we just leave them the way they are as limited entry with the current season dates? Am I missing that?
Covy?
Yeah. If that's the move, it just stays limited entry to limited entry. Same point system, same. The hams hunts are limited entry. They go on and say, now the goal is to offer more opportunity through a different weapon type, but it does not. Yes, that's correct.
And Wade, the way I see the hams hunt is that I think that it will be a difficult hunt. I think it will help point creep, and we'll be able to issue more tags than in a straight general. So it is kind of in between the two.
Okay, thanks.
I think that's right, Carl. I think that it will help people get through the hunt, those that want an opportunity. Yeah, it's not a general season hunt, but we've seen hunts like on the Elk Creek, when they opened that up to any bull, it was kind of 1 year and those animals were gone. And so this would allow those units to continue. It'd be a hard hunt when people put in, but it would also be an opportunity to move people through those hunts. The more I hear to the discussion, I like moving all of those into the hams hunt.
Carl, it's Donnie. Do you want to change that motion to include the rest of those in that hams hunt?
what I really want to do is give the Northeastern region on 9 Mile Anthro, or a vote on 9 Mile Anthro. If it goes, it's a great option. I guess right now I'd like to keep the motion the same.
So Carl, is your motion to have a hams hunt here and leave it limited entry?
Well, the hams hunt would be limited entry. It's just a different limited entry. And then the others, I actually support moving them into any bull. But I just wanted, the motion was to get an answer on the 9 Mile, which is the controversial one for Northeast region.
So any other questions? We have a motion.
I guess I do have a question. Covy, if I understand this right, make sure I understand this right. These 4 units were being asked just to move them all to any bull. With this topic, number 4, move them all to any bull.
Okay, so let's just discuss the any bull units. And the units that are being asked to move to any bull are the box elder sawtooth, the 9 Mile Anthro, the Ochre Stansbury East, and the north portion of the Southwest Desert. So those are the 4 units.
Okay.
To go to general season.
Okay.
Yeah, I recommend this general season because of the increased demand in that.
I just reread that.
Some of the confusion is number 4 eliminates these hunts. Number 6 brings them back. And so in a different strategy. So, I mean, that's 4 and 6 are combined.
And so if you want to break it up into just what's going to general season and what's going to a different type of limited entry, if that's easier for the group, then I think that's a great way to handle it if the chairman is okay with that.
I think that's a good compromise, Covy. Carl, do you want to take a stab at that?
Well, my motion stands the same because that, for me, that's the only one I see moving back into hams.
And I second that still.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on that? I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
No.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
I can support the idea, but I've got to be all in for all of them, and so I can't support the motion for just one. So I'm a no.
Brett Selman?
I'm a no also.
Okay, let me go back and just to get your votes again. Kevin, what was your vote?
No.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
No.
Brett?
No.
Okay, so I thought it was 3-3. Sure. I'll go yes. Motion passes. Okay, how you want to do the balance of these? Carl, is that something you want to take on and split that out and just on the limited entry or the general rifle on these units?
Well, my position is that we do the box elder sawtooth, ochre Stansbury East and Southwest Desert North as any bull units. But I know there were some other impressions, other opinions on that.
Mr. Chairman, do we want to go ahead and finish up item number 4 and address those other 3 units, whether or not we want to discontinue, or do we want to jump down to 6?
Well, you're right, Wade. Let's go back to number 4. Just do Cache North.
And this, Carl, I'll make the motion that we discontinue the Cache North, Oker, Stansberry, West Desert, Deep Creek hunts as currently designed, and we'll put something else in there.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, seeing none, do we have another motion?
Byron, I don't know if I'm out of line or not, but I would like to make a motion to move the box elder sawtooth.
Let's go back. We're still on number 4, Donnie.
Okay, sorry about that.
Still need to take care of those.
Yeah.
Those 3. Cache North, the Oker, Stansberry, and the West Desert, Deep Creek.
Mr. Chairman, I just don't see a workaround, given the vote on the last motion. I don't see a workaround that's going to fit my agenda. So if I could just second Carl's motion still, or is it too late?
No, you're fine. So we have a motion and a second then, Wade?
Yeah.
Any discussion on the motion?
Let me restate that motion.
Well, the issue is we've already voted to move Cache North in. So we need to eliminate the current. We've already voted it to move it into hams. The Oker Stansberry, we've already voted to move half of it in to the hams. The Deep Creek, we've already motioned to put it in there. So this is more of a cleanup for the previous item and the next item. So I'm voting under item 4 on this agenda to eliminate the current Cache North, Oker Stansberry, and West Desert Deep Creek. Now, we've already put some of them into a management plan and some of we're going to put into a different one, but we're just cleaning up.
Thanks, Carl. That answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Carl. We've already made the decision on most of this. This is just cleanup.
Well, we have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
You know, I guess I'm not in favor of making any of these any bull hunts. I guess that's where I'm at. I'm going to say no.
Donnie Hunter? I think everybody's confused on this.
I'm going to say yes, but we still need to talk about the hams hunt.
Yeah, we'll go down to the other ones next.
So I say
Finish
yes.
that up. Okay. Carl?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
So, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
Carl, you
what we
wanna go
probably
ahead?
should have, we probably should have done 4 first, and then we've kind of done 3, and then if we can jump to 6, then we'll go back to the boundary changes.
So say that again, Carl.
Well, we've now eliminated all these hunts. We already voted some in previous in 3. So what I would say is what everybody wants to discuss is item number 6. So if we complete that before we do number 5, I would suggest that.
Okay.
I think that's correct.
All right, we'll go ahead and move down to number 5, new general season elk units. Recommend the following units be added to the any bull elk hunt. Box elder sawtooth, 9 Mile anthro, Oker Stansberry east and southwest desert north. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I just asked Donnie. I'm not very familiar with that Southwest Desert North area. Donnie, give us a little more input there. Sounded like you didn't want that to go any bull. What are your thoughts if that goes to hams? What's that population like? Give us a little more background, please.
Well, and Teresa or Jason might help us out there too, but I think that population's around 200 elk, and it's north of the highway that goes from Milford to Garrison. And it's an area that through the years, some of our elk has moved up into that area, and it's been part of the Southwest Desert, but we've only harvested just a small amount of bulls there through all those years. So we need to do something with it. There's some opportunity there. And it's kind of a deal where if we change that, make it its own limited entry or move it to a hams, we're going to force some people to hunt there. And there's a lot of opportunity there and some extra tags. That's my take there.
I would jump in. I've been contacted by some of the landowners up on the box elder sawtooth. They would prefer that be on that unit too, to move to a hams hunt, to be able to continue to do that and not eliminate those herds over time with any bull hunt, just because it's very few numbers of elk.
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman. I guess basically with all that information, I think it fits in any bull hunt also. You know, with very few elk, it's going to be not a lot of people out there, and so these are going to be tough.
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade.
Yes, sir.
Donnie brings up a good point. That's far enough removed, and if the population's not great, we may not get much any bull activity out there, and to have a hams hunt out there would force people to go. Out there because that's the only place they could hunt, and so I could probably support Donnie if he wants to make that motion.
Byron, can I make that motion?
I think, Donnie, look at, I think all of those could move.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we move the box elder sawtooth, the Stansbury East, and the Southwest Desert North to the hams hunt.
This is Randy.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move the box elder sawtooth, Stansbury East, and the Southwest Desert North to a hams hunt. We have a motion and a second.
Do you want to hear rat comments or not?
Yes. Thank you. We'll go ahead and start with Justin Oliver.
We accepted, these were all passed unanimously, accepted and passed unanimously.
Thank you. Brock?
Same with the Central. We made a motion to move them to general any bull units, and that passed unanimously, and it played into our recommendation on any bull tag numbers as well.
Thank you. Braden Richmond?
Yeah, again, I'm a little lost on how we got where we're at. So we had no discussion of hams hunts on any of these. I'm not real clear where this is, so as far as our discussion, we didn't have a discussion on this. But what we did have is we passed the recommendation to move these to general hunts unanimously. I guess that's where we're at. I apologize. I'm a little lost here on what I should be saying and where I'm at on my motions.
Thanks, Braden. Tricia?
We had no discussion on this particular item.
Brett? Privadell?
Yes, we've already discussed the 9 Mile land throw discussion, and then the remainder was just not discussed and part of the packet that was approved at the end.
Okay, thank you. So, Donnie, you want to restate your motion?
Well, I tried to listen to all of the racks, and it was very confusing, and most of this got passed at the end, as I remember. It didn't get specifically have a vote on it. It just got passed with everything else, the balance. Are I correct there, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
So
there wasn't a lot of discussion there, and we're all I'm trying to do is we've got some problems with those units that hasn't been working the way they've been, and we're trying to maybe make a better hunt there. And so I guess I'm going to stay with my motion.
I guess the question I have, could I ask a question here, Byron?
Yes.
The question I would have is, if the racks accepted making these general units, and there wasn't discussion of making these hams or anything else, why do we feel like that recommendation isn't a good recommendation?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I'm going to answer Braden's question, but I just had a thought along this.
Please do, Wade.
So I think one thing we need to consider as a board is also the next item, number 7, because what we decide right here, number 6, is going to absolutely affect number 7. And so it's clear there's a few of the board that would like to see this move back to ham or move to hams, which would basically exclude any new any bull hunts, which would probably negate any increase in permit numbers on number 7. So I think we all just need to be cognizant of what effect that's going to have. But maybe just to address Braden's issue, I think it comes back to the issue Braden brought up earlier. I don't know that the board or the racks voted on this intentionally. I think the racks voted on this just in the minutia of the whole thing, and it kind of got trapped and lost and voted in the bulk of it. To me, that's the feeling that I have. If this had been parsed out and voted on individually, we probably would have had more discussion and probably some different votes.
Can I make a comment, Byron?
Yes, Brock.
So we did discuss this. We did discuss the movement of ham hunt units and the movement of general season units, and we decided not to make a motion and purposely put it into the remainder of the recommendations as presented.
Thanks, Brock.
That would be my comment. We spent a lot of time discussing this. This was the number one discussion, is these general units and tag numbers and permit numbers. So there was a lot of discussion. And at the end of the day, it was passed to accept it.
So I would add to that. I think I'll go back to, this has been really hard on the wildlife board because this is right in the packet as one of the options. It's here in front of us. But with the racks, with the elk committee not being able to go back to be able to discuss this with their constituents, now the board has just been hammered with this. We have been the brunt of receiving these calls, of receiving these emails. I really hear what the racks are saying, but since those rack meetings, we've been the sounding board. We've been on the phone for hours and hours, and so I think you may feel like we're not looking at the plan, but we actually are looking exactly at the plan, and have been the sounding board for all those emails and calls.
Correct me if I'm wrong, rack chairs, but I think the general consensus of your groups were, we don't want unlimited hunts. but maybe we ought to have more opportunity. And in the way of opportunity, several of the racks voted to raise the tag numbers, which we're not even talking about tag numbers. I mean, that's not even on the agenda for today to talk about tag numbers. That'll be on the agenda when we talk in April. Maybe we'll talk about it today, but many of you voted on it, but tag numbers are set in another meeting. But talk about unlimited. I'm not in favor of any unlimited personally. The comments we got from I can't quote you the numbers, but the bulk of the comments we got were against the unlimited, and so if I'm in the fact that I like having hunts on these. I don't like the idea of having them open for any bull. That allows us the opportunity, more opportunity that would like to have, but doesn't open the door to move these elk herds around or do any damage that are the comments we received would. Whether they would or not, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, could I make one other comment? And I agree with Kevin's assessment of where the bulk of the racks were with regard to unlimited permits. And just, most of them ended up at a compromise. They wanted to increase it a certain amount, several thousand tags from what it currently is. And I guess I don't know that we could still say we're following the advice and direction of the racks if we move that way, but as opposed to putting them in general season bull hunts, we could put them in hams hunts. I guess the question is, Covy, is there any realistic way we could put this many permits combined number into these hams hunts in these units we're talking about to come anywhere close to what the increase in any bull permits would have been?
That's a pretty simple answer. And I think we need to clarify that we're talking about two types of opportunity. One is a limited entry system where you wait for years, you draw, and then you have a 5-year cooling off period. So on some of our lowest draw units, I get an elk tag in 3-4 years for archery, right? And then you're 9 years before you could ever hunt again, right? So, and I'm speaking in terms of averages. If somebody drew first year, they'd only be 6 years before they can hunt again. But what we're trying to balance is general season with limited entry. And before, when I talked to the board, I said, if this is where we want to go, there's also a demand, and Kevin talks about the pressure he received there. Well, when we sell out of any bull permits, we get that pressure. That's where we start to get letters from the governor's office saying, hey, I can't even get a tag in Utah anymore. And maybe we should do a better job at forwarding some of those letters and those complaints onto the board. So they understand there's still that demand and still that pressure for general season hunting. So the shift that I'm hearing the board make is more opportunity in limited entry. But I don't hear anybody addressing more opportunity in general season. Now, this was discussed at the rack level, and the racks were pretty clear. They wanted to maintain both systems and not just move that opportunity to limited entry. So I feel like we're missing that. And I hope that if we're going to have this discussion about moving these all to limited entry hams, then we'd have the discussion about what do we intend to do. Now, the reason why we set permits for the anti-bull permits here is because those permits have traditionally been set in the elk plan. It makes it easy, it's clear, it's simple. And the elk plan was opened to make these modifications. I hope this clarifies things a little bit. And I hope I'm not overstepping. I'm just trying to provide some context and some background.
Thanks, Covy. I think one thing that going to these any bull elk hunts, it would help to take some of the pressure off our current, bull elk hunts. It's not going to take a lot of pressure off, but it will take some pressure off. And I think we need to do as much of that as we can. That's just my comment. So we still have a motion.
Byron, can I speak for just a second? Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Brett. I have to go back a long time ago when it seemed like everywhere was, at least in the northern end of the state, was general season elk hunts, and we all bought tags, and we all overcrowding was something that we experienced every year. The parking lots was full of hunters, and the first one on the mountain got the best spot, and you rode your horse 2 hours in the dark to get there, and you sat there while others chased the elk around, and I loved it. I loved hunting that way. When my area turned into a limited entry hunt, I just about quit hunting elk. There was nowhere to hunt, but I wanted to go every year for that opportunity, for that general season, endure the crowds opportunity. And I think I don't think we saw that in the comments that came to us. And the people that I've talked to would have never wrote a comment, but they still hunt elk. I think the silent majority is what Covy's talking about. I think there's a silent majority of people out there that just want to go hunt. They just want to hunt every year, and they're willing to endure the crowd, like I was when I first started hunting elk 35 years ago. So I think that's what Covy's trying to say, is there's a silent majority of people out there that want this opportunity.
I think you're right, Brett. So any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, Wade again, just an observation, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but it feels like some of the direction that we just shifted to is, and I get where Covy's coming from, we do have limited entry and we have any bull, but it feels like the shift is we're wanting to look at this hams hunt as almost an in-between, almost a hybrid. And I guess the possibility is there to do that, is to create a lot of opportunity on this hams hunt. But I guess as a board, we would have to be very committed to throw a lot of permits at it. To me, that's the only way to justify this. Moving away from an any bull scenario is just to throw a lot of permits at this hams hunt, making it in essence a primitive weapon any bull hunt. And if that's our feel, if this is a compromise, that's where we want to go. I just think we need to voice it and be committed to that idea, because I'd feel like we were remiss if we came back and set permit numbers not much different than what they are currently as limited entry.
Thanks, Wade.
Wade, I would add to that. I think that the board in the future years is going to be faced with this as our numbers in the state grow and our resources limited. We're going to have to look at ways to have allow hunters, and I think going primitive weapon or reducing our efficiency is going to be an answer. And I think you're right in that these, although they're limited entry hunts, I think the amount of tags that you could offer in these would be very high and give a lot of opportunity. I think this is an opportunity now to be able to show that moving forward as units struggle, limiting the efficiency. Going to a hams type hunt is going to be an alternative that will help us rebound those units.
Thanks, Kevin. Any other comments? I think we've kind of covered this pretty well.
Mr. Chairman, just one more. I apologize for being so vocal, but I think we all need to consider, even though it's not on the agenda today, one of the reasons why we started down this limited entry or the hams hunt was to address point creep. And I think this decision will directly affect that. I understand where Covy's coming from with the any bull pressure and demand, and I totally agree and think we need to address it. But let's not, in doing that, turn our back on the concept of point creep and the fact that our limited entry elk hunts, it's a once in a lifetime hunt. And so if we could move into some new territory with having this hybrid, kind of that middle ground, calling it limited entry, throwing a lot of permits at these hams hunts, and addressing point creep as we do and moving more people through, I'd almost be willing to, to me, the point creep is just as big of an issue as the demand for any bull hunts. I'd be willing to go that route if we, if we're committed to address, committed to really run a lot of permits through.
Covy?
One point of clarification that. So, and just a reminder that there are two separate point systems, and one has a 5-year cooling off period regardless of how many we can run through it. So if it's limited entry, the most frequently you could hunt that is every 6 years. If it's general season, you can hunt it annually. And when Brett spoke up, that is what we're trying to preserve. The fact that you could hunt elk annually. And right now the demand is increased above what we can offer without changing things to be able to provide that opportunity to sportsmen. So I like where the board's coming from, but the limited entry system being different, having the cooling off period, it might not accomplish that.
Chairman, this is Carl. I am a huge supporter of the hams, but I really believe that we now have 5. I think that's enough. I'm going to oppose the motion that's here because I believe we've got 5. Maybe these other units can drift back into it, but I think 5 ham hunts and then opening these up to any bull is the direction I'd like to go. But I don't know where everybody else is going to go.
Any other comments? Thanks, Carl. I'll go back to Donnie. Will you please restate your original motion?
My motion is that we add the box elder sawtooth, the Stansbury East, and the Southwest Desert to a hams hunt.
Southwest Desert North.
Correct.
That's correct.
Kevin? I can't remember if we had a second or not. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Kevin, you second it? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
No.
Wade Heaton?
I know you're getting tired of my explanations for my vote, but I guess I just want to go on the record to say that I understand we're giving the division a moving target in our direction, and I guess as I make my vote, I want it to be known that I am not opposed to revisiting this issue as we circle back around on another year, because I do think, to me, this is pretty fluid, but I am going to err on the side of point creep and vote yes.
Brad Selman?
No.
Motion passes 4-2. Takes us down to number 7.
Chairman, can we look at, I think we need to do number 5. I believe, Colby, you can help me with this, but I believe it is just cleanup.
Okay, yeah.
Already voted?
Yeah, I skipped over that because we skipped forward. So go back to 5 boundary changes. You start with the racks. Justin Oliver.
Again, this was included and we accepted the boundary changes as they were presented. There was
Brock.
We accepted boundary changes as presented.
Braden?
Yeah, we accepted boundary as presented. There was some discussion on that Southwest Desert, but ultimately accepted as presented.
Tricia?
We accept the boundary changes as presented.
Brett Prevadale?
We also accepted them as presented in the Northeast region.
Okay, that unanimous for the racks?
Mr. Chairman, just as something to address, there's one boundary change now that I think we would not recommend, and that is to split the ochre Stansberries. It would probably be a bad idea to recommend a limited entry time on a unit with very low access on the ochres. And so splitting that having that be a limited entry hunt now, I think the division would prefer to keep that together as the ochre Stansberry unit that it is, to provide access for hunters that may draw that permit.
So Covy, basically what it is the east and west are both hams, right?
That's correct. With this motion, the east and west are both hams, and to split those now would have a unit where access is, at one time there was access. There was a landowner that was signed up for walk-in access that since changed hands, and now there is very little access on that mountain from the north end to the south end. And so putting that back into limited entry makes the split very difficult, because you're going to sign hunters to a hunt that they can't get to elk in.
But you're still leaving that within the unit, Covy, right?
It will if you
limited opportunity.
It will if you don't make the split. So within the unit would be the complete entire ochres, which encompasses the ochres and the Stansberries. The recommendation was to take the Stansberries and make it hams, take the ochres and make it any bull. And the rationale was because under the definition in the elk plan, the ochres fit any bull, the Stansberries fit this hams. Now we just made them both hams, split them out, and we have one mountain with very limited to no access. So we'd recommend to not split those and apply those permits across the ochre Stansberry unit.
Chairman, this is Carl. I'm ready to go on a motion on this.
Okay.
I will make the motion that we approve the Plateau Boulder, Southwest Desert South, Box Elder, Grouse Creek boundary changes as presented, but that we do not split the ochre Stansberry into an east and west. We leave it as just ochre Stansberry.
Okay. We have a motion. I have a second.
Byron, I'll second that.
Is that Donnie?
Yes.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
And Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thanks, Carl, for that. That moves us back down to number 7. Is that correct? We've covered everything?
Yes. Covy, a question on 7. Are we just voting on unlimited, or are we setting a number? What's your preference there?
Since we opened the elk plan and the committee only felt like they could support this with the additional land. So I guess if I'm honest, it puts us in a really difficult spot. We sold out less than 8 hours of these this year. And we've made some changes to try to manage that better. It looks like we're in a spot where the committee could no longer recommend unlimited. That was their contingency, is that they had the areas to allow the hunt to happen. And that's why it was presented as a package. The number's been set at 15,000 in the plan. I think the board needs to struggle with or make a decision on what that looks like. We have a lot of demand on this.
Could I say something there?
Go ahead.
These tags, when they've been bought over the counter, we can go a few days. So everybody gets a chance. This last year, we had some things that happened that hasn't for a long time. Did we have 11,000 less deer tags, or was it 9?
Yeah, we did. That's a gross oversimplification. The truth is, this has been coming for years. It's been coming for years, and we've watched it go from months to sell out, to weeks to sell out, to days to sell out, to day to sell out. Now, there were some factors, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't think that's going to change moving forward.
Mr. Chair, could I provide a few numbers for the board?
Go ahead.
The division's been very good to get me numbers as I've requested them. And I just wanted to share when one of the motions in the Northeast RAC was dealing with the multi-season tags. But prior to the multi-season tags, there was consistently about 12,000 any bull bow hunters, varied a few hundred each year. Then when the multi-season tags came in, it went down 3,000 and stayed consistently at 9,000. So they were not counting, if you remember, before. And we didn't have an issue with sales because they lasted weeks or a few months. And I know that's a few years ago, but one of the motions in the Northeast RAC was to withdraw the multi-season tag for adults and leave it for youth. And the attempt there was to help with the sales issue. Whether that solved it, it may not, but I just wanted to share them numbers with you. That was the shift, the apparent shift, and people change their mind each year, but it's somewhere around 3,000.
Thanks, Brett. Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Randy Dirth. I got a question that Covy or maybe Lindy, but I think in the Central RAC, if I'm not, I think it was brought up that there was around 1,100 youth that put in for that put in for this any bull tag, or was it 1,100 that actually got the tag? I guess I just want that clarified. Was 1,100,
Randy?
It was about 1,100 that purchased an any bull tag that's a youth this year.
Okay, so that could be if I know in a couple of racks they approved to possibly go unlimited for the youth on the any bull tags, and we talked about that might possibly be 1,100, but it could be more than that because 1,100 were the lucky ones that got in on the system this year.
Yeah, and I'm looking back on the years prior, Randy, and it's about consistent. It's around 1,000 to 1,200 over the last couple of years of youth that have bought this tag.
Okay, thank you.
There any questions from the racks? I want to start off with the rack summaries. Start with Justin Oliver.
All right, I'm a little bit lost on this. So are we just going to talk about the possibility of the on the album tag numbers? We had a motion. If that's the case, we had a motion. Sorry, I need to get to it.
Increase to 20,000 was the motion.
Yes, to strike 7A from the line, increase the any bull cap to 20,000, include unlimited youth permits on the general any bull permits, and they not go towards the cap. and then recommend the elk committee revisit the unlimited tag recommendation when they review the plan in 2 years.
Okay. Randy Dirth, no, excuse me, not Randy, Brock McMillan.
Our motion was the same. It was to increase any bull permits to 20,000, allow unlimited youth permits that do not count against the cap, and recommend the elk committee review this in 2 years.
Thank you.
Then that passed 7-2.
Thanks. Braden?
Very similar. We had a motion to recommend the increase in the bull permits to 20,000, make the youth permits unlimited and not count against the cap, and recommend the elk committee review the recommendations again in 2 years when they renew the plan. I do think that recommendation would change now, though, that we've taken these units out.
I agree. Ours would have too.
Tricia?
Yeah, the Southeastern region, our recommendation was to increase the any bull permits to 20,000 with unlimited number for use. But I would parrot what Braden just said, as far as we increased that because we had those additional units.
Brett Prevadell?
Yes, just maybe of interest to the board. 62% of the any bull hunters in the state hunt in the Uintas, which 2017 to 19, that was approximately 7,500 of the hunters were specifically in the 4 subunits of the Uintas. It was also of interest that there's less than 14,000 hunters because the 1,000 of them don't hunt approximately each year. Dax and I were discussing that earlier, which is kind of odd after they bought a tag. And then one other side note is 20% of the statewide any bull tags hunt in the South Slope Yellowstone unit, one subunit of the Uintas. And that's been consistently around 2,450 to 2,500 of the 14,000. So this unit, this subject is really concentrated in the Northeast. I just wanted to point that out. And our public opinion was 90% against an increase. So the Northeast board, there was a motion 8-2 that passed 8-2 to not recommend an increase, stay at 15,000. And then I mentioned earlier, there was a follow-up motion to withdraw the multi-season tags for adults and have it be available to youth only. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. Any questions from the board? So basically, we had 2 racks that wanted to stay with the 15,000, and then 3 racks wanted to go to the 20,000.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
One question for Covy, and I ask this hesitantly because I recognize we just jerked the rug out from under this entire idea, Covy. What would it look like from a hunt quality and just overall experience if obviously the amount of units are the same, but what if we did increase it to 17.5?
That's really hard. And I got told that my tone was a little bit sharp with the board, and I apologize for that. I do not have a right to do that, and I'll be more humble. So I'm sorry if I offended anyone. But back to the question, it would increase some crowding on the landscape, definitely. A portion of that would be in the Uintas, and I think another way to look at that is that there's 40% of the people that buy these permits that hunt outside of the Uintas. When you look at general season deer hunting, this number spread across the state and even in the Uintas seems pretty small. You look at the fact, how many thousands of deer permits do we put on anti? So it's possible for some for increase, probably. I would be hesitant to go with the full increase to the racks recommended at this point. And I want everybody to understand that when we recommended unlimited, we did that because to relieve the pressure, knowing that we would have an increase, also knowing that those things usually work themselves out. Whenever you set a number or a hard cap, folks rush to buy things. And when you don't have that number hard cap, it seems like we don't have that rush. Brett mentioned this when he said we have 1,000 people that buy the permit that don't hunt, right? But if you weren't rushed to buy the permit, you may wait to buy it if you can hunt. So, all right, that's a long way of saying that we probably could handle some increase. It's hard to say with the exact same units we had out there last year, but we could probably have some. Justin?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I weigh in on this as well?
Good to see you, Justin.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to give a little background. In 2015, when we rewrote the statewide elk plan, we had 14,300 any bull permits. And at that time, there was a lot of discussion in that committee about how many elk we've grown in the state since that number had remained at 14,300 for so long. And so we slightly bumped it up to 15,000 just so we'd have consistency in our spike numbers and our any bull numbers. But the conversations I remember having in the elk committee is that our elk populations had grown both on our limited entry units and our any bull units. And so could these units afford an increase? We think so. And what that number would be would certainly be up to the board. There are some downsides that would increase hunting crowding and those types of things. But when we rewrote that plan in 2015, we defined any bull units as units that are predominantly private land. And so landowners would be able to dictate who comes on the property and who doesn't. And they can manage for the number of elk that they wanted to and the hunting opportunities there. Sorry, excuse me. And the other part of it was any bull units would be wilderness areas, which means that success rates would be low and hunting would be difficult. And so that's why we, as a division, were comfortable with the increase to begin with. So anyways, Wade, I hope that helps. I don't know if it fully answered your question, but just wanted to give you some background as you make these decisions.
Thanks. I would ask the question also, our RACs also talked about unlimited youth tags. And I understand that that was with a different proposal. We've now made some changes to that, but I'd like to ask the division what that would look like in their opinion if we give the unlimited to the youth.
Kevin, I think that's very doable. Like to give those 1,000 permits to the youth would relieve some pressure and offer that up back to other sportsmen that want to hunt it. So it's a it shifts some of it, but I think it's something that we could do and it wouldn't hurt anything.
And to ask Covy, so it's been 1,000 to 1,200. If we kept that open, that'd be unlimited. Is it fair to say that number would probably increase, but they have to go with, usually someone to take them. So it's probably not going to be too big a jump.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. So I'll reiterate that what you're saying is that the number could go up, but the pressure in the field might not look that different because they're going to be with a family member that may have already been there anyway.
Mr. Chair, this is Randy. Covy, have they given any thought to possibly breaking the season, the general any weapon season into two different seasons for elk? Did you guys give that some thought and discuss it at all in your committee?
We did discuss it a little bit. Yeah, we did. Doing 2 shorter hunts. It came back as the preferred option was to leave the structure alone and go with the recommendation we did. But yeah, that's definitely another option. It's a long any weapon hunt, and breaking that up into 2 would make it so that you could obviously offer more permits in the first season and second season. But
any other questions? Thanks, Covy and the RACs.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready for a motion?
Yes, we are, Wade.
I move that we increase the number of any bull permits to 17,500 and make unlimited youth permits and not have them count against the cap.
This Carl, I'll
Chairman,
second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any question on the motion? Discussion on the motion? We have a motion for 17,500 unlimited youth tags, or 17,500 unlimited elk tags and unlimited on the youth. Is that correct? I'll call for a vote if there's no questions. Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Excuse me just a second. I just want to qualify I would love to go with unlimited for the youth, but I'm not in favor of raising any, so I'm going to vote no.
no? Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. That takes us
Mr.
down.
Chairman, this is Carl.
Carl, go ahead.
Once again, it's a little difficult to see where you should bring these topics up, but in the central region, there was an item, a motion on extending the archery any bull unit archery dates till the end of September. I failed to bring it up when we were talking about season dates, thinking I would bring it up in elk. So I'd like to bring that topic forward.
Okay. That was brought up in a couple of different racks.
Yes, I think it was. We have been looking at ways to put the archery hunt in the rut and potentially at some point maybe move a little bit of the rifle hunt out of the rut. That is the way the other states around us are managing their elk herds. I think extending the any bull unit elk hunt till the end of September would be a nice step in that direction, a way to test that. And I don't know how the other votes or racks voted it, but it was unanimous in the central rack. It does create some blazed orange issues. It does create some conflict with youth hunts and maybe disabled hunters, but I don't believe there's insurmountable.
This is Randy. I totally support what Carl just mentioned. In my own personal experience, I had the opportunity to hunt the archery any bull in Wyoming prior to when I lived there. My son just absolutely loved it, although he was too young to hunt, but he got to do it. And after that, we moved to Oregon and came to Utah, and he wasn't able to hunt in the rut again. And for his high school graduation, he asked for an archery hunt in the rut, and so we went back to Wyoming and did it. So I do know it's a personal experience that it will, if a youth gets to be on a bugling bull that they get to see or hear, they're going to absolutely love it. I'm totally in favor of extending that rut or the archery hunt, like the additional 9 days that's been presented, and I definitely support that.
Okay, thank you.
I would
Kevin?
add some input to that. I think right now the youth do have that opportunity to go because they can hunt it alone. If they draw that tag, they can go out and hunt that. I received a lengthy phone call from a father last night that had just heard about this, and usually the youth aren't the ones that we hear from, but he had the opportunity to take 3 of his kids. He has a big family, but 3 of his kids have drawn that hunt. This year he took his daughter up. His 2 sons were very successful. This year he went, and with COVID and the amount of campers and those people that were in the field, he said it was a very different hunt. And almost an experience that he didn't think that this youth would continue hunting. And that wasn't with added archers in the field. It was just given the year that we've had. And so I think that we could be doing negative by doing that and having adding adult archers in with the youth. And I love the idea of extending that into the rut. I think there's a way to do that without impacting our youth.
Covy, how far would this overlap the youth elk hunt?
If you went 9 days, so right now it ends on the, so right now it ends on the 18th, and the youth dates are, excuse me. Sorry, I'm struggling to find the youth dates here really quickly. I believe it completely overlaps it.
The youth date September 18th through the 26th.
Yeah, so it's a complete overlap if it were to go the 9 days. So well, almost, yeah, it is a complete overlap. So, and I understand both sides of this. Archers in Utah have been asking for this for a long time. And I also understand maybe some helpful data would be how many youth that apply for this actually get to hunt it. And where we just made youth permits unlimited on the Any Bowl, how many youth that apply for the youth permits, Lindy, draw it through the time they're applying?
So on youth, we had 6,887 people apply in 2020, and we only offer 450 permits.
500 is that?
Well, 50 go to non-residents. This is just for residents.
Okay.
And so 450 youth are hunting it, but they only can apply for this hunt for 4 years, and then they're no longer eligible because it's a youth hunt. And there's no points associated, so it's just a random. So a lot of these people will never actually get to hunt when they apply.
Okay. That just some additional information for the board as they talk about this.
Mr. Chairman, this is
Yes,
Wade. Let's be honest, if we did extend this, the most popular 9 days are going to be the new 9 days that are, have got a little more rut activity going on, understandably. So I do think it's going to significantly impact that youth hunt. However, I have been a big proponent of the idea of, we have got to shuffle some of our elk hunts around. And so I love the direction that this goes, getting archers in, more into that rut time frame. And so I'm a little torn. I do not want to impact those youth hunts, although it sounds like we're impacting 500. But to me, if I had to err right now, if I had to vote, I'd probably err on the side of hopefully this is the first step in shifting some of these season dates around. I would hate for this to be the last step that we hear, just shoving a few archers into this. I'd love to see this start a larger discussion of limited entry and everything else. And I know it's been done before. I know we've talked about it till we all hate it. But I feel like this board might come down on it just a little different than they have in the past. So I think there's a lot to weigh here, but hopefully this is the beginning of something a little different.
Thanks, Wade.
May I comment as a RAC chair on this time, or is that appropriate, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and go through all the racks right now. Justin, go ahead.
Okay. This passed unanimously in our northern rack, and there was a lot of discussion, and I'd feel hypocritical if I didn't say, as the argument I had earlier this morning, that it did go to the rack, but the public has not heard anything about this, and I'm all for it and want it, and our rack all agreed with that, but there was discussion after about the importance of it probably being presented to the public and getting public input on this as well, because I think it is a social, and I think it would be good to let the public hear. But I think this is the first step. I like where it's going. That'd be my comment.
Thank you. Brock McMillan, you want to give us your comment?
You bet. The Central Region made a motion to extend the archery hunt to Any Bull unit by 9 days. that passed unanimously. I'd also make a comment. I understand the point that Kevin brought up about maybe diminishing a youth hunt a little bit, but on the flip side, I've put all 4 of my kids in for combined 16 times and never drawn a single youth tag. That's it.
Okay, Braden?
In the Southern Rack, we discussed this, and there was a motion made, and it did pass unanimously to extend these dates. Having said that, I do think Justin brings up a good point. I also think Brock brings up a good point. So I think this warrants some more discussion.
Thank you. Tricia?
Yeah, we made a motion to extend it by 9 days. It was discussed that it would overlap the youth hunt, and it still passed 11-1.
Brett Prevadell?
Yes, we discussed this and we had concerns that it had not been on the agenda, and we picked it up through the minutes of the previous RAC meetings. We felt we better get on record and discuss it. We had concerns with the youth hunt, and we had a motion to leave the season as is, and it passed 9-1.
Thanks, Brett. So we had 4 racks that voted to approve it, and Northeast Region was the only rack that voted not to extend it 9-1.
You know, Mr. Chair, I love our process because if a topic is brought up at one RAC meeting, then afterwards the public have the opportunity for a period of time, a few days, to respond to the board itself on what was discussed at the RAC meetings, and give us additional input, or at least get their input instead of there's still a time, and so I love this process, but I don't think, just in my opinion, just because it wasn't on the agenda, but it was discussed, I think it was still brought up. It was discussed at some of them. Each one of them, I mean, the Northeastern RAC, they heard what was at the other one, so they talked about it. It wasn't because it wasn't on the agenda. But so I love our process. I like to spit that out. But I guess the camp I'm in right now, I'd like to see us try it for the next 2 years until the elk plan committee is reconvened. At that time, I would like to see us do a study amongst the youth. The youth, in the meantime, there's going to be about 900 of our residents that get that tag. They can to survey those 900 and survey all the other youth hunters that bought archery tags, and take that data to the elk committee and let them make some recommendations going forward. I guess I'd like to make the motion that we try it for the next 2 years, and until the elk committee is reconvened, and then take a revisit it then.
So that's your motion?
That's my motion.
This is Carl. I'll second that motion.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Yes, Wade.
So, and I echo what Randy's saying. I understand where the rack chairs are coming from. They're absolutely right. We have a process. We need to go through it, and the public needs to be heard on this. This is their resource, and we do not circumvent this process. Having said that, it was almost impossible for a member of the public to present an idea this year. It's no one's fault. It's just COVID and virtual meetings and just the nature of the beast. But this stupid virus has delayed and offset enough good ideas and activities. I'd hate to see us delay it one more year just because of the fact that the public couldn't chime in. That goes both ways. The public couldn't present ideas either, and they would have. And so I think we've got to be a little forgiving this year through this process, and just move forward with ideas that we think have merit.
Do you have any of those ideas now, Wade, you'd want to share with us, or just
No, I was just referring in general to this idea, this extension of the 9-day archery any bull. I would just hate to see us turn our back on the idea simply because the public didn't have comment. It wasn't through anyone's fault, just the process and how we're meeting right now.
Well, as a compromise, give the archers an extended 5 days instead of the full 9 days.
I had that same thought.
Let's just throw that
Carl,
out.
Even as difficult as this year has been, this came from a public person. This didn't come through a division, didn't come to a RAC member. This is an individual hunter that made the effort to reach out in all 5 regions and get this presented. So, I mean, it is a strange year. It is a tough year. The motion that we have before us was presented by a general public hunter who's gone through the process.
I went through part of the process. He didn't go through the full process because it was never part of an agenda item.
Never part of an agenda item, but he got it at all 5 meetings.
That he did.
I would add to that. I would say that with the proposal, I'm opposed, but listening to all the discussion, if I was to vote, I would vote that we give them the first 5 days, but then the last part of the hunt be left to the youth. I could compromise on that.
Mr. Chairman, why don't we just make that a motion? I would like to amend the main motion to change the days from 9 to 5. Let's just see where that goes.
One thought, this is Brett, one thought that I had is, aren't the elk rutting by the 18th? I mean, they're in the rut by then, aren't they?
They are, most places.
Yeah, I think the problem with our system there, Brett, is that this particular year is the year where, or the one coming up, is the longest we've ever had because we always try to start our hunts on a Saturday or in corporate weekends. This is the first time that I can ever remember this coming year where the archery rut even tried to hit or the archery hunt even tried to hit the rut. And in most years, it's not that way. Is that fair, Covy?
It rotates on like a 7-year cycle. We're on the long end of the cycles. Yeah. So some years we're into the rut, into a good portion of the rut. Other years, last year it ended on September 11th. I had that tag on a limited entry unit, and it was hard. So I see both sides of this too. But yes, the way that we rotate, it changes it.
My biggest concern is I just hate to see us, dump all these archers on top of our youth rifle hunters. And what you mentioned, Wade, if we cut it back to 5 days, that would give them 4 days of uninterrupted, just those young youth rifle hunters in the field by themselves. It gives something to each group. I think it's a starting point, and then we look at it again in 2 years. That's just my comments.
Yeah, Byron, can I make just one quick one? Is there any way that we can adjust the youth hunts, the dates? Can they be changed a little bit to fit some of this together better?
Covy, can you answer that?
Yeah, but every time you move one thing, you move them into the general season muzzleloader hunt or muzzleloader deer. So whenever you move one thing, you push it into something else. You can always adjust dates, but you're going to end up with some overlap. So you just got to pick which is the overlap that you'd like to see on the landscape.
There's just not enough days in the fall for everybody.
Well, the two things.
Wait, I like to go. Go ahead, Covy.
The two things we always hear: we hunt them too many days, and we don't have enough days. So both are true. We just don't have enough days. Anyway,
Wade, I liked where you were going with your. If you go along with that on the 5 days.
Yeah, let's see if that could solve our problem. If that motion gets a second, we could just vote on it.
I was going to say, Chairman, you have 1.5 motions. So somebody's either got to back out of one and put another one and get a second, or somewhere where we're at.
Okay.
So my motion was an amendment to your motion, Carl. So if it dies for lack of second, we just.
And I'll second Wade's amendment.
I think Randy made the motion, so I think we need to ask him whether he'll withdraw or amend his motion.
So, Carl, he actually doesn't have to accept the amendment. We can just vote on the amendment. So my amendment, sorry, I thought it was your motion. It was Randy's. So my amendment is to the main motion on the table. We can vote on it. It sounded like Brett just seconded it. And if it dies, we just go back and vote on the main motion.
Okay.
Stacy, is that correct?
You know, I would hate to bog this meeting down with process or procedure at this point, but you did have a motion from Randy on the floor with a second by Carl, and wait through an amendment to a motion already seconded. So either Randy can amend his original motion, or he can defer to a second on Wade's motion, and then Wade is correct. We would make a vote on Wade's amended motion and then go back to the motion on the table.
Randy, did you get that compromise?
I did, and I tell you the truth, I don't want to amend my motion, so let's go forward with
A vote? Okay, we have a motion and a second to extend 9 days on the end of any bull hunt.
Maybe I'm sorry, Chairman, did I get that wrong?
I hate to pop back in here, but you have an amended motion from Wade and a second from Brett that you'll need to take a vote on to change the motion from 9 to 5 days.
Okay, you want to restate your motion, Wade?
So it was just what Stacy said, to amend Randy's motion from 9 days to 5 days. We'd be extending the hunt 5 instead of 9.
Okay, any questions on that motion? Call for a vote. Kevin, Albrecht?
Just to clarify, we're voting on Wade's motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
No.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
No.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
You got lucky, Byron.
What's that, Randy?
I said you got lucky.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow?
It's all about the kids, Randy. It's all about the kids.
I know.
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. Can I follow that up just a little bit? That compromise in no way takes away the importance of that idea and extending that archery into the rut. I'm 100% in favor of that idea, and I want to see that move forward. So I hope the proponents of that continue to push. To me, this is step one in a long process. The only reason I made that motion to shorten that was just because of that youth hunt. But I think it's the right direction. I say we move forward with it and let's get that momentum going in that direction.
Any other comments from the board members on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I got just one other thing, and maybe it's for Covy, or maybe it might be a legal question, but is there any way, or what are the ramifications if we give all 500 of our tags, those youth rifle tags, to residents instead of 50 to non-residents?
Yeah, I don't want to answer that question. I don't know the answer. So there's somebody on here who does, though, I'm sure. Greg or Lindy. I know that this has changed somewhat. So, Greg, are you on right now?
Yeah, Greg Hansen, Utah AG's office. So I'd actually stepped away for just a second, and then I heard my name called. But are we going through Hunter Orange issues right now?
No, actually, what we're talking about, Greg, is the youth any weapon tag You know, we give $450 to residents, 50 to non-residents. Can we give all 500 of them to residents and not have any non-resident youth tags?
So from a recreational standpoint, we have a lot of latitude and flexibility in deciding how we allocate resident versus non-resident permits. So we do try and be fair in that regard and consistent across a lot of our different programs. But from a recreational context, we have a lot of latitude and flexibility in distributing permits.
So the short answer is we could do that if we chose to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question to Lindy? Are all 50 of those used every year on the non-resident?
They are. We had 370 non-residents apply for those 50 permits.
And how many residents again, Lindy? 6,500 something?
6,800.
800?
For the 450, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to move on to Bison? We wrap up.
Is there any, well, actually not quite. Is there any other members that, I mean, would that be would they want to try to have all those go to our youth only?
I think it's a good idea, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got 4 boys that you put them in for 16 years and haven't drawn any tags, maybe we're and some of those might have gone to the non-residents. I just soon support our youth, and so I guess I'll make a motion that all of our youth any weapon tags go to residents.
I would like to ask our rack chairs. I like the idea of this. It didn't come up in any of the racks, and it's not an issue I've ever thought of. I had never heard those numbers. I'd like to ask the rack chairs their thoughts on this, if they feel like it's something that they'd like to go through their process, or if they think that it's something that not a big issue.
Want to start with Justin Oliver?
I love the idea. I'm in the middle of kids trying to draw that permit right now, and it's very difficult. And I like the idea. I mean, I've been on the other end of not being a non-resident in other places and getting the bad end of the deal. And well, I guess here we are. So I'm in favor of it. I was in favor of increasing the number of permits, but I know that didn't pass the board a few years ago. I would like to see the number of youth permits raised as well.
Okay, Brock.
Yeah, I don't know what the public comment would be. My impression would be that all the comments seem to favor residents over non-residents. So I think that if we went through the public process, it would have strong support. Thinking of the numbers Lindy just said, about 5% of the applicants are non-residents, and they're getting 10% of the tags. So maybe a compromise is 5% instead of 10%. But I think it would be favorably received by the RAC.
Thank you, Braden.
Boy, I think we're stepping into dangerous territory on this, and I have a long response to this, so bear with me. In southern Utah, I frequently hear we need to figure out a way to limit Wasatch Front from coming down to southern Utah, and now we're doing the same thing. We're limiting those from outside the state. As I look around,
you just call us non-residents.
Come down here and you'll be called a non-resident. That's a very strong feeling. And so I think, me personally, yeah, this sounds great. I'd also like to take out Wasatch Front from Beaver Mountain elk tags. I'd also like to take out non-residents from elk tags. That increases our, point creep on elk tags. And I think this is a really dangerous, slippery slope. If you look around, Utah is fairly restrictive on non-residents already. So yeah, this sounds great when it's all about me, but when I'm trying to think big picture, this sounds really bad.
Thanks, Braden. Trish?
I guess I was coming more from kind of an economic standpoint. I drew a bull tag in Nevada last year after 10 years putting in, so I gave about $300 a year, plus another $1,500 for that bull tag. So I gave Endow $4,500. And I'm wondering, if we start really pushing on non-residents, I don't know how much they give to our Division of Wildlife, but I think it's quite a bit. So I just kind of throwing that out. We want them to keep putting in for draws. I think it's a slippery slope also. I agree. I mean, as a resident, we want more opportunity, but how much do non-residents infuse into the Division of Wildlife?
Brett, Privedale.
Having been involved in a lot of bear tag issues on the Colorado line, I think it would be supported to give the tags to resident in the rack, just knowing the rack. Personally, I guess I'm neutral on the issue. And, we haven't discussed here, but 500 youth scattered through the state is a very low concentration of youth in the youth tags. I've taken a couple, none of my own kids, but I've taken a couple different kids on the youth hunt, and I really can't remember seeing any other hunters, even in the UNIS. And so that might be an opportunity also to help them odds a little with the numbers.
Thank you. Randy,
Randy, I think this is a really good idea. I'm glad that you seen it. But just hearing the diversity in the rack chairs, I think that is telling that we probably needs to go through the public. I think that this could be the start of that and have it go back through. They could look at not only those non-resident tags, but there's a lot of appetite to look at the overall number of those youth tags. I think it'd be great for that to go back through the public process and have a division opportunity to look at it as well.
I think the numbers could be dealt with in the spring when we do our numbers, fairly short order this year if we chose to.
Any more comments from the board? Randy, have you changed your mind on your motion?
No, no, not really. I'd like to make the motion that we ask the division to review this and see if they would bring it back through the rack process next year to see what the appetite is for having our youth tags go only to residents.
So this would go into effect next year, not this year, go back through the process. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Hey, Randy, Brett brings up a good idea where we really are setting permit numbers in April. I wonder if it wouldn't be an opportunity, it could still be as part of that meeting, the public would hear that discussion and then we could vote on it for this year. Am I right in that?
Stacy, help us with that. I'm not sure. Can we do that then?
Oh, now you're asking for my help.
You're the queen.
We need to back up 2 steps for an administrative completion here. You guys successfully voted on Wade's amendment to the archery hunt motion, but you did not vote on Randy's original motion. So before I answer your question about permits, we need to go back to that. So that motion states now to extend the archery hunt on any bull seasons by 5 days for the next 2 years until the elk committee reconvenes and has a chance to discuss it. That motion was seconded by Carl, but I'm going to need a vote on it.
Thanks, Stacy.
I'll withdraw that motion because I thought the other motion, the other one superseded that one. So can I withdraw that motion now?
If you withdraw it, then you're taking away the 2-year time limited and the elk committee response to it. Is that what you're saying? Because his amendment was only to change the date limit.
Oh, okay. Yes, I do want to go forward with the rest of that then. As far as the having the elk, for the next 2 years, the elk committee review it.
Then we'll need a vote.
And we do the surveys.
So we're amending your motion just for those items that you just, right?
Everything in my motion except for the days.
But are we still doing the 9 days additional?
No.
They're gone away. Okay.
Chairman.
All right. We'll call for a vote. on the motion? Everybody understand it clearly? Great. Okay, Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Motion passes. Are we good, Stacy?
Okay, thank you for that. So we're good on that. So now I'll go back to your other question, Randy, on whether or not you can wait until the April meeting to assign all of those youth permits as resident only. The problem that I can immediately foresee, and perhaps Lindy can jump in on it, is those are draw permits. And so if we list that as an available hunt in the guidebook, and then in April you decide to make all of those permits resident only, or in April you decide not to do that, those hunts need to be published and publicized for the application period that opens in February. So if you take it to 0, that could create an issue there. Just something to be aware of.
That's correct, Stacy. That was my concern with that.
Okay. Thank you. We appreciate that. You know, I guess I don't know if maybe now's not the proper time. Maybe the proper time is to do it a year from now. But I know we just allowed the non-residents to buy, non-resident youth to buy an over-the-counter archery tag. And so I'm knowing that I'm a lot more comfortable allowing our any youth tag to go to residents only. And so I don't know if I know there's a couple of the racks was said, you know, maybe we ought to make it go through the process. I'd like to hear from the other board members. Are you okay waiting a year, or do we need to do something today?
This is Carl. I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. It's one more year. I'd like to see it's 50 tags. I think there's enough variety of opinion on this to run it through the process.
Thanks, Carl. Anybody else?
Byron, I might say something there too. I think we definitely do need to run it through the process, but I liked, while we do that, to maybe look at increasing those youth tags when they do that. We had a chance to vote on that 2 or 3 years ago, and I think I might have been the one that stopped that. But thinking more about that, I think I'd like to see us look at maybe adding some more youth tags to that any youth hunt.
All right, thanks, Donnie. Anybody else? Randy, you want to restate your motion?
I didn't have a motion. I just wanted to throw it out on the table and talk about it. So well, actually, I did have a motion. I asked the board or I asked the division to go back and look at that and bring it forward in next year during this meeting to get the public input and take it through the rack process.
You get that, Stacy?
Yes, I have the motion. He just needs a second.
Okay. Kevin, you want to do a second or?
So is that for the action log?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I got one more topic I want to talk about before we move to the next, the Bison, if it's okay. I know in the northeastern rack and in many of the other racks, and in a lot of the public comments, they talked about eliminating the multi-season tag. I think I'd like to talk about that just a little bit. In the comments, there was a ton of hunters buy that tag that are complaining that it ought to go away. And so I guess I'd like to bring that up to talk about, I think when it was proposed, if I remember right, it was supposed to be discussed and reviewed after 1 year. And I don't remember if we did that or not. But I think that's a concern. I think we just need to talk about that. Is that something that there's an appetite in the board to eliminate?
Are you talking both the spike and the any bowl, or just for the any bowl?
I'm talking just the any bowl. Yeah,
it'd be okay, Randy, if we table this for a minute. Let's take a 5-minute break. We've been going for almost 4 hours now, so I think we can think a lot better if we get a 5-minute break in when we come back. So, Stacy, we good to go? Start the clock in 5 minutes. Everybody back after our brief break, the wildlife boarding meeting. We're still on item 6. And we left off, Randy, you made a motion. Do you want to go ahead and repeat your motion, please, Randy?
Yeah, I actually just wanted to talk about the multi-season tag. You know, this process, you know, I think it was talked about at many of the racks. I can't remember if it was all the racks. I guess I'd like to hear from the rack chairs because there's so many different items that I just hate to miss any of them. That this public process is so important. So I just wanted to talk about that. There was a lot of input to eliminate the multi-season. So I'd like to hear from the maybe the rack chairs a little bit about their discussion there and see where we go.
Okay. Are you ready, Justin, to discuss that?
Surprisingly, there wasn't much discussion. I think the Northern Rack didn't have that discussion. It really didn't come up about eliminating it. But my personal opinion, I agree with that.
Brock?
So thanks, Byron. We did discuss this topic quite a bit of length. There were several thoughts thrown out there, eliminating it, making it 1,000 tags and having it be in a draw system, and then have people that don't draw, then can buy an any bull tag. But all of the motion, well, there was only one motion. It failed to get a second, so we didn't make a decision on this. But definitely we talked about it, and the ideas were brought up.
Great.
And we received a bunch of public comments on that as well.
Thanks, Brock. Braden?
Yeah, this was really a non-issue in our rack. We didn't spend hardly any time on it. I don't remember any public comments from the local area.
Trish?
Same. I don't remember public comments locally, and we did not discuss it.
Thank you. Brett, Clevedale?
Yes, we discussed it at length, and we had the motion to eliminate the multi-season tags for adults and leave it for youth. Now that you've made the adjustment on the youth not counting against the cap, I don't know that that's a real valid direction, because that the intent there was to pull people out of the demand for the rifle tags if they had to choose. So that was our motion on that.
Thanks, Brett. Randy?
Just open it up for discussion. Is that, there was quite a few comments from the public that we received out of the 349 pages, I think, that we had of, and I was surprised because they were from hunters that say it's just overcrowding. We messed up. That was a good idea. We messed up. We need to go back to get rid of that, to lessen the crowding. So I just want to bring it up. Is that something that we feel passionate about, that we need to suggest a change?
Can I make one more comment on this? Because we didn't discuss it. I guess I want to just clarify, when we don't discuss an issue, I think there's a implied thing there that people, you get a lot of discussion when someone wants to change something. But when you don't discuss something, that means people like it the way it is. And I do know that there is a lot of people that I know that really like this tag. So I would hate to overrun the people that like it for the vocal people that don't. Just a comment.
Thanks, Braden.
To Braden's point, if I could make one comment, my phone's been blowing up since you guys voted to not have the general units. So I think he might be right that you hear from people that want to change.
Anything further on that, Randy, or are we good?
I just wanted to see if there's, it looks like Wade has a comment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could weigh in, this is Wade. And I'm not coming off of any public input one way or the other. To me, I look at it just as more as a matter of principle. And And I guess here's my concern. We've had record applications, and this is just a broad general point, but we've had record applications the last 2 years. Correct me, Lindy, but something like that. We have more interest in our hunts now, and not just general season elk or whatever else, but everything in general. I've heard more people talk about, look, we have a ton of people that want our product. There are more people applying, and quite frankly, and I hope this doesn't come off as alarmist, but I think with COVID and the meat shortage this spring, I think there's going to be an entire new segment of people get interested in hunting just for the sake of meat. And so there's a very good chance we're going to have even another influx of people that are interested in our product. And so I think we just need to consider, we don't have enough to go around. We know that. That's why we have a draw system. And I just wonder if it's not time to start looking at, people do need to choose. People do need to decide. I get that, everybody wants to be out in the field and hunt, and that's great. But we also need to allow as many people out there in the field as we can. And if we can eliminate a multi-season hunt and allow for a few more people out there, I'm probably sitting on the fence on this one, Randy, but I think as a matter of principle, we all need to consider that we're going to have more people beating our door down probably than we ever have had before.
Thanks, Wade. Anybody else? Anything else on elk to discuss? If not, we move down to pronghorn.
Mr. Chair, I didn't see any objections to to the pronghorn at all in the comments or racks that I viewed.
That was all taken care of in the other by the racks, pretty much. Approved. Just wanted to make a motion to accept that as presented then. Or just
Yeah, I'll make that motion to accept the pronghorn modifications number 1 and number 2 as presented.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Byron, I'll second that.
Thanks, Donnie. Have a motion and a second. Any questions? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht.
I've got a question, Byron. Sorry, I lost internet.
Go ahead.
I lost internet connection for just a minute. Can you restate the motion?
The motion is to accept the pronghorn as presented, items 1 and items 2.
Thank you.
I guess the only other question I've got is, did the racks have anything? I didn't hear anything.
Justin Oliver, you want to?
Yeah, there was no action or motions made, with just the antelope generally were added at the end when we accepted the remainder.
Brock?
Same as Justin, we accepted as presented.
Braden?
Same. We waited till the end to accept as presented so we could capture it all, and there were no motions made on antelope.
Trish?
Yep, no particular motions on pronghorn.
Brett Privadell?
Yes, same in the Northeast. No motions on pronghorn.
Okay. We move on to bison. New hunt in the book cliffs.
Byron, do we need to vote on that motion for the pronghorn?
Mr. Chairman, you have a motion and a second on the floor right now.
Okay, I'm just trying to catch up from lunch break. Okay, I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman. Unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to Bison. Item 1 is a new hunt.
That's primarily in the Northeast region, and I think they were supportive of that. I don't have any issues with it.
Anybody else?
Chairman,
Go to
Carl, I
number-
have, okay. I was going to go if never mind, sorry.
You okay, Carl?
I was just going to jump to 3, but you were, I bypassed 2, sorry.
Yeah. We'll go to number 2, the boundary change, 9-mile over-the-counter bison hunt. The racks are all good on these 2 as we go along. Then discontinued hunts, Bookcliff, Bitter Creek South, cow only. Henry Mountains Archery Hunter's Choice, and Henry Mountains Archery cow only.
Chairman, this is Carl. I'd like to talk to the archery hunts.
Okay.
When we started those early archery hunts, we hoped that it was a hunt that we could hunt them with a bow and arrow and not move them off the mountain. We suspected that the archery success would be a little bit less. First couple of years, I think we were successful on not moving the buffalo, but then we jumped the tags. There were a lot of archers on there, and the data is showing that hunt is moving the buffalo onto the winter range early. So I believe that's why this hunt is recommended to be eliminated. This hunt is a tremendously popular hunt. I was fortunate to go with a friend on this hunt. When we discuss, I'd like to discuss some options of maintaining, but maybe decreasing and maybe changing some of the dates on this also to move some of these archery tags after the other hunts, but still maintain a very small number that would be moved back in dates, but just a few days before, maybe 2 weeks before the any weapon hunts.
Okay.
Wade Paskett is on, or someone from the Southeast region. I think that even that first year, I think they immediately seen them start to go. I don't think they realized how many one tag. I wonder if one of the region members can speak to that.
This is Guy Wallace. I can speak on that if you'd like.
Okay, Guy.
We, just to give you some numbers on what we issued, in 2017, we issued 10 permits on that. And then in 2019, we kept about the same number of permits, 21, but more than half of those went to cow hunt versus the hunter's choice permits. And then, as was stated, we did see problems, issues with bison moving early off the mountain, which is what we didn't want and what we had hoped wouldn't happen with that hunt. And so this year, we only had 3 tags in each season. We had 3 in the hunter's choice and 3 in the cow hunt. But we did see movement with just that few number. We've trained them now basically to move once they receive that pressure. So that's kind of where we're at, and that's the reason behind recommending discontinuing that hunt.
Guy, this is Carl. When did we start the 2020 hunt? Was it still in September?
Yeah, it was the same dates that we'd had previously, yes.
And what I would recommend is that we move that hunt back to just a 2-week period before any weapon hunt, so that we're not moving them a month and a half, but that we're moving them They're going to move anyway, so we're moving them a week earlier, something like that.
So I'd like to jump in. Having the opportunity to sit on the Bison committee, one of the hardest part for, I believe, for Guy and the managers is to be able to get the harvest that they need, and they need those mountains on the animals on the mountain to get that harvest. Once they move to those plateaus, it's really difficult. So even 2 weeks, but if they're moved, then they don't get the harvest, and it's really difficult to manage that. Is that correct, Guy?
Yes, that's our concern. And we would, I guess one of the points to try and explain is when we move them early, we move them down to the upper winter ranges. And if we hunt them, you know, we have a rifle deer hunt going on where the rifle deer hunters are up on the mountain. They're not down on that winter range pushing those bison around. And if we put a hunt during that period, we're going to push those bison even farther out into those areas where they're more difficult to find and harvest, and trying to maintain that population at where we need to do everything we can to keep those hunts successful, the rifle hunts particularly, so we have that success and keep that population where it needs to be. So that's the concern with putting that just 2 weeks later.
Guy, do you have proposed dates to keep those hunts going? The division come up with dates for those hunts?
Yes, we actually looked at originally going back to when these hunts were originally proposed. They talked about putting them in January, and so we looked at where we could put these hunts without having any kind of impact on bison movements and our harvest. And that January slot seems to be the place that would work best. Currently, our last cow hunt ends in January 10th. So we've looked at dates after that in 21 and could run it even longer during that January period for that hunt, for those archery hunts.
So we could still keep the hunt just with those season dates you just mentioned.
Yeah, we'd move it into January, into mid to late January.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Let's clarify one thing. Currently, your last recommended bison hunt for 2021 ends on the 17th. So not the 10th. I just want to make sure the board understands that.
So that'd be the same number of days, Covy, as they had previous to hunt?
I can bring that up and look at it. It'd be just so you'd have to fit it in after the 17th of 2021.
I thought we looked at that and it was the 10th. And so we were looking at starting it on the 15th. That where we could start it in 2022 would be the 15th.
Okay, that's incorrect. So if we wanted to move that back, we could do that. But as it's presented in the rack packet to the board, the last cow hunt on the Henrys runs from January 1st to January 17th.
The board have any questions? Any questions from the racks?
Are you going to come back to your motions?
Yes. Yeah, you're next in line. You want to go ahead with the rack motion summaries then? We'll start with Justin Oliver.
All right. Yeah, the motion was made to not to just continue the bison hunt, but move the Henry Mountain Bison archery dates to January. And that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Brock?
Yeah, we discussed this at length, talked about how popular this hunt has been and how much support there was to implement it in the first place. There was a motion made to keep the Henry's Bison archery hunt only permit with two options, either moving it 2 weeks before the rifle hunt or to a January hunt, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Braden?
A similar motion. We had a motion to approve the recommendation to keep the Henry's Bison archery only permit with two options. The dates we were looking at were between the hunter's choice and cow hunts or in January.
Trish?
The Southeastern region made a motion to move that the archery bison hunt to available dates in January.
Brett Prevadel?
We must have totally missed this because we just approved a proposal as presented in the bulk of the packet. We had no motions.
Okay, discussion for the board.
I think this is a pretty popular hunt. I know during one of the racks, I heard that it takes 21 points to draw this tag as an archery tag, and the early cow takes 20 points and the late cow takes 14 points. So there is some interest in this. So I'm in favor of moving it to an available date in January.
Thanks, Randy. Anybody else?
I would be in favor of that, to move it in January. Having sit on the Bison committee, it's not complete, but so many of the issues we were dealing with was harvest and being able to modify things to be able to meet the agreements that the DWR has with the cattlemen, and I think that moving this to January would meet those.
Anybody else on the board? I think this is a very important hunt for archery, and we need to keep it. You just need to find a slot, which is a lot of our problems with our different hunts, is where we can put this hunt back in where it won't be to any detriment of bison. With that, I'll call for a motion.
As much as I would like to make a motion to have an October hunt on this, I'm going to make a motion that we continue the Henry Mountain Archery Hunter's Choice tags and cow tags, and that we run them in January.
Thanks, Carl. Do I have a second?
Here's Randy. I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call for a vote.
Carl, I have a quick question about your really quickly. When we discuss this and went through the other racks, we have space for the one of the hunts, and we did not create space for both. So if this is for hunter's choice and cow, we need to revisit that. If it's for hunter's choice, then that works, and we can fit it in. Either starting the 15th and cut that last cow hunt short, or we can start it on the 18th. It was 10 days before. We can run it at the end of the month. It'll be more than 10 days, but that would give hunters that chance. But to fit in that and the cow hunt on top of it would be more difficult.
I'll amend the motion that it's just hunter's choice tags, and we'll at some point, if we ever get enough buffalo, we'll hunt cows again, but I'll amend it that we add a hunter's choice hunt for archery bison in January.
Okay, have a second to the amendment?
I want to second it, but I got a question. What are the ramifications of hunting those two in order to get the animals off the landscape that you'd like? What's wrong with running the cow hunt in the same time frame as the archer's choice?
We could do it at the same time, Randy. We just don't need it at that point, right? We only issue cow hunts to control the population, and we have multiple rifle cow hunts to do that now. And so adding that, it doesn't mesh well with where we're at right now. That population's down, I guess. And so it makes more sense to have it be hunter's choice.
Okay, with that, then I'll second that.
Okay, thanks, Randy. Any questions on the motion, the amended motion? Now I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion's unanimous. Thank you. Move on now to Desert Bighorn Sheep.
One more point of clarification.
Yeah.
I just need to make sure that the board knows, are they leaving that open for the division to determine those dates? Are we approving the 18th through the 31st?
Is that your recommendation?
I think that's a fine recommendation.
I think that's a fair recommendation. Let's go with that. 18th, however long the hunt was before.
Okay.
Do we need to have a motion on that? Carl, you want to make that a motion that we use those
I'll
hunt
make that
dates?
motion that we start the hunt on January 18th and run it for a duration determined by the division.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thanks, Randy. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call. Roll call. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you. The next item is Desert Bighorn Sheep. Discounted hunt. This is Zion Archery. We lost that one tag.
Once again, I think this having an archery desert bighorn hunt is important. Zion may not have been the right place to implement it. That's kind of our premier unit. I think it's seen a little bit of slip. It's brought this hunt into the spotlight. What I'd like to do is at some point see where everybody else feels, but find a home for this archery hunt in another unit, probably not our premier desert bighorn unit.
Mr. Chair, I support that, but I'd like to ask Covy, have you guys had a chance to look and see where that might fit best?
Yeah, we just finished flights, and I guess this is a great opportunity for me to introduce somebody you all probably already know, and that's Riley Peck. Riley was our Central Region Wildlife Manager, and he just accepted a new position as a once-in-a-lifetime species coordinator. So if there's ever anything wrong with any of the once-in-a-lifetime species, that's no longer my fault. That is now Riley's fault.
Hey, thanks, Covy. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we did take a look at that. This is, the division desires to have consistency the same ways that our hunters do. And this archery sheep hunt may be one of those where we may not be able to get consistently in the same unit year after year. The goal with this hunt and what the board asked us to do years ago was to offer this, but not at the expense of the other rifle hunt or the other hunts that are available. And so we just got done with flights, and feel free to step in, Guy, if you have anything to add. But he mentioned that perhaps the Dirty Devil may be our best opportunity for a desert bighorn archery hunt this year with similar dates or the exact timing as would be offered this year. So if that is something the board would like to pursue, those are dates and the location that the division feels comfortable with.
So Riley, remind me when that archery hunt was on the Zion.
I believe it is the 26th through the 17th this year of December. Fine. So similar dates. The 26th, I believe, is that Saturday. Next year in 2021, it would be the 25th. So it could, I guess, ultimately start on Christmas Day, but run through the 16th of January.
It'd be a great Christmas present.
And then what I'm hearing is that right now, we wouldn't commit to Dirty Devil forever. We would watch what our flights are, see where we could do it, and determine that on a year-by-year basis.
That would certainly make us most comfortable, yes. And after analyzing this year's flights and this year's data, the Dirty Devil is what makes us the most comfortable without compromising what we have going on in any of the other desert units. So it may bounce if the board is all right with that. That may be one area where we don't have consistency year in, year out, but we are committed to trying to find a location where this hunt is possible and moving forward with maybe different units every year.
Thanks, Riley. Any other questions from the board? We'll go to questions from the RAC. Justin Oliver.
Would you like questions or just a summary? We had no motion.
Questions right now, then we'll go to summary right after.
No questions.
Okay. Brock, McMillan.
Mr. Chair, this is Jason Vernon in the Central Region. Brock had to step away for a minute. I'm going to fill in for him while he's away. He should be back in about an hour or so, and no questions.
Thank you. Braden?
No questions.
Trish?
No questions at this time.
Brett Prevedel?
No questions.
Okay, we'll go with the RAC motion summaries from the RAC chairs. Justin?
Yeah, as far as with Bighorn, Desert Bighorn, we had no motions made. We accepted that with the remainder of the plan.
Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, we did have a discussion about this with our RAC, a pretty good discussion, and they had a desire to maintain the hunt somewhere. So the motion was passed unanimously to maintain the Desert Bighorn sheep archery hunt somewhere in the state, as you've already identified.
Thank you. Braden?
Yeah, we had a motion to maintain the Desert Bighorn sheep hunt, archery sheep opportunities somewhere in the state as determined by the division. That passed 8 in favor, 2 opposed. Just a comment on the opposed. The opposed were not opposed to the idea of an archery sheep hunt. They were just nervous about mandating to the division based on the criteria that they had to do it without knowing where they would put it. So he was definitely in favor of finding a home.
Good. Trish?
Yeah, the Southeastern region unanimously passed a motion to create another archery bighorn sheep hunt to replace that Zion unit hunt at the discretion of the division.
Thank you. Brett Prevedel?
Yes, the Northeast region did the same. They had a motion to maintain the archery tag on a unit at the discretion of the division, and it passed 9-4, 1 abstained.
Thanks, Brett. Any more questions from the board or discussion? If not, I'll call for a motion.
Byron, I'll make that motion that we continue an archery Desert Bighorn tag on a unit determined by the division and the dates determined by the division.
Thanks, Carl. Do I have a second?
Byron, I'll second that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Carl, do we need to have as part of that motion that we're going to discontinue that Zion hunt, or does that go without saying?
I think that's going without saying, but somebody else can make that decision.
Director, are you there?
Yeah.
I assume that they just naturally go away, but I just make sure we do it right. So
I think if you want to be clear, you should in the motion include that the Zion archery hunt goes away.
Okay, Chairman, I'll restate that my motion is that we discontinue the Zion Archery Desert Bighorn permit and establish a separate archery Desert Bighorn permit on a unit determined by the division with dates determined by the division.
Thanks, Carl. We have a second?
Byron, I'll second that again.
Donnie seconds that. Okay. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Unanimous. That takes us down to Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep. Number 1 is a new hunt, Fillmore Oak Creek Archery Hunt. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the RAC? If not, we'll go to the RAC motion summaries. Justin Oliver.
We had no motions. Everyone was in favor of this.
Brock McMillan, or excuse me.
And we had no motions that was included in the remainder of the recommendations as presented.
Thank you. Braden?
No motions on this item.
Trish?
No motions on this item.
And Brett Prevadel.
We also had no motions on this item.
Okay, I'll call for a motion to approve.
Byron, I'll make that motion that we approve the division's recommendation there on that new hunt on the Oak Creek Archery.
I'll second.
Who's the second?
Brett.
Wait, Brett. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call, Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous. We'll go down to the discontinued hunt, the Box Elder Pilot Mountain. Is that, Covy, just the alternating years on that while you're doing that for next year?
Yeah, we tried to have some conversation and communication with Nevada about allowing that and us both issuing some permits. It's a dwindling population. We've got some really old rams. We weren't able to formalize that before they made their recommendation to their board. And so it ended up, again, continuing with the interstate agreement of altering. In the future, we'd like to push harder there and harvest those rams before we have a lot of them die of old age. So that's the recommendation. It's because of that interstate agreement. We've got rams. We don't want to see them go to waste. We'll talk to Nevada again.
Thanks, Covy. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the RAC? No board discussion? Go ahead and call for a motion.
This is Randy. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we discontinue the Box Elder Pilot Mountain hunt as the proposal states.
Thanks, Randy. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call a vote. Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes.
Donnie Hunter,
Yes.
Carl Hurst,
Yes.
Wade Heaton,
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Number 3 are the boundary changes. A is the North Slope, Three Corners Bear Top, and B is North Slope, Summit, West Daggett. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, any questions from the RAC members?
May I make a suggestion just on items like these that seem to be part of the proposal? Might make it easier on everyone not to have the votes on these, just all vote on changes, and then at the end you can accept all this stuff in the end. Is that fair? It might help me along. I might be wrong. I hope that's okay to say.
I'm just following the rules, Justin. So no questions from the RAC? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht,
Yes.
Randy Dirth,
Yes, and I guess the motion is to be accepted as presented, right?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have a motion or a second on those boundary changes.
okay.
I can support what Justin Oliver has said. If you want to wait and do one motion at the end to
On the
accept
balance?
all of the ones that you're not changing, that would be acceptable.
Okay. The board good with that, the RACs?
Yep.
Unless somebody wants to make a motion on that or discuss those items on the boundary changes. Hearing none, we'll go ahead to the next item. Right, Stacy? Dedicated hunter rule. Utah Administrative Rule R657-38, the proposed change. Limit the number of dedicated hunter permits available in the big game drawing to the following. And we've talked about this before, 15% of the total annual general season buck deer quota for each unit, a maximum of one resident and one non-resident permit at the unit. 15% total is met or exceeded. And that brings us to the end.
The Central RAC was only the one I saw that made a motion on that one. So I guess I wouldn't mind hearing from the Central RAC to see what their motion was.
Jason?
Sure, no problem. So our RAC discussed this quite a bit, and rather than just providing one permit in those years, they wanted to see more or add a couple more to that. So the motion was to change the number of dedicated hunter permits from 1 to 5 for those units that are over the 15% cap. And that would be 4 resident and 1 non-resident, just to provide more opportunity.
Any questions on that?
I just make a comment on that. It seems like if those are gone, that seems like an odd request that we just give an additional 5. I can see that you give ones if people are putting in, but 5 seems odd if there's no permits there.
I think the idea was to improve the odds, at least, rather than just having one in there, to improve the odds of at least of drawing one. But
If I may, Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Absolutely, Lindy.
Okay, so if it does, those 5 permits will still come out of the overall total quota. So you'd be taking 4 opportunities away from the regular applications. So you wouldn't be giving above and beyond. It's still out of that main total that you guys approved. We just would be distributing them a different way.
Everybody understand that?
Yes.
We need a motion on these last 2 items. We just get one motion to accept the balance.
I'd make a motion that we accept the balance of the of this agenda item.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
And Brett Selman? Unanimous? Yep. We finally got through item 6. We've only got a few left to go, so. We'll move on to deer management plans, population objective recommendations. Director, do you want to give us what the public comments were?
Yeah, so based on Covy Jones's presentation on mule deer unit plans, the support was 25.47. The opposed were 18.87, and a big chunk were neutral at 55.66%.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Questions from the rack? The rack summaries? Justin Oliver?
We had a motion to accept as presented and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Jason?
We had a motion also to accept accept the DWL's recommendations as presented, and it passed 8-1.
Thank you. Braden Richmond?
We had a motion to accept as presented and it passed unanimously.
Trish?
So we made a side motor objective as having a radical change. It's going from 5,600 to 1,000. And so we asked for an increase in that population objective from 1,000 to 2,000. And we felt that that would be a good compromise. And then we accepted the remainder as presented.
Byron, I have a question. Is that a separate agenda item? In our racks, those were two different agenda items. So we were passing the northern.
Item number 7. Yes, it is. Deer management plans is a separate item.
Okay. Because I do have a comment on that one.
Yeah. Number 8 is deer management plans, the regional presentations, and well, both of them are regional presentations. So. And the two regions we had were the southern and southeastern. And it doesn't say whichever one is which, but Trish, since you brought that up, well,
Sorry about that if I was out of line.
no, you weren't. We'll just go ahead and go with that with the southeast region. If there's any questions for the southeast region after we get through Brett Prevadell. Just
Yes, Northeast passed the recommendation as presented unanimously.
Okay, are there any questions for the division?
I would just add a little bit of that listed to the southeastern region rack. You know, I think the division is trying to make those objectives obtainable, and so going with that 5, what that unit has produced for fawn recruitment, what you can obtain within 5 years is kind of what they've used across the board for all units. I've heard a lot of comments from our southeast region. We have some very hardcore and concerned hunters out of that landing area, and I've spent a lot of time on the phone with them, and they're concerned that we're giving up on that unit. I think that, you know, in the discussions with Covy and with the division, it's not that they in their mind are giving up on the unit, but they want to set an objective that's obtainable. I think talking to both, I think both groups want the same thing. Those concerned sportsmen just don't want to lose that 5,000 and then say, hey, at some point when they're gone and when Covy and the others are gone, that we're okay to have that 1,000. And so I think the proposal on the board is to have 2,000. I think even those numbers are going to be in the unit plans. We could always see what they were. I think an easy solution also would be to just add a third column to the table and have an asterisk and be able to show that this is what we're working towards. I think those were the concerns. I think both sides want the same goal. But that's a lot of the discussion that I've had from people.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Braden.
Sorry, I know this is the board's comment time, but I did want to, if we're going to discuss item 5 and agenda 5 and 6 together, I would like to come back to 6. So on 5, we didn't have a whole lot of discussion and it passed unanimously. On 6, we did spend a fair amount of time discussing the Elk Ridge area also, and it is a real concern. As you've received your input, you know, that unit's in trouble. There's a lot of discussion there and a lot of concern. It's hard to comprehend that biologically that unit can only hold 1,000 deer.
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. I want to weigh in on this one as well. We all know that unit's been suffering for quite some time. We've heard about it. We've talked a lot about it. And I agree 100% with Kevin's analysis. That's exactly what's happening is, that unit has changed considerably. And so we're just adjusting, to come up with an objective that's reasonable, that's realistic. And I completely get that. I understand it. But in my mind, objectives are goals, if nothing else. And it does cause me concern to say that our goal is going to be 1,000. I've seen this happen to other units, and we see the population on the unit drop, and after 5 years, we just automatically go ahead and put the objective at the current population, and then 5 years later, everybody forgets that it used to be 1,000 more, and then when it comes around to we're over objective, and there's some winter range damage. Well, then we're having doe hunts because we're over objective, and in reality, we just dropped it because we didn't think we'd ever get back up to where we were. And I know that's extreme, and I don't know that would happen, but times change and individuals change, biologists change, leadership changes. I guess I do have some concerns with dropping it to 1,000. I would rather leave it at a 2,000 number that perhaps isn't attainable within 5 years, but leave that as the goal. And I do think that would help, alleviate some of the concerns with the sportsmen, but also just in general that, 10 years from now, when none of us are doing this, people remember, we want more on Elk Ridge.
And this is Brad. Another thing to remember is we can keep the predator management plans in place if that objective is higher than the population.
But to clarify for the board, though, Brad, on that, we removed that as one of the criteria as to where it was, and we put it back on a couple other things. And one is looking at body condition to see if the population is above or below carrying capacity. And the other one is looking at some kind of emergency situation where you have a severe drought and then a die-off, and we can see that coming. So those are the main triggers for predator management now, at least for mountain lions, instead of percent of objective. The percent of the, and I want to tell Kevin thanks. I really appreciate, and Wade both. I really appreciate you guys understanding, representing both sides of this, because it's difficult. We haven't given up on deer on the San Juan. And we don't want to convey that. That is not our intent. Our intent is we had a standardized process where we asked everybody to look at it and say, okay, under good conditions, where could we be? Where could we be in 5 years? What is a good goal? What's a good realistic goal? It's not to use these for doe hunts either. If we hit these and we're in the middle of a 5-year period, I can promise you we will readjust them. But I understand we don't want to send that message to the sportsmen on the San Juan. The message we want to send is we want more deer too. Let's work together. And but I don't want the biologists and their work in the Southeast region to feel like they did this wrong. They worked hard. They came up with a good, solid biological objective. And, even things that we feel like are 100% biological sometimes have a little bit of social in them too. And that's okay. And I'll leave it at that.
I've got one question for the region guy. Do we have any projects lined up for the Elk Ridge?
We just completed some projects on Dark Canyon Plateau on the Elk Ridge unit. We haven't done any more sagebrush planting in Beef Basin. We're kind of waiting for the results of a USU study on what are the best soil types and those aspects of planting sagebrush to try and do a better job of picking where we do those projects. But as far as I know right now, the only project's the one that was just completed on Dark Canyon Plateau.
There's nothing in the pipe right now for further projects? Just
not that I'm aware of. I know there's been a long-term project on Elk Ridge that the Forest Service has been doing on the top, on the summer range. They have some areas where they're going in and doing some work up on the summer range, which will be a big benefit as well, because we really feel like that unit's a summer range limited unit. So some of those are ongoing, but as of right now, there's no major project planned that I'm aware of.
Yeah, a lot of the problems up there on that summer range, the ponds are always dry, and they dry up early in the spring. Those ponds can be dry up there in April.
Yeah, and this year was a testament to that.
But I know the project has been done. It increased more water going down Stevens Canyon with the projects that the Forest Service has done in there.
One of the things working for the Forest Service, we've heard a lot of discussions down there with the size of those aspen stands receding, that it is summer range limited. And after this meeting, we have a plan with sitting down with the district ranger and assistant district ranger down there and conveying the needs of what the RACs and the Wildlife Board have discussed, and trying to do some projects down there to help the summer range and improve those aspen stands as well.
Yeah, I'll just add, there are those exclosures on the aspen stands there. That's an ongoing project, and as those fill in, they will probably remove those exclosures so they'll be available to wildlife. So it's an ongoing project, and there's quite a few of those exclosures right now there.
Thanks.
Byron, could I just ask Guy one more question? With those deer being stressed and not very healthy, have we got anything going on with chronic waste? And you're kind of down in that area where it's more prevalent.
Yeah, as of right now, we have not had a positive off Elk Ridge unit, but we don't sample very many deer because it's a limited entry unit. We get very few samples. We sample more off the Abajos. And since we've been sampling, we've only had 2 positives on the Abajos, and they've been on the east side out towards Colorado. So we haven't had anything close that we have concern at this point about Elk Ridge and chronic wasting disease. But as you're aware, it's not that far from the LaSalle's, and LaSalle's has the highest prevalence in the state. So we are worried that we could see spread, but as of yet, we have not.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? Questions from the RAC chairs? We'll go to RAC motion summaries. Start out with Justin Oliver.
We did that already.
We just had a motion with this as well to accept as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Jason?
We also had a motion to accept as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Braden?
Okay, sorry, I'm confused again. Are we on agenda item 5? Item 6, because on agenda item 5, we never had a motion to accept that as presented before moving on to 6. I think we got distracted on number 5 with
I think you've got a different, Braden?
Yeah.
I think you have a different agenda than I do.
Well, the agenda that the RACs used. Anyways, the deer management plans are 2 different management plans, and the northern area management plans is the first agenda item. The 2 southern units to accept their plans and modifications is the next agenda item. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what you're asking my motion on, because I already gave the motion on the northern management plans, but I can give you the motion on the southern ones if that's what you would like.
Well, we're on the southeast right now, so.
Okay, well then we never made a motion to accept the first agenda item. I don't. Anyways, on the second one, I'll give you my motion. We had a motion to accept the southern unit management plans, south and southeast management plans as presented. As I said, we had a lot of discussion on Elk Ridge.
So you did both of those. Deer management plans, population objective recommendations, and unit plan revision in one motion. Because on the The agenda I'm working off, number 7 is deer management plans, population objective recommendations. And we start out with the southeast region because it doesn't state which one it is, either southeast or south. So where Trish gave her first, comments, I just said, we'll go ahead and go to the southeast first. Unless you guys want to change that around on the board.
I think we must just have a different agenda than Braden.
Yeah, we do, obviously.
But Mr. Chairman, we're talking about population objectives right now, not unit plan revisions, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, Braden's correct. So we've been asked to do the summary twice on the same subject, I think.
In the racks, this was 2 agenda items.
2 separate items.
Yeah, so there was an agenda item to discuss. Covy, maybe you could help me out, but there was an agenda item to discuss thanks, Covy. I'll let you explain it.
I'll jump in here really quickly. So, Byron, the board asked us last year, they said, okay, with the new House bill, with everything that's going on, we don't want you to wait 5 years to go back and set population objectives for all these units. We want you to go and do it now. So we said, okay. So we went back out and we set population unit objectives for the Northeast region, Northern region, and the Central region. And then we were a year behind because of the statewide plan on unit objective or unit plan revisions. And so we revised the complete unit plans in the Southern region and Southeastern region. And so I think that's where the confusion is. So for the 3 Northern regions, we didn't touch the plans. We just did some minor edits and adjusted the population objectives. And then in the Southern region and Southeastern region, we did a complete, I hope that clarifies things. It was just a timing issue and trying to bring everything back to the board that we were asked. And this shows that sometimes this meeting is too big and we bring way too much. I think this is definitely highlighting that.
Mr. Chairman, could
yes.
I suggest that we roll 7 and 8 in our agenda, roll them together, and let's just talk about everything, both objectives and unit plans.
I think that's a good idea, Wade. You want to make that a motion?
Yeah, if we need that. So move.
Get a second to go along with Wade's motion to roll both these items together. I have a second. Carl?
Yes, let's just talk about deer management.
Okay. Start. Kevin Albrecht, vote.
Yeah, if we need a vote, yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Okay, we just made a motion and approved it to roll these 2 items together, number 7 and number 8. So is there anything more for the Southeast region while we're still on it? Guy, are you still there?
Yes.
Is there anything else on those 2 items?
No, I think I just reiterate what Covy said. We use the same process and criteria for setting the objectives on all of the units in the region. So the LaSalle's, the Manti, we looked at projections of where we thought we could be. And as somebody who's been here and witnessed the decline of Elk Ridge, I can say that I feel the same way in terms of, I don't want that to be the ultimate goal, the 1,000 head. I would love to see it come back. And if we see the improvement that we hope for at any time, we would recommend that we increase that objective. But this was based on what we thought we could obtain in the next 5 years during the life of this plan. And so that's how we set the numbers for all of those plans. So I just wanted to add that for clarification.
Thanks, Guy. Are there any questions from the Southern Region? Southern Region must be doing good. Donnie?
Yeah, we're just fine with what's going on in the Southern Region. We're happy with what happened, and we appreciate those guys' work to increase some of those.
Okay. We just rolled 7 and 8 together. Is there any other discussion from the board? Or from the racks? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for a motion.
I guess I kind of like Kevin's idea about adding the old numbers into the plan with one more line item so they don't get lost. I like that idea. So I'm in support of the division recommended numbers personally, but I like the idea of adding an additional line showing what they used to be and what they were reduced to or added to. Is that something we can do?
Randy, this is Wade. One of my concerns with doing that is it has free fallen to the point of, I mean, I think it's almost $6,000 or 6,000 deer is the current objective. And to put that out there as an asterisk, I don't even know that makes sense. That was kind of why I brought up, and obviously the Southeast region with the number of 2,000. I would personally love to see us just change that from the 5,600 to 2,000, and then just make that, you know, if we want to put an asterisk by it, great. But to leave an asterisk on the 5,600 probably doesn't have a lot of value just because it's way out there.
No, I guess I was talking about adding all plans, not just to that plan, to all plans, just to see what they were modified to.
Wade, do you want to make that a motion? Yeah, population objective.
So I would. I mean, Randy's got that motion. I guess it hasn't got a second, but as we move, whether that did or not, we could amend his motion. But I would just like to see Elk Ridge population instead of moving to 1,000, we just move it to 2,000.
And this is Carl. Just, I mean, my concern with that is we've got a process. We've seen a process. We've used the process on every unit. If we do that on Elk Ridge, somebody from every unit is going to say, hey, I want this, or this is what I should be. I think the message we should send is we're not giving up on mule deer, but this is our reality. This is what it's being told to us. Now, am I disappointed in 1,000? Yes, but that's our reality. And I think if we separate it out on one unit, we just cheapen what's been done on the units. And so I think we have to stick to the procedure and just, I mean, we allocate doe tags, and if it gets to where there's doe tags we don't want to give them, let's step up and stop it. So I think we need to deal with the reality of where we're at.
And Carl, I certainly appreciate where you're coming from there, and I certainly don't want to make exceptions either. We need some consistency, but there is no other unit in the state where we are reducing the objective by 85% either. And so I do think that makes Elk Ridge unique all by itself, even without us doing anything. And are we going to try harder if the objective's 2,000 versus 1,000? I doubt it, but I would still love to keep that out there just to remind the people that take our place that our goal is not to have 1,000 deer in Elk Ridge.
Any other comments? Do we have a motion?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think Randy floated a motion that didn't get a second. I floated an amendment that didn't get a second. Maybe we're starting over.
Randy, you want to redo your motion?
No, I just told you a comment. I said, this is kind of what I'd like to see happen. It wasn't a motion. I was just, This is where I'm at. I'd like to see those old numbers added into it so that anybody look at that plan, see what we did, and so that they don't get lost down the road when we're all gone. That's
Okay.
all. I just want.
Thanks, Randy. We don't have a motion, Wade. So,
Chairman, let me just, in the sake of moving us along, let me just throw mine out as a motion. Then I move we approve the deer management plans, both the population objectives and the unit plan revision recommendations, as presented, with the exception of Elk Ridge. Instead of being 1,000, we make it 2,000.
okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
And that Brett?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
No.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
I've stated my reason for this. I have to vote no.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 9, CWMU and Landowner 2021 permit recommendations. Director, do you want to give us the public comments?
Yeah, the comments we got on this were fairly divided. There was 16% in support, 16% in opposition. You've been contacted, I'm sure, as well by many of these landowner associations and other folks out there on this issue. There was a good chunk of folks that were neutral on it, but if you look at the comments that cared about it, it was split.
Any questions from the board members?
Mr. Chairman, could I recommend that we maybe split this agenda item and maybe talk about landowner associations separately? I know there's some issues there. And then maybe talk about CWMUs in an independent motion.
I think that's a good motion. Is that your motion then, Wade?
I don't even know you need a motion for that one. You can probably just declare.
But we need to
do it.
We need to split them out because they are separate issues altogether. But we'll do the CWMU first, and then we'll do the landowners next. That's okay with the board? Direct chairs?
Sounds great.
Okay, on the CWMU, are there any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, Wade again. Just need to declare my conflict with this. Obviously, I'm an operator of one of the CWMUs. I'd love to be a part of the discussion, but we may have to finesse that a little bit if it comes down to it. And there are several issues within this. Perhaps I'd suggest that we even pull my CWMU out separate, and then I would recuse myself from that vote. And then we could vote on the bulk of the CWMUs independent from that. And again, that just depends if there's some issues coming down the road on this. But just wanted to declare my conflict.
Thanks, Wade.
I have to ditto Wade. I'm involved with 2 different CWMUs as well, so I need to recuse from a vote like that too.
Okay, thanks, Brett. Any questions from the board members on the CWMUs that were presented by Chad Wilson? Any questions from the RAC chairs? Start with RAC motion summaries. Justin?
Okay, we had a few different motions made. The first one, there was a motion. It was to request that the Wildlife Board and the CWMU Advisory Committee to review accessible public land within the CWMU to determine should be removed. There's a lot of discussion about public land inside of CWMU. Not so much the property that was landlocked as much as that was on borders, and just on how it got to be there. There was a lot of discussion on that, and that and I'd invite the board to talk about that in a minute. And then the motion concerning Wade's CWMU, as far as with the cactus buck, there was a motion to start that hunt, to move the hunt and start it on September 20th, to move it back. I try to remember. That passed. And then there was another 8-4, and then there was another motion to accept the remainder of the presentation presented, exclude the CWMU, the cactus hunt on the CWMU, and I'm sorry, I read this wrong. So the first, I apologize. So the first one was a 5-minute break. I didn't get my lunch break. I need to go back. So the motion to move the starting date of the cactus buck hunt on the CWMU, that failed 4-8. And then there was another motion made to exclude the cactus buck hunt completely and accept the remainder, and that passed unanimously. And I think the problem with the cactus buck hunt, after one of the individuals made the motion, didn't recognize how the cactus buck hunt was only on the Ponsegont, and it was in that area in the definition. So I think it may have changed the vote a little bit had there been a better understanding of what the purpose of the cactus buck hunt and how it was only attributed. It only takes place in the Ponsegont unit, if that makes sense. Sorry for my rambling.
So you excluded the cactus buck hunt in your vote, Justin, to be?
Yeah. So our final vote basically would be, it says I move to accept the presentation as presented, but exclude the cactus buck hunt on the Alton Ranch CWMU, and that passed 8-4. So it would have been deny it, basically.
So you were denying the cactus hunt?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
For Brock.
Brock? You
Is that
here?
good? Yeah, I'm here.
You bring lunch?
I wish I did. I didn't even stop for lunch. I just straight to the doctor and back.
You're good. Okay, go ahead.
So we had a similar discussion about the Alton cactus buck hunt. We were concerned about the dates because of the regulations on velvet. That's all that has to be present. And so the motion was to not accept the recommendation of cactus buck permits for the Alton. That passed 7-2. We then had a motion to not recommend acceptance of the Skull Valley CWMU due to the inclusion of accessible public land. The second was withdrawn for that, so it failed with lack of a second. Then we had a motion to not accept any of the CWMU or LOA recommendations because of this public land issue. That did not get it was withdrawn. And then we had a motion to not approve any CWMUs with accessible public land. The vote on that was 4-4. I had to throw the tiebreaker. And I voted to not accept that because I thought it would throw a wrench in all the CWMUs in the state. And then we had a motion to ask the Wildlife Board to have an action item or direct the DPW to reassess the inclusion of accessible public lands within CWMUs. And that passed unanimously. There was real concern in the public comment and among the RAC about the inclusion of accessible public lands in those properties. And then we accepted the remainder of the division recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Brock. Braden Richmond?
Yeah, we didn't have as much discussion as the other areas, but we do have one motion that did get a lot of discussion. As we went through this, you could see some areas saw a pretty significant decrease in permits that they were allotting. And the southern region has kind of a vague motion here, but the intent is to allow the board some leeway to make the decision. So our motion is that we move, the southern region makes a motion that to ask the division to have a generous approach on landowner and CWMU permits, and then the remainder passed unanimously. We feel that it's beneficial to give the landowner those permits, so there's a value associated with those animals.
That's your definition of generous? So...
Like I said, generous, the intent of generous was that it would allow the board the ability to understand our desire, and you can come up with that number.
Thanks, Braden.
And frankly, we just didn't have the data across the board to sit there and go unit by unit and do a recommendation on every unit. We don't have the data to do that.
Thank you. Trish?
So let me just clarify. So we're just talking about CWMUs right now, and we'll talk about landowners next.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, then we had nothing regarding CWMUs. We would have accepted the recommendations as presented unanimously.
Thank you. Rep. Privadel?
Yes, Northeast also passed the recommendation for CWMU as presented unanimously.
Thank you. Any board discussion on CWMUs? For clarification or anything else?
I would just add the central region and Brock McMullen's assessment of the discussion they had about accessible public land. I think it'd be good to get everyone's discussion, but I think it would be appropriate to be able to have the division go back and review that. We have new technologies, Onyx and different things that most hunters have available in their pocket. And if it's accessible public land, I think that ought to be turned back to the public. And so I'd like to hear other discussions on that, but I would make that motion at some point.
This is Randy. Yeah, this is Randy. I've kind of fallen in the same idea as what Kevin suggested. I'm sure, and I've been a part of some of these as far as approving these or being in front of the racks before, and the time they were presented, it made sense to put that public land in the CWMU. I think it made perfect sense. But with the new addition of our mapping technology, like Kevin recommended, that most hunters can have it on their cell phones, or as far as and it's so accurate. I think it does make sense to go back and look at some of the actually all the CWMUs, and if that public land is landlocked, I think it ought to stay in the CWMU. But if it's not landlocked and it's accessible to the public, then I think it needs to be removed.
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. Just wanted to weigh in on this as well. This is probably the fourth or fifth time that this subject has come up over the 25 years or 30 years of the CWMU program. And it's a good conversation to have. There are some very strict requirements that will allow public land in a CWMU or not. And rightly so. There shouldn't be any public land in CWMU. Just frivolously. There's got to be very good reasons, and I think Randy brought that up. When we've had isolated incidents brought before us and we could see the common sense approach behind it, there are times when it does make sense. I think as a rule of thumb, absolutely, we should exclude as much public land out of a CWMU as we can. And I think that has been done. There are not CWMUs out there that are just trying to hoard public land to increase the size of their unit. That's not how public lands have become included. But I think it's a great discussion to have, because every new crop of hunters come in and they realize their public land in CWMUs, it causes them alarm, and rightly so. So I think it's a great discussion to have. We have it every 5 or 6 or 7 years. So I agree with Kevin. I think we circle this back around and talk about the requirements in the CWMU rule, about whether they are still applicable, and then kind of how to move forward.
Thanks, Wade.
Mr. Chairman, could I also address, while I'm rambling, could I also address that the cactus buck hunt? I apologize profusely that this took up any time in your meetings, your RAC meetings, because that was not the intent, and they're already long meetings, and I don't want it to take up any time in this meeting because it's a very small issue. Let me give you as brief an explanation as I can, and however you decide, I'm 100% fine with it. So here's the idea. The division and our CWMU have been talking about this for a while. And the reason being is that probably 15, 18% of the bucks on the Pontigent are cactus bucks. For the most part, the vast, vast majority, 95% of these deer have really no value on a premium limited entry unit. They're not being targeted as trophy deer. They're not being included in our buck to doe ratios. They are literally just taking up space and eating habitat. So the goal has been, let's get rid of as many as we can. That's why we have the velvet hunt on the Pontigent late in the year. But the idea was that on the CWMU, on the Alton CWMU, with a very controlled environment that we have, we could also do our part in helping remove cactus bucks. And so we've talked about this for several years and finally decided just to float the idea. I think we only requested 4 permits or something like that. The idea is just simply opportunity. We have agreed in our proposal, we agreed that these permits would not be sold, that they would be given to youth, first-time hunters, disabled, veterans, whatever, just to provide some opportunity, but that we would be very specific and just target cactus bucks. And obviously the big concern, and I apologize for not going to the RAC meetings and presenting this, because it could have saved some discussion, but the format wouldn't allow for it. So I understand the concerns about the timing of it, because obviously we've got deer that will hold on to their velvet sometimes through September that are not cactus bucks. And so, yes, the majority of our hunting happens September 1st to October 10th. And so there's a real concern of how we're going to target this, and what are the, is the velvet, the 50% velvet requirement going to accomplish that? And I guess what we came up with, myself and the biologist, was we would have each one of these deer checked in to confirm that they were not trophies and that they were not, or that they were cactus bucks. We've been doing this for a very long time, and we've seen thousands of cactus bucks, and are very confident we can target cactus bucks as opposed to a buck that just happened to hold on to some velvet. Anyway, so that's the plan. It's a pretty benign thing. This is not a CWMU's attempt to get more permits to sell, just an attempt to get rid of some cactus bucks and allow for some youth to have a really fun hunt.
Thanks, Wade. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Carl. What I would recommend is let's deal with the Alton, and then I think through a couple of general other ones, we can deal with the rest of them. And just kind of bring that up and get that past us.
You want to make that motion now, Carl?
Not sure I'm ready to make a motion on the Alton, but I'll recommend we handle it in that pattern. Do you need a motion for that?
Well, if we can just do it now and then get that on the Alton unit, or just, I thought you wanted to make a separate motion on the Alton unit, on the cactus bucks. Just to...
I do, but what I'd like is the discussion amongst us on it, and then I'll make a motion. Just deal specifically with the Alton.
Okay. Board? Is there any more discussion?
Yeah, this is Randy. With what Wade's explained to us today, that there, my preference would be to push it in October, later into October. That'd be my preference. But if each one of them is going to be checked in by a biologist and there's no compensation coming to the CWMU for these tags, I'm okay with the proposal. But my preference would be to push it off into October to get away from any bucks that would typically lose their velvet.
Thanks, Randy.
Randy, could I offer a suggestion? One dilemma we have with that is deer start leaving our unit and migrating south the end of September, the first part of October. And oftentimes by the 6th or 8th of October, we've lost 80% of our deer. What would be your thoughts about just having a September 15th, maybe even that September 20th? That'd give us 10 days to get these killed and to get that scheduled with these kids and still maybe alleviate some of your concerns.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. I love the idea you're letting kids and handicapped folks do it. I love that idea. I just, I know the public perception is out there, and I was fortunate enough in 19 to kill a nice buck that still had velvet on it, and he still had all of his necessary tools. So I do know that sometimes because of the habitat, they'll shed their velvet a little bit later, and I think that's the public concern is that there could be some trophies taken, and we know, and I don't think that's the case, and I love the idea to have a biologist look at it. I think that I don't have a problem with this. I think if there's a way to do it later in the year, if they're gone, we really don't want them on public land either. So, I understand that. So, so anyway, I don't have a big deal with this one way or the other.
Can we hear from the region on this issue as to how they would manage that on the cactus bucks? Kevin there, or anybody from the southern region to speak to that?
Teresa, are you on?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Teresa.
Okay. I think that whether the CWMU has them early or if we increase just the public cactus buck hunts at the later dates when they leave, I think that either way will accomplish removing some of those, unwanted mouths off the landscape.
Now, is this something that the region will actually see those animals that are harvested, or?
Yeah, the public hunters for both management and cactus bucks are required to check them in with the region.
So
we do see
still
them.
meet that criteria then, so. Yes. Well, thank you. Any other questions?
I have one actually. I think what Wade mentioned would have made a big, where him with this platform not being able to be at a rack, I think it probably would have changed some things at our northern rack. The idea that they're being checked in, and if I understand this correctly, let's say that there was a mistake and a cactus buck was taken, it would then deduct it from his trophy tags, I guess you could say that if there was a mistake taken. And then the other thing is the misconception about the cactus buck hunt already happening on the public. I know there were some people that didn't understand that completely. So I think if it had been explained, it probably would have been received better in our northern rack. I just wanted to share that.
Thanks, Justin.
Mr. Chair, can I jump in and make a comment?
Yes, Chad.
Just a clarification too. So we talked about there would be 4 tags is what Wade said, but it'd be 4 private and 1 public tag. And on that public tag, that wouldn't be for a youth. That would be for whoever drew, right? It's not going to be that special interest. And they'd also not, they'd be able to shoot the legal requirement. So that might be something where you'd want the public hunter to come in at a later date. So if they met the requirements of the velvet, 50% velvet, we wouldn't try to prosecute that.
Thanks, Chad. Any other questions for Chad? No other questions on Cactus Brooks? Any other questions on CWMUs in general?
Chairman, this is Carl. I'll try a motion on the Alton. What I'm going to recommend is that we do a September 15th opening. We go with 5 tags, 4 that are allocated through the Alton CWMU, 1 through the public draw. That the 4 tags that are with the Alton are not sold. They are allocated to youth, and that they're checked in, and that we give those deer off there.
Carl, would you add disabled to the youth also? Youth and disabled?
Yes.
Great.
Chairman, I'll second that.
Thanks, Donnie. We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions on the motion? If not, we'll call for a vote. Wade and Brett have recused themselves from these votes. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Motion's unanimous. Okay, do you have another breakout, Carl?
I'll make another general motion. What I'm going to make is a motion to the DWR and the DWR and the CWMU board at a later date present to the board a presentation on the CWMUs that have private property, and that they make a decision on whether it still makes sense with modern technology to keep that private property on it, and that they report back to us at another date.
I'll second that motion.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. And Wade, you still recuse yourself on this one? And
I probably will not. There would be no benefit.
yeah, so you and Brett could both vote on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I seconded that.
Okay, a motion and a second. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. That brings us to the other half.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I ask a follow-up question on that to Carl? Carl, when you say the CWMU board, do you mean the CWMU advisory committee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever its official name is, whatever the board is that looks at these, I just want somebody else put eyes on it, be able to explain to my public that this is why this public is in there, or this is why this public property is now out.
Yeah, we're happy to put that together. We can do that. Thank
you.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to need a motion to approve the bulk of the CWMU recommendations.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion.
I probably shouldn't make that motion because I think the rest of my permits are included in that. Somebody else better make that because I'm going to recuse myself.
I'll make a motion that we accept the remainder.
And Byron, I'll second that.
Okay, thanks, Donnie. We have a motion and a second. Is a question on the motion? I'll call for a vote then. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
I'm going to recuse myself.
Thank you. Brett Selman?
I'll recuse.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimous. 4 with 2 recusals.
Mr. Chair, before we
go ahead
from the CWMUs, I feel being from the northern Utah and where the majority of the CWMUs are up here, a comment or suggestion that I might have is just the public perception right now is not well. I'm a fan of CWMUs. I often defend them or I don't so much defend. There's a lot of misconception out there of how they work and what goes on, and I just with a lot of comments and a lot that I'm hearing in northern Utah, most of the anger and the problems that are towards them are because people don't understand the process. And I would just like to see between the CWMU Advisory Committee and the DWR really doing a better job of explaining how the tag elements work. I know that there's places if you look hard you can find it, but I think they can really be on the be out there and trying to explain things on the forefront of it on how they work and to really try to and put them, explain how they work and just the benefits of them. Right? There's just a lot of misconception out there, and they're really getting a bad name. There's always going to be an operator that could do a better job, but all in all, I just feel like, especially in northern Utah, there needs to be some more. Not so much accountability, but more, I don't know how to say it, more
PR.
PR on exactly of how they work and what they are so people understand them better. And because it is hard to live in northern Utah, and every time you try to hunt, I mean, everywhere you look, there's a CWMU sign. And so it's what it is. It's the reality in northern Utah that 87% of the units up here are private ground, but the ability for them to be able to hunt them because of the CWMU's program is a good thing, but it needs to be explained, I think, a little better on how they work. And I think if they were on put some more PR out there, it would really help.
Just a thought, Justin, to your comments is that maybe the CWMU Association could put together some kind of a marketing, info that they could provide to the public that we could put through this format here, the Wildlife Board, as to what benefits the CWMUs really do have to access for hunters on their private properties, because it is a great program and it does provide a lot of access. But you're right, Justin, there's a lot of questions that go with it, especially here in the north. So, Wade, I'm going to ask you, is that something that CWMU could do maybe for next year? Just some kind of a PR piece that show what you do?
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was actually going to say the same thing. Could we piggyback this discussion along with the public lands inclusion discussion? And could you perhaps give Chad and the CWMU Association a little bit of time in the public meeting or in the Wildlife Board meeting to address this? Because I appreciate Justin bringing it up, and he's 100% right. I've been involved with the association for 10 years, and that has been our number one focus. And clearly we still have some room to improve. And so, I think it's an important discussion to have. And that's been our biggest thing. It's just education and outreach. Explain to people how this program works, why it's in place. Explain to them the difference. The fact that people can't go hunt in northern Utah isn't because of the CWMU program. It's because of private land. And so I think there's just a lot of exactly what Justin described that we could do. And we'd love to have a few minutes in the board meeting whenever that public land discussion came up.
I'd like to add to that. I really like this discussion and listening to Justin and Wade. You know, when we did the migratory initiative with deer, we had a little video and showed some of that success. And I think that as you told this story, if you showed some of those successes of those guys that have had that tag and be able to really explain how it works, but also show that it is for the public and there's a public draw. But I think that message, you know, a little YouTube video, people could click on the DWR website and see that. I think it'd be really beneficial.
Chad, you're nodding yes. Is that something you could do and help the CWMUs and bring it back to us?
Yeah, when we take this to the advisory committee, we'll talk about that too, and I'll talk to the association as well. We'll get something to put together.
Okay. Do we need a motion to do that, or you just guys just take you go ahead and do that and bring it back to us?
Yeah, we'll just do it.
Okay.
Hey, Chad, you probably already know this, but Utah State had some research papers written on this program a long time ago. You probably already know that, but maybe that would help in putting together your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Okay. Does that take care of CWMUs? Let's move on to the Landowner Association. Permit recommendations.
Do you want us to give our RAC recommendations on that, Byron?
Start with questions from the board first, Trish, and then we'll go right to you first. No questions from the board? Go to questions from the RAC chairs. We'll start with Justin Oliver.
No questions. And as far as we also had no other motion other than to accept as presented, other than those that I previously stated.
Brock.
Yeah, we discussed this at length as well. We appreciate Chad's effort to make the LA Association fair across the state, and we accept it as presented unanimously.
Braden?
No additional questions. And again, the comment I made a minute ago was probably more pertaining to this. And our concern is just some of these landowner tags. We really saw some drastic decreases. We appreciate the effort to make it fair across the board, but it's based on acreage, not usage. And that's a concern for us. And with drastic cuts, that's where our motion came in, that we would ask the board to be generous in their approach instead of limiting. And then we passed the main presented.
Trish?
We just had one little kind of a sub motion to approve one tag per year to the San Juan landowners. They were requesting two. They actually only qualify for a quarter. So what that means is they get one every 3 years. They do quite a bit for wildlife as far as winter habitat and then also pumping water for wildlife. So that was their request.
Thank you. Brett Privadell?
Yes, we had the three different ones on here. I'll just briefly describe the situation on the three. Book Cliff North had requested, you'll see their elk pronghorn deer. They'd requested 9, 3, and 13 with the new acreage calculations. They qualified for 2, 2, and 10. And that was the recommendation from the DWR. The agriculture representative on the board spoke at length on this about how much water they hauled this year, and that if they wouldn't have hauled water, the whole unit in the Book Cliffs may have suffered in some of the species. And last time around, we had kind of a similar discussion, and we'd approved 6, 2, and 10. So That's what we asked for this time. That was the vote in the RAC, 6, 2, and 10. And then in a moment, I can take questions on these and tell you at least what I know. The next one down was the South Slope Diamond Mountain. And I sent a letter to the board, or Stacy forwarded it the other day. They have a very old agreement where it was based on percentage, and they go on a 10-year cycle of having the extra tag go to one of the landowners. And when you change it to acreage this year, it had a slight adjustment on their tag numbers. And so we had recommended what they had requested. And then there was a follow-up motion to require them to allow access on their landowners association equal to 25% of the private tags. So that's the tags that were requested. And so in the past, they've had Chad, you can help us here. They've had a waiver. So this was in effect. This was an agreement that was in effect prior to the program, I believe, or the very first one, I guess I should say. And they have not been required to allow public access. And so the RAC had the motion that they should be required to allow access to at least 25% of their private tags. Then the third unit is more slope 3 corners, and by acreage there was recommended that they reduce from 5 to 2. But if you've ever been to Browns Park, all the private land is the irrigated and riparian, and the public land is desert. So at times there's literally 1,000 animals on their fields at any given time in the spring, and they've been very very generous on public access. I believe they give access to anyone that requests it. And in the past, we've approved them 5, and that's what they requested. And so we felt very strongly that one deserved 5. So we adjusted the 3. We requested adjustments on the 3 different landowner associations, and then we approved the remainder of the proposal as requested unanimously.
Thanks, Brett. Any questions from the board?
I guess I have a question for I don't even know who to ask it. Covy, maybe? Tell me, I mean, how, I don't understand percentage of use. I can look at an acre and I can understand what an acre is. The percentage of use seems to be kind of an arbitrary term, maybe standard. Can somebody explain percentage of use to me?
Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit. The rule allows us to calculate it 2 different ways. Either percent use or habitat inside the unit. Now, percent use without a lot of investment in technology gets pretty tricky, right? The only way that you get a percent use is to have representative collars that you've caught in a distributive manner across the unit to know exactly how many animals there are, and then get at what percentage use private land within that unit. It's really cost prohibitive in a lot of areas. And so when we redid calculations this year and looked across, we also know that there are landowner associations with areas or acreages that are in habitat that probably get less use than public land, and some get more use than the surrounding public land. And so we allow the landowner association to write bylaws and distribute those permits internally to account for that. And so again, when we went back to the drawing board, we said, no, what makes sense because there's a finite amount of resources and funding to do research. And right now we've chosen to focus on areas where we're struggling, the book cliffs, other areas. And it doesn't make sense to spend, it would literally cost millions of dollars to put colors on across all these units and get at percent use accurately. So we said, we're going to just do percent habitat in the unit. And then if the LOA would like to divide that up differently based on higher or lower use of agricultural lands or whatever they decide, then they can do that. But we're going to be fair and we're going to be consistent. And so that's a lot of the background that went into these recommendations. I don't know, I mean, and I don't want to speak too much for Chad, and I feel like I probably have. Chad, is there something you would add to that? And we went back and said, we also understand that this is complicated. It's not an easy thing. But Chad, have you got some to add to that?
No, you hit it perfect, Covy. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, could I jump in here? This is Wade.
Go ahead, Wade.
I've talked with Covy quite a bit over the last little bit about this issue. And I hope we all understand this is a monster. What we're talking about right here is, it's got some tremendous potential. And here's my fear. I think, we've had the evolution of the CWMU program. It's been wildly successful, and the LOA program has accomplished its goal. I'm not going to say it's been wildly successful because we've all said it for the last how many years. The LOA rule is broken. This program is broken. It comes nowhere near doing right by landowners. In some cases, it's overcompensating. In some cases, it's undercompensating. There are things that are associations are over allocated. There are landowners receiving benefit from this that don't benefit wildlife at all. And so there's just a lot of inequity. I mean, it's just a conglomeration, and it's unwieldy and it's broken. And so to me, I think this is a shot across the bow to everybody. The division, both, landowners, the board, everybody. We need to fix this program, and maybe even just a little history on that. The division has started this process already. For the last 18 months, there's been a couple of committees meeting, and I know Chad and Justin and Covy and myself, Donnie, Kevin Bunnell. I mean, there's been a lot of us spend a lot of hours looking at potential avenues and fixes to this. And I think we've got a great start on it. But my fear is if we move forward with these current proposals, I don't think they were intended to be passed. I think it's a shot across the bow that we have to do something different, to apply pressure to the board so that we will mandate to the division, we have to fix this once and for all. Let's quit talking about it. Let's quit rubbing it. Let's actually fix it. And to me, that's the purpose of this recommendation, not necessarily to pass it. And I know I'm going long, but let me explain why. This would bomb us back into the 80s. There would be so much lost landowner relationship if we approved this. I've already had a dozen landowners, and I haven't talked to maybe 2%. I mean, they've been ringing my phone off the hook, like county commissioners and LOA presidents for the last 30 days, and I've just scratched the surface. But I've had a couple dozen already say if these get approved, there's a very good chance they're going to remove themselves from the LOA program and start issuing the 72-hour rule all over again. And that's the last thing we want. Well, I think we've developed a relationship with landowners in the last 20 years to the point we want it to be at. We have to have private lands. I mean, the pioneers homesteaded this property for a reason. It's the best. And the land and the animals know it as well. We can't develop good herds without private landowner cooperation. And if we pass these current numbers, we will lose that to a large extent. And so I guess my proposal, and this will be overarching over everything, my proposal is let's pass 2020 numbers, not on a 3, the 2020 numbers back over the top of all this, and then give the division a mandate of we need to have this circle back around in the next 8 or 10 or 12 months and have a landowner rule that works for everyone.
I'd like to add to that, Wade. I think there's a lot of merit in what you just said, and I think that we exactly need to do that. We need to have a formula-based approach that treats everyone the exact same way. Part of the reason we've got where we are is because first we go to the rack process, and it's social-based. And over 20 years, we say, hey, this is a good old boy, and we ought to give him one more tag. And maybe 1 year, that's not a big deal. But over 20 years, we've got to where we are. Those landowners that haven't spoke up for themselves have stayed status quo, and some have really increased, and we are just all across the board. When we create this formula-based, it should not be able to be adjusted socially. It should be the same for everyone. When I get my tax return, I don't get to go to my neighbors and say, hey, do you think I ought to get a little bit more back, and have them vote for it? And so I think that there needs to be a lot of thought on that, how to make it the same across the board. But I don't think that the rack process or even the board process socially ought to be able to change that. It should be based on the numbers.
This is Randy. I just want to say kudos to Chad for giving us this wake up call, and for the wake up call for all of us. This is something that needs to be fixed. And I'm glad he stood up and said, let's fix this. The numbers he proposed this year was a wake up call, and I'm in favor of the motion that has been on the table. I think that's the right thing to do. But if it's not like Kevin said, a formula based, it's not the right thing to do. So it's got to be formula based to where there's no question. There's consistency from one end of the state to the other.
Any other board members?
Yeah, I got to weigh in here. This is Brett. Wade jogged my memory of my uncle whose expiration date was about 3 years ago. So he said back in the 80s, he said he was frustrated with all the trespassing deer hunters. And he said, I could take care of them. If we didn't have any deer on this ranch, we wouldn't have any deer hunters. And he says, I could take care of all those deer with a salt lick. And it shocked me because he was not that way, but he was frustrated. And we've came so far since then with our relationship with the DWR and the sportsmen and agriculture people. We've came a long ways. And like, I want to mirror what Wade says, we cannot lose that relationship that we have. And it's a fine line to walk that line, but we have to keep that relationship going. And we have to make sure that the landowners in the state are taken care of.
Thanks, Brett. Anybody else?
Yeah, I might say a little bit there too. We've had a good program for a long time, and we don't want to be jerking the rug out from under what we've got. Let's don't make these guys mad. Let's do what Wade said and go along with what was approved last year, and then get in there and get some new rules and regulations that everybody can live by and work by, and make this work and make it the best.
Carl, you want to make a comment? We're going around the horn.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what the direction that's being spoke of. I go back to the 2020 numbers and then let's talk about it for a year.
I see our Attorney General's popped up on the screen. Greg Hansen, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg Hansen with the AG's office. I just have one lingering concern with the 1 year concept, and that's that our current rule calls for a 3-year COR. So by no means would that be an impediment to evaluating the program and making changes within that 3-year term. But as far as giving a 1 year only approval process, right now we might have a little bit of a hurdle with our current rules. So by all means, I think the division, and I'd be happy to help as well, evaluate that program during the 3-year term, but we might not have the ability to issue a 1-year permit only.
Thanks, Greg. Any questions? Greg?
Can I address that?
Go ahead.
I think Greg's exactly right, and I didn't think of that, Greg. So thank you for bringing that up. And so I think I mean our rule is going to require us to go ahead and approve these 3-year CORs, but I think we could do it with the caveat that we have something addressed, a program outlined, delineated, and that we can put in place for next year at this time. That the intent is not to let this go on for 3 years. And I think we can accomplish the same thing. I think that's what Greg was saying. And while I'm speaking, I actually want to circle back around and really applaud Justin and Covy and Kevin Bunnell and all those that have been involved in this. They've done a wonderful job and have really spearheaded this effort to get us where we are now. And I think this is just the motivation that we need to go ahead and move forward and let's get this thing done. We've got a good jump on it right now, and thanks to those guys. So I'm really excited, honestly. I'm convinced what we bring back in 12 months is going to be so much better than what we currently have. I'm excited about the possibilities.
I just got a question. Could we go to warp speed on this question? Chad, is that something you could look at for us and maybe have something for us for our April meeting? So we don't have to work around the 1-year, 3-year rule. 1 year left and the 3-year would start again.
Yeah, we could meet and we could have a formula by April, if that's what you want us to do.
Mr. Chairman, wait again, I apologize, but I like the idea. I like the urgency. One concern I have is there's a lot of players in this. And I think we're going to want to get weigh in from obviously all our LOAs. And you know, there's a lot of people that are invested in this. I would hate to move so fast that we didn't get buy-in from everyone and everybody didn't get their piece. I would love to have a public cycle. I don't know that it has to be next November cycle. Maybe let's run it through one of those softer, more open cycles of September or you know, August. I like moving fast, but I certainly want to get this right. After 30 years, let's get it right.
And could I just jump in and say that waiver, I don't know if does that follow the same 3-year process, Chad, or is that waiver a separate issue that the board could weigh in on now?
Yeah, they can vote on it now, but if whatever that vote comes for the variance is what would be locked in for the next 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a separate topic, and I'd like to discuss that in just a minute. I think that needs to be discussed amongst all of us too. So I think it follows a 3-year. It's good for 3 years, but I think that's kind of a separate topic.
You want to go ahead and discuss it now, Randy? Or
yeah, I'd love to discuss it. What it is the landowner rule allows waivers to be filled out or completed, requested by landowners that so they don't have to follow the 1-for-1 allowing public access per voucher, landowner voucher. And we in the Northeast region, we have a landowner association that's very huge. It's I'm sure it's the largest one in the state. I don't know, but I'm sure it's the largest one in the state. It's got 176 landowners enrolled in under it. So it's incredibly large. And to get 176 people to agree to things, it's tough to get 3 landowners to agree to things. You know, 3 people to agree to things, but to get 176 of them to agree to things, you know, it's a massive undertaking for these guys. But every year since the Landowner Association was created, and it's called the South Slope Diamond Mountain Landowner Association, was created. They've asked for the waiver, and it's been approved. And now it's on a 3-year approval. And they used to keep track. They used to keep track of who they allowed. They've done away with that because it wasn't a requirement. But the Northeastern RAC made a motion to request that they have 25% of they allow the same number of public access as 25% of their vouchers. And I like the idea. I really like the idea. I know personally that they do allow access to some people. I don't have numbers, but I know they do. So I guess what I'd like to do on that particular thing is I think it needs to be approved. The Landowner Association would die on the vine without it if it wasn't approved. There's no doubt in my mind. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a motion to approve the Diamond Mountain Landowner Association waiver or variance, call it a variance, with the caveat that in 3 years, when they come back to renew that they have a list of public drawn tag holders that they have received or that they've allowed access to, with names, addresses, telephone numbers, and permit numbers on those. So that actually gives the division something to say, look, they are allowing public access. We could support this. And I think it allows the public to know that they are doing that too. So I guess that's my motion. I'll make that motion.
I don't think we're really ready for motions at this time. We're still in discussion, Randy, but okay. I mean, it's a lot more serious, decision to make, what it entails, what Wade just, commented on. I think we need to give it every bit we can to make sure, because there's more than just the one CWMU up there. And we all got a letter last night or a text or an email from a representative from that association that, they wouldn't go along with that at all on 25% of people, going on their property.
Mr. Chair, could I?
Mr. Chairman, this is Carl. I apologize. I have to catch a plane. So I'm going to sign off this meeting, and I'm now on my phone. And while my wife's driving me to the airport, I'll be listening on my phone.
Carl, thank you for your time and effort.
I apologize. Sorry.
No problem. Good luck on your trip. Be careful.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I wait Diamond Ranch, the LOA? And I appreciate what Randy's trying to do. I really do. And I'm not opposed to it. But I kind of feel like we're fixing a broken tie rod on a totaled vehicle. I just do not see. I mean, the truth of it is, when the dust settles on this, there may not be any more LOAs. We may have a completely different system in place. And so I would hate to hack out some details on something that may very well not ever even come to fruition. I would rather us just let's pass this thing at the exact same way it was at 2020. Just press the pause button on all this also with that detail with regard to the Diamond Mountain LOA. And then let's just circle this thing back around. Who knows what the requirements are going to be when we start talking about this, when the new rollout happens.
I think you're absolutely right, Wade. This is too large of a item that we can just take care of that today, and then we don't want to start piecemealing it because we're going to skip somebody. It's not fair to all the letters from people that we've got and emails and phone calls just to, give it a knee-jerk reaction. Chad, if we go a full year, basically that's what Wade proposed. We stay the same this coming year, and then you would come back to us at this meeting next year with your recommendation.
Yeah, we can make that work. Yeah.
Would that work out better than trying to push it real fast in the next 4 months and just kind of?
Yeah, by April we could maybe come up with a formula, but if we're looking at redoing the whole entire rule, we would need more time than just April.
Greg, do you have another comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just a general comment. As we kind of figure out how to parse this apart, maybe just a general reminder that this program, just like our CWMU program, involves a lot of private interests, and just a general reminder to board members to be cognizant of any personal financial interests you or your immediate family members might have in these programs, and or anything that may affect your ability to remain impartial in your vote. So maybe just a general reminder to board members, and with that, I'll sign back off again.
Thanks, Greg. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, can I make one more comment?
Sure, Chad.
We've talked a little bit about going back to the numbers that they were. We need to be a little bit careful on that. There's a few CWMUs that actually qualified for more, so it'd actually be shorting them. Pilot Mountain being one, they used to only qualify for 2. They now qualify for 4. So I'd hate to see them go back to 2, but even Diamond Mountain was 48 in the past, and they actually qualify for 50. And they're requesting 53. So there's just a few that we probably want to be careful on before we just say go back to the same numbers as before.
Chad, you're talking LOAs, not CWMUs, right?
Yes, LOAs.
Thanks.
So would the motion to go with 2019 numbers unless they qualify for more, would something like that work for this year?
Yeah, I think that would work.
What if we said 2020, Kevin?
Yeah, I wanted to forget 2020, but that'll work.
Amen.
Can I interject?
Randy, are you okay with that? I know you started a motion, but
Mr. Chair, can I interject one thing before you move on? I think in the past, it's been really difficult to come with rule changes at the same meeting where permit numbers are set. And this is the meeting that permit numbers are set. It won't be the spring, it'll be this one. And so by saying come back in November, I just want to make sure we're not approving any other LOAs and setting permit numbers at the same time that we're bringing forth a rule change that would impact those numbers. And so I think if you're vague and say within a year or the time needed or something along those lines, we'll certainly put our best effort towards this. But I would probably avoid bringing a rule change back and approving LOA numbers at the same meeting. So,
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I agree 100% with Justin. He's right, and I know I said that, but I just meant that so that we can have new implementation for the 2022 year. Is that realistic, Justin?
Yeah, thanks for the clarification, Wade. That makes more sense. Maybe I just heard it wrong. But yeah, that we can do that.
Justin, this is Randy. Just a question. Does the division think the entire rule is broken, or yeah? I was just thinking it was this one criteria that was percentage of use. That trying to figure out how to use that correctly, because in my I thought that's what was mainly the driver of this. Is that one criteria has been kind of all over the board.
For us, Randy, I think we would welcome the invitation to take a look at the rule and make sure that it really is something that is benefiting the landowners, benefiting the public hunters, and is something that the division can implement. I like the idea of a formula-based process. I don't know what that looks like yet, and something that would be predicated based on public draw permits. One of the things that I do think is broken with it, Randy, is in the past we've had units where the public draw permits have increased, and so as a result, the landowner association permits have increased, and then we've turned around and had to cut those public draw permits. And every time we try to apply that same cut to the LOA, it hasn't been received well. And so I think when we talk about things are broken, maybe that's too strong of language, but there's things that are just difficult to apply in the rule. And so if we were instructed to take a hard look at the rule and come up with something that worked well for sportsmen, landowners, and something that could be easily implemented, we'd welcome that. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, maybe and along with that as well, too, I think, Randy, one thing we need to consider, I mean, right now, the landowner rule really only addresses, well, in large part, addresses limited entry landowners. There's a general season rule in place, but I think we can all agree that it's pretty inadequate. And so I think if we address this, we can open it up to, a host of different ideas, and certainly roll in general season landowners. Because there's an awful lot of those that really contribute to wildlife. I think we can expand this thing into something that's pretty great, that works for a lot of people, that will benefit wildlife in the long run, and the public.
Well, thanks, Wade. I think this is a very important issue. We need to get it right, before we leave here today. So. And we're the time restraints on our 3-year plan. This is our last year of that 3-year plan. Is that right, Chad?
Sorry about that. I was a little distracted. What was that?
This is the last year of our 3rd year on the plan.
On these LOAs?
Yes.
These are ones that are renewing. So these are renew again in 3 years. Is that what you're meaning?
Yes.
And while I'm here, hey, one other thing, and just was reading a text that reminded me, there is at least the Penguich Lake. The reason why the cut on tags this year, if we did the same as last year, we drastically reduced the public tags there. So Penguich Lake, the reason for that, our recommendation on that one was because we did cut the public tags significantly. So that one might be another one to consider.
Okay. Wade, are you talking to us or somebody else? Can anybody hear Wade? Wade.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I said some really good things. I'll see if I can remember them.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if we were to the point where we wanted to entertain a motion and roll in some of Chad's ideas. I think Chad brought up some really valid ideas that need to be a part of this.
I think we are. We talked a lot about it. I want to make sure we don't miss anything. So at this point, you want to make some motions?
I'd love to get us started if I could, and certainly we can make adjustments to it. I move that we approve Landowner Association permits at the 2020 allocations, with the exceptions of decreases due to decreases in public permits on a unit, and with the exception of LOAs that qualify under the new proposal for more permits. That wasn't very clear, but hopefully that works.
Stacy, you get that? Wait, I'm going to ask you to go back and go through that again.
Well, let me start with Chad.
Pardon? You got it, Stacy? Okay.
Chad, will that capture those items that you brought up, those concerns?
Yeah, I think that captures it. Thanks.
Byron, I'll second that.
Okay, that was your motion, Wade, that you made?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll have a second from Donnie. Any questions on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, this is Dax. As someone who might have to do calculations on this, could I ask just a clarification question about the motion?
Certainly.
So basically, is the motion that basically we keep the proportions of the permits that are being allocated to the associations similar or the same as they were last go around, but with adjustments made based on, changes to public permits? Is that the gist of the recommendation?
Yes, changes in public permit and changes in acreage within the LOA. I mean, all those standard factors.
Okay, thank you. Because permits have, on some units they've gone up, on some units they've gone down. But if we can look at the kind of those proportions based on the last COR and then carry that over into the future, for this round, I think we probably could do that. So thanks.
I think that's perfect, Dax. That's a good way to delineate it.
Any other questions on the motion?
I've got a question. It's probably for Chad, but Chad, looking at the packet of the associations, which one of the you say it was the Penguich Lake that would be reduced?
Yeah, Penguich Lake, we reduced the public tags significantly. So our recommendation for the lower amount of tags was in a large part because we cut a whole bunch of tags.
Okay, so basically the motion is that instead of going with last year's approved 5, they would be dropped down to this year's proposed 3. Is that correct?
Or
no,
whatever the percentage was. Perhaps one of those permits was a reduction, was a consequence of the reduction of public permits. Perhaps one of those reduced permits was a consequence of just lowering that overall ratio as well. So whatever, say Penguich Lake lost 50% of their public permits, then the LOA should lose 50% of their permits.
Well, by just using the acreage formula, they qualify for 3.26, I guess. So I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing, because it almost seems like we're doing the best for the landowner, but not the best for the public. And I don't want that perception to be there. So if there's a little raise in here because of this, and a little lowering there because of this, I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that I fully understand what we're voting on here.
Can I talk a little bit about the Penguich Lake? Maybe clear some of this up.
Go ahead, Don.
Back before we cut tags, they got 7 elk tags. And then when we cut the public tags and lowered them, then they went back to 5. And that's where they're at right now. So yeah, they did take a cut just like the public did. So what's been approved is 5 elk tags on the Penguich Lake.
And what's the current number, Chad? Is it 5?
I think that's what they had last time. I can look at it. I don't know if Teresa's still on, if she can clarify while I look this up.
Hi, yes, right now they currently qualify for 3.6 based on the formula. And that's because we did change the age objective on the Penguich Lake several years ago. So over the last 3 or 4 years, we have cut the public tags. So we're just they get the percentage qualified of the amount that the public gets. So right now they qualify for 3.6 based on what the public is receiving.
Do you round that up or round it down?
We typically round up. So we'd go with 4.
Good.
Teresa, has the LOA permit number changed each year that the public permit numbers have been reduced? Have the LOA numbers been reduced as well each year? Or is that just...
Yeah, because they are in that 3-year COR. So the last time they did it, it was based, we did it in, it was 2000, we passed this in November of 2017. So that, and then it's valid for 2018, 19, and 20, because we are, as Greg said, in a 3-year COR. So they did have that slush for 3 years as we continued to reduce the public permits, and now we're just catching up.
Gotcha.
So let me ask you, so I guess I'm still confused. Would Paintswood keep their 5 or would they lose 1?
We are recommending 4. They qualify for 3.6 roundup. And that's, again, based on what the public received in 2020.
So Randy, I think that would be reflected in the motion. The reduction in Penguich Lake permits from 5 to 4 was not because of this overall statewide reduction in permits. It was because the number of public permits on Penguich has dropped. And that's kind of what was addressed in the motion that Dax brought up, those percentages and that proportion. As long as we keep those percentages and proportions the same as 2020, I think we can accurately, we're basically status quo with what 2020 was. If there are other extenuating, factors like acreage changes and all of those kinds of things, that will also be factored in. But there won't be an overall blanket reduction statewide in landowner permits.
Yeah, and I don't want that. I just want to make sure I really understood what we're voting on. I just didn't want to say, well, we're not going to reduce any, but we're going to give more because this year they qualify for more. I just didn't want to understand that. So I fully support the motion.
Do you want to restate that motion, Wade, for us? Or
can we have Stacy do it? Would it be easier to have Stacy do it?
Yeah, Stacy, could you do that, please?
Sure. Throw me under the bus. All right. So Wade's motion reads to approve the LOA permits at the 2020 allocations with the exception of decreases caused by public decreases and those specific requests made by LOAs reflecting changes by acreage, etc. for this year.
Stacy, could we perhaps add in Dax's language that the proportions, the public LOA proportions would remain the same at the 2020 numbers or the last cycle numbers? I think that would help. That would make it easier for the division to make specific assessments as far as what that's going to be, because we're not going to tell you exactly what permit numbers are going to be. We're going to have to rely on you guys to just calculate it out, acreage changes versus public reductions versus public increases versus proportions. We're going to have to rely on you guys to do that math.
Yeah, I can adjust that.
Okay, we have a motion. Did we have a second?
Donnie is your
Yes.
second.
Yep. Question on the motion? Call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl's excused. Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. So does that cover everything on our landowner association recommendations?
I just want to make sure it was clear for everybody that the variance is something that typically comes before the board as a separate item, but it was passed this year with the motion we just made. Correct? That's the way I assume. And it's for a 3-year COR, just like the rest of them.
That was my intention, is that the Diamond Mountain agreements would be in place for 2021, the same as they were in 2020. and they would be in place until they were changed, you know, in event that happened next year.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions for the Landowner Association permits? We'll move on to our last item, Conservation and Expo permit adjustments. Covy?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, how are you? You about ready to be done?
Yes, sir. Make
Okay.
this quick.
I can do my best. So what this is that some of the decisions that we made in the big game, some of the decisions we made in the big game recommendations have consequences for the conservation and expo programs. And I want to make sure that everybody understands those. And so this is an action item. That said, that it's the consequences of what we already did. Okay, so with that, I'll present my screen. Okay. All right, can everybody see that? Perfect.
Good.
Okay, so what we're looking at is conservation permits first. So conservation permits are based on a formula and rule that goes off the public draw, right? Those permits are allocated based on the public draw. They're recommended on a 3-year cycle. So we recommend them, and getting into the nitty-gritty nuts and bolts of the process is probably not what we want to do here. They're recommended, and then the groups are allowed to get those permits on a 3-year cycle. And what we're discussing today is hunts that were discontinued or altered. And so they no longer fit within that 3-year cycle of the conservation permit program. Starting with deer permits, we had a Henry Mountains permit, a conservation permit for the management buck hunt. And today we discontinued that hunt. And so we'll need to discontinue that permit. Along with the North Slope Summit, that was a limited entry hunt previously. And we made the recommendation to discontinue that as a limited entry hunt. And now that hunt is, it's an early season rifle hunt. And so it no longer qualifies for continue to elk. We changed strategies on a lot of these. And so the hunt that was there is now gone. And since conservation permits are based on public draw permits, and we don't know exactly how this is going to work yet, they won't qualify for conservation permits until we get some permits in the system and run those back through the 3-year cycle. And we can evaluate them then when we do the conservation permit draw again. So there were 2 on the Cache North, 1 on the 9 Mile Anthro, 1 on the Ochre Stansberries, a multi-season, and 1 on the West Desert Deep Creek. And all of those will be discontinued. There's some boundary changes on current conservation permits that we have. So again, we're recommending to maintain these conservation permits. But because of the boundary changes, we just want to acknowledge this with the board that the boundary is not the same boundary that we had when we issued the conservation permits, or we recommended to issue the conservation permits. So on the Box Elder Grass Creek, there was a boundary change there that took out the sawtooth, and that was turned into a hams hunt. The Plateau Boulder, that now does not include the Barney Top and Comparowitz portions, and the Southwest Desert South, it doesn't include the north portion on that. So those conservation permits will remain the same, but there's a boundary change, or the unit is slightly different. For pronghorn, Now, we discontinued the hunt on the Plateau Parker Mountain, an illegal weapon hunt, and so we're recommending to discontinue that as well. Okay, on to expo permits. And these are a little different. So expo permits are recommended on an annual basis, an annual cycle in August. And expo permits, it's different how we recommend expo permits, but one thing to remember is that expo permits are they're another public draw. They're a different type of public draw. And so because they're an annual cycle, because they're a different type of public draw, and we've guaranteed a certain number of these on units that we modified or changed, what we've done, or what we're going to recommend to do, is to replace those for other hunts. So some of the discontinued hunts that had expo permits in them, the Henry Mountains and the North Slope both had expo permits, 2 each. And we're recommending to replace those with permits 2 from the Fillmore Oak Creek. 1, this is for deer, I'm sorry, excuse me, 1 for archery, 1 for muzzleloader. 1 on the San Juan Elk Ridge, and 1 on the South Slope Diamond Mountain. Both of those would be muzzleloader. For pronghorn on the expo, there were 8, and they were all on the Plateau Parker Mountain, 2 archery, 2 muzzleloader, 4 an illegal weapon. And we're recommending to spread those out and replace those, put 3 in the Fillmore, 3 in the South Slope Vernal, and then 2 on the West Desert and the Snake Valley unit. Just as a reminder, we're really grateful for our partners that put on the expo and the hard work that goes into that, and the money that comes back both by conservation permits and through the expo. It benefits wildlife all over this state, and we've been talking with our partners that do the expo. And as a quick heads up, that they have done really good at spending all of those funds on wildlife year after year after year. This year, nothing outside the rule, nothing will change, but they may have to use some of those funds on critical mission fulfillment. And they just want to be completely transparent with the board and everyone else on that. Still excited to be able to have some sort of virtual expo this year. I'm not sure exactly what that'll look like, but excited to be able to still have it, and disappointed that we won't get to meet there in person and see everybody in person. And that's all I have.
Any questions for Covy from the board? Any questions from the racks? Hearing none, that call for a motion.
Byron, I'd like to make a motion to accept that as presented.
Thanks, Donnie. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Wade. Any discussion on the motion? Call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
That brings us down to other business. We've been talking about the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, the Flaming Gorge letter. I had an idea that it would be better if we could work something out to do this with Winter WAFA online with Wyoming, instead of just sending a letter where we could meet, just like we're meeting today, virtually, and discuss this issue with the state of Wyoming, face to face with their people. So I just wanted,
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Donnie.
Well, I just wanted to stipulate there that sounds like a good deal to me, because WAF is going to be January 5th through the 8th. So that's happening pretty quick. And I think it'd we could do a lot better job by talking to them there at that meeting.
Any other board members?
I would add to that. I think that if we could explain how our other agreements work with Idaho and with Arizona and how well those agreements are working, I think that if they understood, especially their commission, could understand how those are working, I think that it'd be a lot better than just a letter.
And this is still not definite. We'd have to get permission from WAFA. Wouldn't we, Stacy, in order to get us a room and a time to do this meeting?
Mr. Chairman, we'd have to make that request through them, but I'm pretty sure we could make that happen.
Okay, so you could do that logistically for us in that short time frame because we're less than a month away or right at that timeline with Christmas coming up. So
Yeah, I'll reach out to them and make sure it's a possibility.
okay. So is the board good with that? They are. They'll go ahead and we'll reach out to Wyoming, see if we can set up a virtual meeting with them to discuss reciprocity of fishing licenses on Flaming Gorge. I just give you a yay or a nay. I just start with Kevin.
Yay.
Randy?
Yeah.
Donnie?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
That's all the items we have on our agenda for today, unless there's something else that the board would like to bring up or discuss. If not, I'd call for a motion to dismiss.
I would make a motion that we dismiss.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those, well, Kevin Albrecht, you ready to go home? You gonna vote?
Yeah. Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Wade?
Yeah.
Brett?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank everybody for this long meeting today and apologize for some of the interruptions. And but we covered a lot of ground. I think we did a good job overall to cover the issues. So just like to wish everybody a happy Merry Christmas and hope that you're all healthy and COVID-19 free. And
I'd like to add one just to the director. I'd like to tell you thank you for your service. I think that you're probably the most passionate director in hunting that I've known, just a pure hunter and have that at heart. And I thank you for all your work.
Hey. What's up, man?
yes. Thanks, Mike. Any other comments from the board?
Thank you, Mike.
My kid's over here.
Enjoy retirement, Mike. It's a lot of work.
I will. We'll see you at the January board meeting.
Look forward to it. Thank you. All right, that's it.